Hey Kevin, what are you doing over here?
What you got? Nothing.
Yeah.
About to start some fire. You already know.
You about to start some shit over here
You already know it. You already know it.
talking about single moms.
Yes. I wonder. I just want to know why that's a trigger word on here. That's all.
That's because they're single.
Mm-hmm.
But
Get my other back up in here real quick. Oops.
I'm just gonna come up here and what's that noise?
Oh, that was my bad. My bad.
You should put a baby crying in the background because it's so
What?
annoying when those who don't know how to manage kids when they're
That's a
single, they be all their kids be they call them baby kids.
not the baby kids. Oh man. Get this going though.
I'm so toxic, it's not even funny anymore.
We know. We know. Bet you're the favorite person on this app, man. We
I, I can't help it. I can't help it.
You love it. You be loving it. She done made her a name on here.
You think so?
Yeah, I know so. Yeah. That's what you chose. Hey, feel it.
That's what my son said. He was like, if that's what you want to present yourself as.
Hey,
You know I'm only up here for a short period of time. I'm going to drop down.
uh-oh.
No, I just came up here to say hi and start some trouble with you.
And of course, I wouldn't be your job if you
You guys are going to miss me when I get off here.
didn't. Like, where's things? It's too quiet. It's too quiet.
Exactly. And you're gonna realize you really do need that toxic stuff in your in your life.
Oh, my. Mm-mm-mm. Let me get this. I'm gonna keep on telling me shit these shares out too. Get these shares out too. Let me get all everybody up in here tonight.
Yeah, I'm trying to tap and get you somewhere.
That's what she said. Mhm.
Have you seen your cousin on my live?
Have I seen it? Nah.
Near.
He told me he'd be over there sometime.
Yeah.
Y'all must be having fun.
We. I don't know if he did the robot thing, but I got orders to be sending people iRobots.
Mhm.
I think my next live I'm gonna be the robot.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna show him how it's gonna work.
Not the robot.
Yeah, I'm just playing with them. They see a little different side of me, the playful side,
Hmm?
and then they'll
And
understand why it's so easy for me to get married.
who?
Yeah,
Who?
they'll see the playful side of me.
You got a play side? What? What
Hmm.
does this world come to?
Exactly. You'll be like, Tansy got so many sides of her.
I
I got my mean girl picture up here. That's my mean girl picture.
was wondering what that picture was.
Mm-hmm. That's my superhero.
Probably like is it a black Wonder Woman?
No, but I do have one of those that I'm gonna save that for later. But this is just me, my mean girl. My,
Is this the same page?
no, my Black Wonder Woman. That's when I'm on some Wonder Woman power shit. Like you don't want to see that part of me. I'm
Uh,
gonna be flying around.
I don't see none of your pictures. Right? It's no. This must be another profile I ain't seen before.
Huh?
I must never have seen this profile.
No. That's the same profile. I just took my real picture off, and I just put the Superwoman in its place. Just
Don't you got 2 pages?
I do have 2 pages, but I don't play with that page. I just leave that one alone. Really,
Said
I
that,
still.
nah, that's me being fake over there. Hi guys, I love all you guys and the men. Gonna be a whole nother side.
Let's
Like
play
the
games and come
I
together.
actually love all y'all. I'm very submissive and everything. I'm like, what? This is not the. It's like the Tanzia. No, like, dog, somebody's running around with my page.
Exactly. Like I'd be a whole different person over there.
That'd be sick. He been playing this whole entire time.
Shoot, and the thing is, if the real me come out because I get mad, then it's gonna be like, damn.
Oh my,
I'm gonna have to learn how to keep it together on that other page.
gonna be a whole angel over there.
I'm gonna try. That's the
Hi.
goal.
Oh, I just wanted to wait for my turn. Like, what? Did she just say wait for my turn? Us? They gonna be trying to click on the profile like, hold on, what?
I know you're gonna be like, oh my god. Then they're really gonna say I'm fake. But I can
I said,
code
we're on the real
switch.
side. We can't. Is it what?
I can code switch. That's the thing.
Huh?
When you have a hard life and you come from nothing and you make yourself something, you get to code switch because you know how it is with the streets. You know how you just know so much stuff. You can be
Switch response.
sophisticated. You can be that businesswoman. You can be a lot of things.
Hey, that's how you make it in life sometimes, man. You gotta blend in.
Yeah. And you have to turn out. When people want to get ratchet with you, you gotta get low down ratchet with them too. This one girl, she said, I'm not gonna say what she said, but she said something, and then I just repeated her. I just used a different word, and then she said, I called you that." I was like, "No kidding," I called you back that.
Oh my.
It was so funny. I was cracking. Like you guys just don't know what I be doing back here behind the scenes. I'd be putting on my little devil horns and be like, "Okay, I'm gonna go on that person's platform."
Like, ooh, it's time. They're
You
dancing in
know,
the comments and everything.
the new trigger word that triggers everybody, like female and men.
Tansy.
No, when I say I'm alpha,
Oh no.
when I say I'm an alpha woman, they be like, "Oh my god!" It triggers them every time. First, it was the
Mm-mm.
narcissist. The narcissist used to trigger the shit out of people. But right now it's the alpha. Let me tell them that I'm an alpha woman. Oh my god, the women be acting up, the men be acting up, the young girls be acting up. And I be over here cracking up. Oh my god, it's so funny how you can trigger people. People are so easily triggered. I know you're like, why does she think that's funny? No, Kevin didn't move out his seat. All right, I'm gonna drop. I just want.
I caught you on my backup. Nope. Where you think you going? Sorry, now.
What? I be doing that too.
Hi.
I do the same thing with my other page.
Yep. That's how you make magic.
Exactly.
Yeah, I gotta get everybody to follow this page. I'm making sure I got like at least 4 solid pages.
Yeah, you have to because But I bought a new phone though. I just bought a new phone.
I know what you do with the other one. Broke it?
No, I have it. That's the phone that I'm on now because I wanted to keep that other page separate from this one. So I
Oh
just
man, yeah. Don't tell
yeah.
me you trolling 2 people at the same time.
if I wanted to, like, but I'm not trying to get, you know, I try to keep both my pages like going. I don't want to get it done nothing to,
Mm-hmm.
but you know, I'm almost reaching 5K on this one on Tansy's page.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
What's the celebration? You about to be drinking?
I don't drink, but I have to figure. No, what I was gonna do, I might, cause I'm a giver, so I'll probably have something on my page, and I'll give people like get big gifts, like a whale or
Mm-hmm.
a train or something like that.
Well, I think I seen that one video you did. You gave that one girl. I don't know how much money you gave her. But...
Yeah, yeah. So I'll probably like put some money on a card and then have a celebration. Just give big gifts.
Yeah,
I
that's the
like
next.
gifts.
So you like the gifts?
I like giving them. They're pretty.
Yeah. All right, go ahead and throw that lion up over here. See how much you like it.
I do want to do that. I have a plan. I'm giving someone a line before I get offline.
Oh my!
Yeah.
I'm like, I remember her. She the thing. He got me.
Yep. I'm gonna floss on all. You know me. I like to floss. I'm
Mm.
gonna hit somebody with a line. I'm gonna be like, and I know someone's gonna hate on that, and then they're gonna be like, oh, she can't afford anything else but that line. She's broke now. Then I'm gonna hit someone with something else, like a carousel or something like that. I'm gonna be
Mm-hmm.
hitting hard. I'm gonna be like, boom, boom. I have this little thing like I'm saving up. This is my little toy, and it's just gonna be like fireworks, like for real.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna show them how to go out with some stank.
Not the stank. No. No.
Put some stank on it.
Why I gotta be the stank? Why I can't be like fragrance or something? It gotta be stank.
Yeah, because people gonna be bitter. They're gonna be bitter. Oh man, they're gonna be like Tansy dropped a carousel. Tansy dropped what is it, a lion?
Yeah, that lion. Yeah.
Yeah, the lion's a big thing. Yeah. Someone,
Beautiful. I see you down there. I'm about to be at the desk in a minute. I'm over here trying to. So,
I, I'm just one time I just went around on these TikTok street just giving everybody whales.
oh my.
Yeah.
Talking about flexing. That's all. That's all. You ain't playing when you say flexing.
Right. And then when someone say she's just now she can't now she's broke and I give another whale. They be like, what? And I'd be like, yeah, and I'll give another whale.
Oh, that's all it takes to say you broke. Okay, you broke, Hansi. I don't believe you can throw me a lion.
Exactly. Shoot, it might be just your life. I'm gonna
You
wait.
prove it.
You know what?
And
I
you
want you to have
women's
SAR and
broke.
everybody. I want you to have everybody up here. SAR, Mira, all of them. And lower what is it, lower nine?
Yeah, Lord nine.
Yeah, him too, because I'm not giving him no gifts. Him and his wife keep on dropping me. But I want him to see me
Where
give him.
don't you get dropped from?
I get dropped from every place.
Right. That's nothing new.
I know, nothing new, nothing new. You ain't saying nothing new. You remember that song?
Not you making a song. Wow. No, I ain't never heard it before. No.
I was on this new panel, and I didn't even make it a minute before they dropped me because I was just like, I
They
have to
knew
come.
about you.
Huh?
They already knew about you. That's the thing.
No, they didn't even know me. It was just as soon as I said something, I was combative, and they were like not having it. Because this girl thought she knew everything, and I was like, no, girl, you don't. I said, and don't say that again. And I was serious about it. And she was like, I don't even know you. And I was like, but now you do.
Oh my.
And then the host said that I can't remember what terminology she used, but she said I was giving her social anxiety. I was like, oh my god.
I'm thirsty.
All right, I'm gonna drop down. I tapped, and I tapped.
All right.
All right, let me go
That's what
start some trouble.
that's what you call a tap out, right? Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, go ahead. Don't destroy somebody else.
Go start. I'm a troublemaker. Somebody somewhere else.
Right. All right. All right, I'm trying to finish this cake up
Yeah, let
real
me
quick.
just say, if I'm a little quiet on this panel today, it's because you already know that last panel.
Man, I said draining.
Oh my gosh. I I've never seen denial that bad on TikTok to that level until today. Oh my gosh. Oh.
How do I?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's how I sound over.
I forgot.
I had to see how I sound real
I
quick.
forgot this guy talks to himself on his page.
Okay, there you
Kev.
go. No, I had to make sure because I thought I was going to go downstairs.
Oh wait, let me drop so I can get my spot. Hold on.
You get right, right. And make sure she cleaned that out, man. It just took somebody's spot.
Don't
That
put
was
it in
crazy. So, all right, let me spray it down and all that stuff. Make sure. Pretty G, what's the deal? And we got beautiful in here. So we got pretties and beautifuls in here. Okay, okay, okay. And we got pig in the building. We got okay. We about to make this a little fun today.
Miss Beautiful, you
All right.
coming up here. Mom, mother, come on.
She said she tapping in now.
Is that the topic or are you changing the topic?
Say it again.
Is that going to be the topic or are you changing the topic?
Oh, this is the topic.
Oh,
This is the
okay.
topic. Single mother is that a trigger word on TikTok? I noticed. I actually thought about this because like the room I was in and I see how people act.
Yeah,
Like, dang, why we can't say single mother without without it being a problem?
because they got to
That's when
work on
everybody want to tune in.
themselves.
Huh?
I said usually when they get triggered, it's because they're still like going through the motions with it.
Gotcha. Gotcha. That's what I want.
I mean, that's my take
I
on it.
want, I want to hear it. I'm just typing for so. But oh, no, I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. I know you was preaching over there at the Jags and stuff, so go ahead and get your rest. You and Kay was going in too. Mm-hmm. Kay been on fire all day, so all right, I'm gonna get her a little rest too. You
I'm here to
know.
look. I'm here to support. I'm gonna tap. I'm here to help moderate. Um, that last room. I don't know why we be on dummy missions and we do things that we don't know or understand why, or someone points out to you why this is a good idea, and they're just like, "Oh, we're gonna do it anyway," woo, and then say that you're like this outstanding person. It's just like I cannot, no plan, no outcome, just
Just do
just do it, and we'll just figure it out, and argue about something that they're not even part. No, they don't want men, grandma. Grandma, they don't want men at all. But they don't. But they're decentering men, so it doesn't
I,
matter.
I
They don't. But
personally
they're
think,
gonna fix the car
I
themselves. See,
think
my
it's not that
grandma
they
has
don't
listened to
want
this
men. I
conversation.
think they keep choosing the wrong man and getting the same outcome. I think that's
My
really what they
79-year-old grandma listened to that whole live, and she
it.
learned so much about what 4B is. And she heard what the panel was saying, and she enjoyed even like what the fellas were saying, even some of the other ladies that were on there. But just for her to sit here and listen, like my grandma is literally shocked. Like my grandma's 79. She was born in 45. Okay, this is a whole different world that she thought would never be, and it is now because she learned about the 4B movement today just by listening. And then you have people talk about, well, we know what it is, but they don't really know what it is. And they're saying, this is like, I'm telling you, it was that live really just made, I would say, like, if I, like, as a woman, I'm gonna be really honest with y'all. Women be advocating for these movements and stuff. I be like, y'all make us look really bad because yeah, I'm
They
one
log
of the
off,
men
but
to
they
say,
log off and be a whole different person. That's the only thing I can't accept about TikTok. Like they pump all that on TikTok and then log off and want to fix a hot plate. Like what?
right,
They
they be
really be crazy. They
right.
be capping on TikTok,
They do. Just like them panders.
calling all they sneaky leaks. They need to pick up that rose and put it on the
Okay.
charger.
They I mean they'll say anything, and I do think that a lot of them they be thumb thugs and they get on here because that's where they only feel seen and
Yeah.
heard and important. And but it's just like, but y'all be advocating for these dummy missions, and then when we ask genuine questions like, so okay, you're decentering men now, what is that going to do for the world? And they're just like, well, that's such an indigenous question, you can't ask that because that's really like a hypothetical. So I'm like, so y'all part of a movement that is based on not having men around, and y'all saying that we're crazy because we're
But won't
asking
call
for houses for the men.
a female contractor or anything to fix something. I feel like if you're gonna do that, stick to it all the way. You ain't gonna stick to it all the way. Call
No, they
female
ain't.
doctors, contractors,
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. They're not
Don't
dedicated
even look
members.
that way. Yeah, that's my
Yeah,
thing.
they're
Like
right.
I'm gonna be strict on myself. I'm not gonna if that's my movement.
Right. They not dedicated members. These women, they're parakeets. Okay, they're not really about that life. If they were doing all that, they would not be talking how they talking. The women on the panel didn't even know what the 4B really was saying. They were saying, well, that's not what it really means. I'm like, but that's what y'all are promoting. And it's like when we even showed it to them on the screen, we read it out loud to them. They were still so deluded that they're
Boy.
trying to make us seem like we're crazy for what we said about what they said it is. We had video, the audio, the everything, the website that they made, and they still said, nope, that's not what it's about. That's not what it really is. So,
Right.
it's not really about that. So, and it's not, it really doesn't benefit the children. I mean, it really doesn't matter. I'm like, so y'all decentering men, but y'all have sons and daughters and y'all think it don't impact children. I'm like, you guys are just, I need a break. Kev, I need a break.
Duh. And then they gonna tell what in the leisure, the one that started it, we heard what he said is about, and they gonna say, no, that's not what she meant. What
She
the freak?
called them stupid on the live on the video, and they said no, that's not what she meant. I'm like, she literally just called y'all dumb and y'all are incompetent. You can't understand without a man telling you something. And they're like, oh, yep, that's our leader. We love her. Yep, that's not what she really meant. It's like it's a cult. It's all of them are
No.
brainwashed. And but yeah, Chief and all them getting ready to come over here too, Kev, because I dropped and I was like, they get ready to come over here. So we about to have a
Uh-oh.
party finally.
Uh-oh.
So I'm probably gonna be over here drinking my water, trying to think of things that if I even do reply to this topic because my head hurts. My head hurts. I never seen that level of delusion in a live that long. It was bad.
She said she don't care, man.
And the women that were on the panel, they wouldn't even be good members of the 4B. They're not even for anything that it's for, which is like, which is the funny part. The girl talk about it's not about decentering men and she got a man. And another girl said, well, all women aren't going to be like that. And she even said that she wouldn't even follow the movement forever. So it's like, so why are you advocating for something that you wouldn't even do long term? And then you have a man and they got I mean, you've seen the website, they got a whole application. They don't even spell women right. They put WOMYN because they
I
said
Right.
feel like
the
it's
men.
gonna be like another BLM movement where y'all get scammed and donated and they get mad at the end of the day. It's gonna be like that.
Oh, you know what the girl on the panel said? She was like, "Oh, it's not going to end up like that. No, it's not the same. It's definitely different. No, it's not. It's not going to be like that." We were like, "Wow!" So y'all just make up y'all own rules about movements
As it go.
to
Right.
join, and then say that we're crazy for asking you questions about something that you promote. It's like, but
Yeah.
that's the West 4B TikTok supreme leaders. This is what they want to do. So
I really try to stay away from those type of lives because it's like, for one, I got a man, and two, I don't want to feel the crash out. For three, I like my man paying my bills. And four, it's not that serious. Like, what world do you want to live in? It's
Well, the
delusional.
one with bears and all women. That's what they want. B, let me drink my water,
That
y'all.
that that bear topic is so crazy because it's like their instinct is to kill, so it's not like it's gonna look at you and have a tea party. It's gonna kill you sooner or later. Might not be in the first hour. It might not be in the first 5 minutes, but it's gonna kill you. That's crazy. At least with a man, you can talk him out of it if you're really good at it.
but they're saying that the man is more dangerous than the bear. They're saying that men are more savage than. Oh God. But that's what they want. They all want to run off into the sunset together with no men and all bears. That's fine. Go
Just
right ahead.
logically, just logically hearing it and like seeing the scenario, I'm sure they never even seen a bear in real life. They've never seen anything outside of TikTok. I feel like if you really come and they're envisioning probably like a baby bear, maybe something they've seen growing up, like little bear or something, but a bear is
Mhm.
gonna
Look,
harm you. It's like what you guys were stuck on watching Little Bear since you guys were like 5. Get off of that. That's not a real. That's it's fake.
Yeah, real quick. Well, I got the reason why. So the profile that the Joker is my other profile. I need y'all to follow that. 'Cause this one I'm gonna try to go start building on again. I'm gonna give my other page a break. A break. I'll probably just post regular videos on that. I'm gonna try to go live on this the Joker one right here on Saturday. I'm gonna try to do that one. So I'll make my runs.
I thought your name was Du Jour. I thought your name was Cannon. I thought it was a fake profile.
Yeah,
I
the Joker. Yeah,
thought,
yeah, it is
who's
good.
Du Jour? The Joker? Who? Wait, hold up. This not. Okay,
That's the name I
gotcha.
first started off on this app. Yeah,
Okay.
I used to do funny video, a bunch of funny videos and stuff. And
Okay.
then I started doing like later down the line, started doing like motivational videos, and I was like, you know what, laugh or learn.
But honestly,
I
I
used to call
feel
myself
like
LOL man.
that's like the best way to learn something through laughter.
Yeah.
If you can't, you actually retain it faster.
Mm-hmm.
Put on your
Well, this sound
TikTok
like you're
comment.
using a what? You using a special mic or something? It sound like you like kind of far
Me?
away.
No,
I
I
don't know.
have my headphones on. I think it's probably
Oh,
my
headphones.
earphones.
I was about to say it do sound different. Something.
That or the air fryer. It's either that or the
Yeah,
air fryer. Does it sound better?
you straight. You straight. Straight.
Okay.
I just sound like you a little far. That's all.
Oh, my bad. Um,
Yeah.
I
No, you good.
I was only a single mom for like 2 years by choice.
Mm,
It
yeah.
wasn't that bad, honestly. I think everyone kind of over exaggerates it. I
Mm-hmm.
feel like, because excuse me, if you think about it, they're crying about the assistance or the village or the support, but it's like, if you really want to boil it down, say for instance, your partner, their father passes away or ends up incarcerated, you're not going to have them around either way. So why are you still depending on that child support or that assistance or whatever the case is? You know what I mean? Like you have to kind of, if that person doesn't want to be in your life, just think of life like that. Out of sight, out of mind.
That makes sense. Okay. Mm, Lil head, what's the deal, man?
Hello.
Hello. Uh-oh. I didn't know this version was back.
What you mean?
What? I don't bloody know.
I never knew my father.
Hello, AJ.
Hello. How are you?
Fine, just some crazy grizzly bears just attacked me the last live, but it's okay. So I'm just gonna sit here and just moderate for the time being. How are you? What about you?
I'm fine, love. Sounds a bit daft to me. It's crazy. Hope you're fine
English
though.
twins.
Precisely. Oh, what was that? What did you say, Cav? Pardon me, what was that?
Nothing.
Oh,
What?
okay. Just
Nothing at
heard
all.
the vocabulary correctly. I
I
really
don't
was
know.
quite
He's
sure.
being quite cheeky today. I don't know how.
Oh, that's pretty usual for Mr. Kev, don't you think?
Quite
No, he's
cheeky.
just. I don't know.
Oh, it's on the
You need
reg.
to look, Kev. I need you to pack it in, okay? Pack it
Please.
in, you little sausage.
Gotcha. Gotcha. What the? Oh, did he?
Oh, of course he
No,
did say
did
no,
he?
did he?
I don't know. I mean, I was just trying to listen in to see where the conversation's going. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not a single mom, but I was raised by one. So we're just wanting to see a little bit.
A little bit.
I will answer the ones I can for now.
Mm-hmm.
Do most fathers walk away, or do most mothers give up? In your opinion, I think it's both. To be honest, I think there are some fathers that walk away, but I think there's also a lot of mothers that kind of give up, or they just don't want the father there. I don't think it's very. I think it's very, straightforward. What advice would
Mm-hmm.
you give kids to prevent them from making the same mistakes? Make sure that you're very sure if you're wanting to have a child with anybody. I think that's the one thing I wish my mom would have done differently. But, is what it is.
It is what it is. Okay.
But why did I say it like that? That just sounded so sad.
I know. I felt like
I just like rip my
need
own
me a
heart out.
tissue or something for a minute.
Well, at least I
Maybe a
don't know
cat
my
will
cry
fit.
voice. And I gotta
It
do
got
something
deep and
really
personal this
emotional.
time.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's like I said, that'd probably be like my only thing. Definitely learn about ways to protect yourself in schmexual encounters, but also
Mm-hmm.
wait. It's wait until you're with somebody that you know, like are willing to have that type of commitment with. That'd be my only. I wouldn't be out here, just making babies with everybody. Make sure you get those things checked out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Having babies.
What?
Oh, you can talk like this too. See, we knew you
I
can.
can only do about a couple words
Oh,
I
I know
mean,
what you can do
or
though.
bloody words.
Oh,
I'm
that
just
was
saying, if you're
perfect.
gonna
Oh,
snog,
you've really gotten
be
in me, Kev. Really
responsible.
proud of you.
If you're gonna snog, be responsible.
Wait a second, Kev. I know who you can impersonate though.
Well,
You know, you know exactly
hold
where I'm
on.
going with this.
Have
Don't
I
shake your
wonder
head at
what
me,
he would
Kev.
sound like.
Please look at me in the camera. Just look up here. Just look me
Uh,
look me in
hold
my
on.
I didn't
face.
want to. I don't want to.
Are you
Uh,
shy? You're not a shy guy. No.
Yeah, I'm
Kev, I
shy
wonder what
today.
your little
AJ,
slogan would
you already
sound
know what I'm
like
going to
right
say.
here.
Kev, please show the
Hold
class.
on.
What, AJ? Wait, do you want to speak first, AJ? Please.
Please hold.
Oh Lord,
Do
jeez.
something really quickly. Just for my
Lord.
own amusement.
Oh God. AJ, sorry, make me laugh.
Sorry. Oh, shit.
Stop! You're making me. I can't breathe.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to pack it in. It's way too funny.
Okay, wait. Just look away from the phone. Maybe that might have some in it.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
Okay. Kev. Why? Kev.
Oh my.
You
You're
don't
scaring
need
off the.
coffee. You
You're
need
scaring
me.
off company.
Kev, is that your brother?
Now,
That
hold
might be
on.
my blood. Might
Look.
be.
If I was Kev from the UK, this is what it would sound like.
Probably right. You.
You don't need coffee. You need me.
That should be
I
your
ain't
greeting.
here to
You
protect
don't
your
need
little
coffee.
feelings.
You need me.
Oh, wait,
Because
Mr.
you
Kev.
all need some healing.
Wait, Kev,
For fuck's sake.
can you please for me, can you do your
Mm-mm.
lovely Stitch accent? Please, I really quite enjoy
No.
it.
No.
Are you denying me?
Yes.
Have you?
I'm
Well,
bloody
Are you being
denying it. You will
insubordinate?
not hassle me on.
Why are you being rebellious and insubordinate?
Oh Lord,
Record.
she thinks she owns you.
Look at the
Kev, how dare
video.
you deny me?
That's
I
what all.
protest this detestment. I'm quite
Notice how they
offended.
can work one way.
Oh, so
Let the
you
men
just
say
want
they
to say
did that. Why
no
would you
to
deny me?
men?
Then it'd be a whole life full of thousands of people.
How dare
Don't
you?
understand.
I am
Essay.
flabbergasted at the thought of you just even saying no to my very
Not
demand.
understand.
I don't
I
understand.
do not understand, yeah.
He hates me, that's why. He doesn't
Yeah.
want to say it. Do you hate me, Kev?
Mickey
You
Chakamiga.
ain't need tea.
So
You need
you can
me.
do that, but you can't do the other thing. You bloody bastard. I'm really just disappointed in you. You just really, oh God, I'm utterly disappointed.
Oh man. Ohana means family.
That
And
is
family.
not how you say that.
Oh, Hanan means family.
Is
You
he
know
trying?
what? I don't even
At
know
least
how to
I
make my
tried.
voice rock like that.
Okay, I kind of have tried. I didn't really try that hard.
Oh, you
I was
coughing? Are
too
you being
busy,
ready? Okay, go
practicing my
ahead.
spells. I'm trying to go to Hogwarts in the summer. Waiting for my letter. Look, okay, I just want to be in McGonagall's class. Just want.
Wait, are you a Gryffindor?
Fuck no, I'm a Slytherin.
Oh God, jeez,
Oh.
I should have known that. Wait, Kev, are you?
Hello, look at my
Oh Lord,
profile picture.
Team Gryffindor. Can't you see it, AJ?
Oh Lord, that explains a lot.
Not Ravenclaw though, but that was like a close
That
second because I
explains
am
a
quite
lot.
intellectual.
That explains a hell of a lot.
Oh, what are you trying to say, Miss
It
Slytherin?
explains a hell of a lot.
Oh,
Why do it seem like they like that though? That's what's funny.
oh, so
They
Kev, are
get
you
they
agreeing
short
with her?
fused. No, I didn't say anything. I'm not part of it.
Oh, well, you would totally be. No, you would be. No, not Hufflepuff. He might be a little Hufflepuff there. He is really quite kind-hearted, don't you think, AJ?
No, I just feel like
My brother King is in the building.
Hello
Make a
there,
moment.
bro.
Oh man, not another one. Hello, Governor. I gotta make
Hello
up my
there,
mind on
bro.
this one.
Hello there,
Everyone
King.
seems to be in such cheerful mode tonight.
Oh, the King has
Oh
arrived. We
my.
bow at your grace. Thank you. We honor your presence here, sir.
So gracious yourself, my lady.
Oh, thank you so much. See, Kev, this is how we have, we meet and greet.
This is how we have to have until this is how we
All
have to
three
have
of y'all need to.
down here. Everybody's being way too ridiculous out here, being dafty cunts and whatnot.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you.
Well, it's all
You
right.
know,
It's happy
Kev,
on YouTube, lot.
you know Bridgerton is about to come back on, right?
Oh
What is coming
my.
back on?
Oh,
What is
Kev, you must watch that show.
Bridgerton.
Bridgerton.
I love it.
Yes, I'm
It is
excited.
the third season.
Oh, number 3.
Or the
Kev,
third.
Yes.
you must join
More Irish.
you must join us, Kev. We don't want to leave you out, but unfortunately,
I don't know how to do that.
This
Don't.
is love.
all you have to do is watch it enough, and I promise you, your accent will just come like that.
Leave me bloody
Naturally.
alone. That's the only thing I know how to say.
It's okay, bruv.
Brother. I can do that one a little bit too.
I could
It's
also
okay,
do
brother.
like
Real too.
very horror movie English, like girl.
Yeah.
This is our home. Please
I stick
leave.
with
Oh,
Stitch.
please shut it, you slithering. Please.
Oh, we're just being just cheeky at this point.
Oh,
Mary
my
got his
God.
spot. There you go.
Trying to practice my voice skills, and I am being hated on. For why? I do
Because
not
you're
know.
You
slithering.
hated on yourself.
You think
I
you're
think
better
you
because
need
you're
to
a pure
look in the
blood
mirror.
wizard.
I am the greatest with it.
You think that you are better because you are a pure blood wizard, but we really don't care. Do you understand that, AJ?
You said I was pure blood.
Well, don't you know about your clan? So you have no idea. So you just
I
walking
do
around
know about my
willfully ignorant.
clan.
Oh God, you have no.
I
Oh Lord.
do. I
So
don't
you
know
Really
what
sound like a
enjoy
what
movie.
is your
bloody ignorant,
hostility.
ma'am.
Are you okay? You need help.
I'm okay. Of course I'm okay, but I just can't understand how
Are
someone can
you
be bloody
okay?
ignorant
I'm
about
just
their own
wondering.
clan. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
I feel like you are projecting a lot towards me, and
Oh,
I hate it.
But see, you don't understand. The Slytherin and the
I
Gryffindors were
don't need
always.
to
But
understand. I'm trying to
we were
figure out why
friends.
you are
But
coming
whatever
at
happened, I
me.
don't know.
It's like
Oh,
day
Slytherin.
2. Are you okay?
You know,
It's like day
a little
2. Are
muggle.
you okay?
Are you a muggle, AJ?
Find these fuckholes here.
We used to be great friends.
We are friends. You're just acting like a fucking yam yam.
Are you really using
What
that?
the heck? Not a yam.
Oh, my God. Kevin, get them some biscuits.
Please, with the tea on the side.
What the
Please,
heck?
I need my tea. I don't want to spill it on AJ by accident.
That is how they be sounding like they go
Look, I just want to
be
say,
talking like
Kate, I
sarcastic.
need you to pack it in. Pack it in for me, Kate.
You know what? You know what I want to pack
it
in, AJ?
Pack it in.
Do you want me to pack it in your
Pack it in.
face?
Pack
Is
it
that
in.
what you want me to do?
Pack it in.
I'm
You
going to pack it
bastard
in
son.
your face. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
That's what
She
she
said.
said.
Well, you know, there's a bear here. Let me go ahead and hide behind a tree or something. You know, maybe enjoy me.
Lord. Thank you for saying. Now I have to go help the bear.
Help
So
the
you want to
bear.
go?
All right, I'm gonna be quiet now. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Kev.
Help the
We got him
bear.
out.
Oh man.
These
Miki chaka
Latin
miki.
ladies is a bee's knees, Kev.
Yes, they are the bees. They did a wonderful job. But I can't do it. I'm weak compared to them. I can't even do it. I thought I knew enough.
Felt like that all day. Like it's nothing. I don't know why. It's just it's very natural.
Yeah. All right, we'll land. I'm sorry. Don't know where the bloody head.
Oh, she's still talking beneath her breath. Jeez. Don't you ever
Underneath.
Of course. Now I'm gonna go out in the
She's
garden.
probably
Fuck shit.
she's probably up the duff.
but
Look, it's not my fault. I'm a little bit yet. Although I will like to say though, for the women who don't spend time with bears, I just want you to know that you are straight bin rat,
oh, I'm crying.
and I am leaving. Good day to you, sir.
Nah, man. Here go the
Good day to
soundboard.
you, sir.
What's the deal, Bear?
Can you play Kavisha's song?
Not that.
Yeah. This is knees up.
No, that's the funniest thing. That joke funny, though. Oh, they go, tell it.
Wait, where did AJ go?
Kavisha.
Kavisha. It's the saxophone.
Oh man. Tulip, there go. This my third profile. I know you follow my other page, so this my other profile. And the other one that's in the box is the one I'm gonna go live on Saturday. Yeah, I'm gonna give my main profile a break. And I'm a banana too, so it's like a force break too. Yeah, I got banana. I think I said dumb too many times. Hey, right. That's what TikTok did to me. Yeah. So y'all keep on hitting them likes and share. If we get to 10K, we're gonna start this topic at we get to 10K. We gotta talk
Bumpy,
about.
bumpy.
Uh, what'd you say, brother? Let me do that. I gotta
Right,
my
you better
back.
sing those song, Kev.
Yes.
Like,
That's what they say. Like I gotta say that right at the end of it.
yeah.
Yes. Right at the end. That's funny, dog. That's funny. I can't unhear. I thought I was about to switch box for a minute. It threw me off. I'm so used to them switching boxes. I came up with that name though because of that room. Because I was in just the girls' room. I said, "Hey, just act like I'm a girl." I know you don't bring men up. They call me Kevisha. Yeah.
Oh,
That's funny to the
yes.
world. Let me not do that for that whole crew coming here. I knew it. Been waiting for you to side with us.
They do be thinking like that. That's the funny.
Oh man, we've been waiting. I knew you wanted to come over here.
I'm telling
Knew you wasn't a misogynist. Man, we'll be at 7.7K. Let's get it.
you. They're still tapping.
Tap into it. Get it going. Where the other? Oh, let's see if I'm gonna sneak up on her. No, man, who all in cheating on my live? Let me see something. Oh, dang, I was about to leave out. I forgot I'm in the box. I can't cheat on. Oh yeah, I got another. I got another phone. They didn't know I could sneak up on people. But yeah, if y'all want to start it up, go on ahead. Let me look. Why do I hear it? I hear it all the way over here.
That's your song.
Freak profiles. Let's see something real quick. Sneak up on people real quick with my main profile. Oops. All right, where we at? AK. It'll take a little minute. It'll take a little minute. I'm on my backup. Let's see something quick while we tap it on up. Play a little bit of music or something. Song. Oops. What the? Yeah. Oh man, where the heck? Uh, This is not take. This is okay. No, right now. Where's YouTube at? Man, exit that off. YouTube. YouTube. And just in case, let me make sure I click and see if Kendra Lamar ain't dropped nothing. It'll be any moment. I must have been paying attention. Kendrick. Bruh, I know I clicked YouTube. Why they playing with me? Kendrick Lamar. Gotta make sure he ain't dropped nothing. making sure. We making sure. What's the deal? Lion in the building. Just trying to wait till we get to 10K so we can start this on up. Go to
Wait, Kev, what's your YouTube again?
huh?
What's your YouTube again? I'm sorry.
Just,
I have another YouTube account and subscribe to the other to that page with this one because I have like premium again. So
it's the same name. Laugh to learn.
I can't find you.
You can't find me.
Okay,
What?
wait, never mind. There we go.
Look
Hey,
up Kadisha.
Kadisha. Okay, did you record and save the one that we did with the female? Please tell me you did.
Man, I gotta find that. It's there, but I don't know what video it is. I'm trying to think of what was he talking about that day?
Feminine, masculine energy. Okay, I think I
Okay,
found
I probably got that then.
masculine women and feminine men era. Okay, because I just want to replay that part again when we talk about things. I need to hear it.
Let's keep on tapping. Keep on tapping. Mirror should switch the bowls. Oh, oops. What the man? Struggling over here. Hell no.
Tired of the pain, tired of the nights where you can't get no sleep. I see you tired thinking about if you cheat. See you tired thinking about if you're leaving. See you tired of being so tired. You can't story getting even. Right. Can make it better. Right. Get open all those gates. Open up those gates. Get on. Only it's you. I'm on the stage right now. Singing your favorite song. Get a crowd and you know where to be from as they sing along. I say, you look good without no makeup. No lashes, even better when you wake up. I should've put you somewhere where no one can find you. Mansion out in the sticks with nothing around you. Katy, Texas, Dallas, Texas, you know a different environment. You got desires, I know. You got desires, I know. You got desires. You got that fire, and I'm not a liar. You had me down on my knees every time I had to talk inside. I'm in that 80 and one of them is different priority. I try to pay all your loans off and copy you a job. I had to stand too close to the city. You acting too vulnerable living this life. I still moved you away from you before I copy all this ice. You wanna be my number one. You're not acting like the main thing. I let you play my number two. You barely made the second change. Put you somewhere where no one can find you. Mansion out in the sticks with nothing around you. Katy, Texas, Dallas, Texas, you know a different environment. You got desires, I know. You got desires, I know. You got desires.
Tap, tap, tap that screen.
Self-control is helping you think. Don't think it'll help, there's a ring with it. Where I'm from, they serve the soda drink. You come from a city where there's lean with your vibes. How the fuck you keep so many seats? How you going vegan but still beat? How the fuck you see so many beaches? Tickets to them places don't go cheap. I see it back in the church, remember we took it first. Get it, got you a whip, when you got back on the shit. I had to tell her to get it. I'm always moving too fast, I'm feeling no last. I feel like you take me for granted. Probably my fault for the way that I handle it. I should've put you somewhere where no one can find you. Mansion out in the sticks with nothing around you. Katy, Texas, Dallas, Texas, you know a different environment. You got desires, I know. You got desires, I know. You got desires. Ooh, shawty, you tried it. Voice getting filled with entitlement. Why would you tell me those lies? Why would you make it so bold to my face? Why are your stories all over the place? Whole lot of secrets friends don't keep saying. Where did your friends all go? I can't solve your problems. You say your problems never needed solving. I was too good till you should've stayed silent. Nice guys always finish off where they started. Deja vu, you wanted things and you got it. Deja vu, I wanted smoke and I got it. Deja vu, deja, deja.
That's the shit I'm talking about though. Like, you changed up. You don't even fucking link nobody no more.
Always felt like my vision been bigger than the bigger picture. Crazy how you gotta wait until it's dark out to see who really with you. Crazy how even when it miss you, shit'll come back around and get you. Crazy like all my niggas. Crazy like all my niggas. Remember I deleted all my other girls' numbers out the phone for you. Remember when you had to take the bar exam, I drove in the snow for you. Yeah, you probably don't remember half the shit a nigga did for you. Yeah, you ain't really fuck with me way back then, but how about now? Cause I'm up right now, and you suck right now. Oh, you thought you had it all figured out back then, but how about now? Cause I'm up right now, and you suck right now. Yeah, you thought the little effort that you put in was enough, girl.
All right. Oh, my bad. We on it now. Let's get it. We on 10K now.
Is that what we doing now?
Yeah. You ain't the only one that can talk like that. Yeah. What the? Hold up. My voice
Hey
get that deep?
everyone.
I think I can do that too, a little bit. A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Okay, I quit. You win. I quit.
You said what?
I said I quit. You win. I quit. You win.
Okay.
I can't mess with that. That's too deep, man. That's too deep. I can't get through all that. You win, man. You win.
Or we could talk like, hold up. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Kadisha, she's here. Yeah.
Oh my, that is some funny stuff.
It might help if I take the mute off. I'm trying to talk and I got the mute on. You know when you try and talk with the mute on.
Oh man, let's get
So what's the topic
man.
now? Come on, I want to talk. What's the topic? I got something to say. Can we get back on topic now?
You got the helium. All right.
So what it sound
Again,
like when I
before we
use this
start,
one?
man, go ahead and follow this page, the Joker 313. That's the page I'm gonna go live on Saturday. I'm trying to build that page up. Even when I get on the banana with my main page, what I'm gonna do is, oh shoot, just gonna get that one a break though, cause they come back on Sunday though. But I'm gonna go live on Saturday with the other page though. So the preacher is here. That's where she been at. The preacher been here.
You got 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Got 20 minutes for me, all right.
No.
All right.
Tension, not 20.
Oh my.
I give you 15.
15 minutes, all right, for sure. You already know. Some minutes is better than none. So let's go ahead and start with you, man. Since you ain't got that song. Yeah. The granary.
You know I couldn't follow that one in. That's your song.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna go with you, then King, then
There we go.
Fuji.
That
Welcome
sounds
to the
better.
live.
There
I
we
think I
go.
seen her on. I think I seen her on your panel before. Yeah. Then we gonna go with Carrie and Kate class. Should get the Joker in here. Right now, that's me.
So, why is
You're the
single
moderator for
mom?
now. Okay, for sure. Just let me know when you want to come in. That's what she said. But
You cannot help yourself.
no diddy.
It's just, he can't, y'all. He can't help himself.
Oh man. All right.
All right. So,
she got to stick in my head.
why is single mom a TikTok trigger word? I don't know. Everything a trigger word because they breathing. Because they just hear words and feel them. I don't know. It's probably, but they ain't mad at my boy and his song. You probably need to play that song first, then say it. Because you're a single mom. I wish I could sing it. That boy be throwing down. You should get
I
one of
am
them and
not about
play
to
that.
do that. I ain't even trying to go that route.
You should get one of them and play it, but we should get one of them and play it during the video. Yep, you should get one of them and play it during the video, during the live.
And then I don't want the copyrights either.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, because I'll
You
be
could
wanting to
probably
put this
do
on
a.
YouTube.
You could probably
They be
do a
like,
what you call
this
it.
ain't your video.
You could do a what you call it. When you split it and do yours next to it.
Mm.
Cause I seen somebody else do it.
How you do it?
Through TikTok. When you do the videos, you take their video on a stitch.
Oh, I got you. And then throw it in there.
Yep, or something like that. One of those, a duo or stitch or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What are true and false things that are said about single moms today? That they're single. That they're single moms.
Mm-hmm.
Because if somebody's helping you, especially if the father's involved, then how are you a single mom?
Right.
Because he's helping too. So, I mean, is he a single dad? I don't know how that works. I don't know. It's confusing. Because every time you think you know, somebody comes and try to tell you something different. So,
There's always something
and let's see. What are some true things that they say about single moms today? I'm gonna be on the good side today. Trying to think of something good. I'm thinking real hard. I'm gonna figure out something. That's not funny. I'm trying real hard.
I gotta think hard for that one.
Well,
that
all
sounds
of
like
them.
that sound like when
all
you
of
ask a
them.
woman, "What are you
I got it.
accountable
I
for?"
got
Well,
it.
I gotta
I
think
got
about
it.
that.
I got it. I got it. All of them are not failing. Some of them are raising, still working and figuring out ways to raise good sons and daughters. That's the truth. Let's see, another falsehood or a lie. I don't know.
She'll do the
I'm
party
not a
to you,
single
or
mom.
she be trying to persuade persuade people to what to say. No, you mean it this way. And that just be so. I be like, dog, you supposed to let them rock.
Now, I got one. I don't know that might be true or false. It could be. It could be true for some and false for others. Is that they having kids for checks?
Okay.
That could be a true or a false. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be. I don't know. That's one we'll have to put to the test. And I can't read the second question because you got a big arrow over it with follow.
Oh dang. Yeah.
Follow me.
Let's see something real quick.
Yeah, that got a whole much better. Now I can't really see it.
Oh, got worse?
Yep. Now all I can see is what is the
common statement single moms say to why they are single?
Because he cheated.
Cheated?
He cheated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll leave it like that. I'll leave some meat on that bone for some other people to eat.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do most fathers walk away, or do most mothers give up, in your opinion? I think it's kind of a both situation. I think some push the fathers away. Some of the fathers do walk away. I think that you got multiple different situations, but I know that a lot of times you tend to have one or both parties trying to play victim, and at the end of the day, it really don't matter, because if the priority isn't the kid, both of y'all stuck on stupid anyway. So if I'm wrong, I don't care. I'm gonna tell you to your face. Come see. I live right up here in the hand, right here in Michigan. Come get smacked.
Come get smacked. Right, that way.
All right. Let's see. So the last question: what advice would you give kids to prevent from making the same mistakes? Don't do nothing we did.
Mhm.
And don't do nothing we did, and don't listen to any of these alien fools that telling you any of this crazy nonsense that I'm gonna hit the mute button before I get banana, but you know the rest of my spew, so
How long you been saying? Y'all got that stuck in my head.
hey, cause you know how I can go in on the subject like that one.
You're right. I'm scared after I got banana in Purdy room.
Hey, I
You
might
want to
mess
say
around and get
certain
3 or
words,
4
talking about
pages banana. Messing
all
around with
4
that.
of them. I think I caught up to you finally. No, I think you might have passed. She said we want to hear y'all, man. Hear you talk. My brother King, man, you next.
Oh, that's me?
Yes,
Not
you, my
me.
brother.
Well, all righty then. So let's see. What are the true and false things that are said about single moms today? Let me start with a positive. Let me start with the true thing. That a single mom often has to work harder than an average mom. I think that is true because she's an actual single mom is carrying the load. She's got to pull the responsibility and try to manage her emotions of nurturing and of disciplining that the father normally carries in most relationships. So when a mother has to do both parts on a regular basis, I think that's true. And I think it takes a strong woman to be a single mom. The false things that are said about single moms is that they're single moms. There's a lot of moms that rep that I'm single, strong, independent. But you know what? Here's the facts. If you are getting financial support, as you should and deserve, you're not necessarily single. You do have help. Because if you were married, you would probably be spending the same amount of time with the children. If the dad is getting the children every other weekend, he's probably spending more time now than he was when he was with you, with the children. If you were at home taking care of the kids and he was out there doing his manly responsibilities. So I think that a real single mom is a true statement, but I think there is a lot of moms who are getting help. Their mothers are watching the kids, other people helping them. They're not really single. They are a single woman that is a mom. So I think that's where the misconception is. I don't think you should blend the two words together all the time. You're a mom that's actually pulling the load, or your mom that's sharing the load. Your relationship status really ain't got nothing to do with it. So I don't know why we even really say single mom. I'm just gonna be real about it. What does the common statement single moms say to why they are single? The common statement they say, I think my man was on the money. He cheated. They don't necessarily take responsibility for the part that they may have contributed to the relationship. They don't take responsibility for the fact you decide to procreate with somebody that did not commit to you. They don't take responsibility for they may have chosen the wrong guy to be with. So they're typically gonna blame the other party. I've never met a single mom that said it's my fault. Never met that. Number 3, do most fathers walk away, or do most mothers give up, in your opinion? I think there is a slew of guys that walk away from the relationship with her, not with the kids. And then what she does a lot of times, more than often, is she uses the kids as a pawn to get back at him. I think guys get sick and tired of a level of lack of respect sometimes. I think some guys are jerks and idiots, but I think there's a lot of guys that I've talked to that I personally know in my circle that they gave their all, and when she refused to align with what his thoughts were in life, he walked away from her. Sometimes he walks away from her unjustly. But the fact is, I don't think a lot of guys walk away from their kids. They walk away from, I can't tolerate how she's being with me, whatever the case may be. Whether it's fair or not, I don't necessarily believe he's walking away from his children or his responsibilities. Most guys I know care about their kids, but to sit there and be with your kids with a nagging, fussing, complaining, constant bickering woman is very, very difficult when you come from a job where you're being dictated to all day long. Number 4, what advice would you give kids to prevent from making the same mistake? Do not necessarily use your parents as the litmus for what a relationship should be. That's the advice I would give them. Make your own relationship despite what you've experienced. Operate and behave according to what you want, not what you've experienced sometimes. If the experience is negative, don't allow that to be your compass for your future. That's what I would tell kids.
Okay. Oh, drop the bomb like that. All right. Put the whole chest in it too. That man. She said she gonna mute the whole app. Oh my. Fuji, you next. What you got for us?
Hey, now I'm a single mom. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
I can offer a little bit, just a little bit.
Okay.
Why is single mom a TikTok trigger? Because that word has been made into a weapon, almost like a slur. Because whenever they hear people, whenever you get on live and you hear single mom, it always comes with a negative after it. So that's why it has become a trigger. And the next question: what are true and false things are said about single moms today? Just like the other brother said, that single moms are only single moms they want to get a check and they always run the fathers off. What is the common statement single moms say to why they are single? Now, that's something I don't know, but what I say is I chose my career over relationships. I chose my education and career over relationships. And as a grown woman, 44, I say that I wish I would have done something different. But my career.
That's rare.
You know what I'm saying? Do most fathers walk away or do most mothers give up, in your opinion? I think that's a little bit of both. But again, I can't speak for anybody else. But me and mine decided to do it mutually. I chased my career and he was chasing his path. You feel what I'm saying? What advice would you give kids to prevent from making the same mistakes? You only have your face, your name, and your word. That's it. That's all. Time waits for nobody and the bag has feet.
Okay. Let's see then. Oh, Carrie next.
Can y'all hear me?
There you go.
Hey y'all.
The Dilio.
Thank you for having me up here. Let me turn everything down. Okay, so so it says, what are true and false things
Honey.
that are said about single moms today? Well, the truth that they are single and they are moms. The false things that they said about is that they're not valuable, because I think that single moms can be valuable if they uphold themselves to a certain standard in order for them to be marriageable, but they don't. So I'll say that they are valuable. It's just that they don't make themselves valuable and available for certain things that they said that they want. What does the common statement single moms say to why they are single? Oh, he cheat, he left, I don't need a man, he's a want and not a need, or something like that. I can do it all by myself. Then do most fathers walk away or do most mothers give up, in your opinion? I can't say most fathers don't walk away, because I have to remember the stat about single mothers. They only hold up 70% of the population. I would say technically, specifically in the Black community, and the 70%, is only having babies with the, I would say, like a good 30 to 40% of fathers. So not a lot of men are fathers. They're still single and childless. And I know a few, especially that are in between 25 and 45, are still single and childless. So I would say that most mothers give up in my opinion, due to the fact that is I think because of they can't get certain things out of the situation, due to like the stories and the experiences that I've seen. What advice would you give kids to prevent from making the same mistakes? I would say by breaking that same mistake is to not have kids, not trying to find ways, or trying to find a father figure, or some of your friends that may grew up with a father and a mother, and talk to them about get advices about how they can prevent that. Because I honestly think that with sons that grew up without a father, I think they should talk to a man that will give them that idea of how to prevent that. You know what I mean? Same thing with with girls, with daughters, but I think they should just get like a full understanding of somebody that is not in that situation. So that's the advice I would give them, you know, just don't don't have sex or just be careful or be cautious, you know. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's it.
Okay. I would go, but I'm gonna go ahead and let Lion go real quick. What you got for us? I know.
I don't like that cackle. That cackle was unnecessary.
I was helping you out with it. You feel me?
Uh-huh. Okay. Why is single mom a trigger word? Somebody answered that correctly because it's been turned into a weapon. Uh, True or false things that are said about single. A lot. People are just mean, dude. I don't get it. Like, I don't understand all of the vitriol towards single moms when majority of the world right now is raised by a single mom. But whatever. Moving on. Um, Common statement: single moms say it's a wider single. This, I think, is a double-edged sword. I think that most single moms today grew up with single moms, so they didn't, when they became a mom, they didn't know how to make space for a father. And I think that most fathers grew up with single mothers as well, so when they became fathers, they didn't know how to be fathers. The reality is neither one of them were ready to bring a child into a situation because they didn't actually know what to do. But the reason that I hear is that it just didn't work. It just didn't work out. He just wasn't ready. Uh,
That is a
most
common one.
Yeah, most moms, most fathers walk away for the same reason that I just gave. Um, I don't think single moms give up because single moms are the ones still doing it. Like if it was single fathers, then yeah, the mom gave up. But because it's a single mom, then the dad is the one who gave up. Uh, what advice would you give kids to prevent them from making the same mistakes? Just fucking try. I don't know, man. I wish there was like sound advice. There's really not. There's just hope for the best, pray a lot if you pray, and focus on you and your healing and getting better.
What if it was advice, right? And people just don't want to be receptive of
I don't think that look, because respectfully, right? You can be a single mom, or you can be a single mom if the dad just passes away,
it?
and there's
True.
still no way to prevent that. You know, like there's no way to really prevent ever becoming a single mother ever. So you just pick the best you can, work on yourself, be the best mother you can, be the best wife you can, be the best person you can for yourself, and hope for the best.
Okay. There you go. There goes some advice. I knew you was gonna squeeze something out. There we go. She got it. She got it. Let me have to see. I'm over there trying to make sure people ain't cheating on my lives. Hold up. Oh, I think I found some people. Oh, that's what it is. That what it is. All right, let me go ahead and put my input on here now. real. Open up the door for some people. If y'all want to come on up, I see a few people. Hop on up here, man, so we can get it going. I know y'all hitting them likes and stuff. All right, so why is single mom a trigger word? Why is it a trigger word? Why is it a trigger? There go, bunny in the building. Okay, we got you. Yeah, you thought I was gonna leave that name alone. I ain't forget about that. But so why is it? So, mama, I would say I'm listening before I call it for sure. Yeah, go ahead and let it marinate in your head. You know, that's that like when you listen to a book while you sleep and stuff. I feel it. Told you, Kay, whenever you're ready, if you ever, get the meditation, you can always step in whenever. Just let me know. All right. I know you ain't go yet. I would say I don't want to. Well, let's see. Um, hmm, hmm, hmm. So I would say why is a trigger word because I think for the most part somebody did say that it's like usually used as a like a negative thing or whatever. And that's because you're a single mom, you know what I'm saying? They usually use it at that time. So I can understand that then most of the time it's just they come with that. But it also seemed like, even just mention it, right? I feel like from what I from what I well I guess what I feel, because I can't say I know, um, that a lot of them feel some type of shame of the position they in. They haven't accepted where they at. Um, and a lot of them not happy being like, because I understand that's why a lot of them have to amp themselves up. They got, and that's why they made it a celebration thing because they're not happy for their mistakes that they made, even though they're not supposed to be happy. But we ain't supposed to be happy for any of the mistakes, but also should be able to be like, I guess try to find a bright side to certain situations. That's how we kind of heal, right? Look at it like, you know what, I took this gamble. I took this gamble, and I know next time type situation. We're trying to, realize everything you can't control either. Can't control another human being, but I can tell some of them probably came into certain situations feeling they can't control it. Some of them did it by mistake, might have been one night stands or whatever. So, things like that, it reminds them as soon as you hear that word. And like I said, they be on guard and ready for, I guess, something negative to come behind it. So negative when you hear the word accountability, right? That's the new negative thing. But somebody else came in and did it too, you know what I'm saying? But usually you go for the people that's complaining, I think. I'm pretty sure women be way more louder than the men when you don't hear that many men talking about, well, well, I said you don't hear as much, right? I'm on child support and all this other stuff or whatever. At the end of the day, we'll say the same thing. You played your part. So I think anybody that complains is the one that's going to get addressed. So it's like, why do they always want to take their part out that they didn't do? Like, you complaining about this other person. Like, just imagine that, right? Imagine a dude like, oh, that's messed up. These girls put me on child support and all that stuff. Ain't no good. Ain't no good. I can't see my kids. All this other stuff, right? I don't. Matter of fact, say that if they don't want to see their kids. I'm not seeing my kids. They put me on child support. Stuff like that. Y'all gonna be on his neck. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all gonna be on his neck and say you should have chose better. Or you should have been in their life, or you should have. So I mean, anybody that's complaining usually the one because it takes two people overall. It always takes two people, so you can't complain, man. So I think every last choice we make, no matter if it worked the way we wanted to or not, we know we got to realize it's gonna either work the way we wanted to, and or it's not. That's just what it is. So yeah, that's why I think it's a trigger word. It's because a lot of people is not happy where they at. They're not confident about them being what they said they confident. I'm strong and independent. You're so strong and independent. So you hear the word single mom, nah, you're ready to melt and punch somebody. Ain't that something? What are true and false things that are said about? I'm just do this first one because I'm see if Bunny, you ready? I might throw you in. I don't wanna say all my stuff. Y'all wanna do mine at the end. Uh, but
Oh, I'm
true.
sorry, brother. You want it? You
You
on me?
ready?
You said?
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
go because I was about to say I was gonna go last then because everybody went, so I didn't want to take all the
Okay.
meat off the bones.
Okay. Why is single mom a TikTok trigger word? I'm not. I don't think the single mom is the trigger word. I really think that the negative that's said behind it. Thank you, Kay Beautiful. I think the negative that's said, the negative aspects and things, statements, whatever that's said behind it, is the triggering part. Um, it's also triggering telling anyone who believes that they deserve the highest level of a person, that by them being a single mom that they don't qualify for certain people. So I also think that's triggering, saying like, oh, well, since you have kids, men stay away from single moms. So in my
Dang,
opinion, if that
stole
was
one, man.
one,
Dang.
that would be probably triggering to me. They also, it's also said that you ain't gonna be no higher than the father of your kids. So if the father of your kids ain't sugar honey iced tea, then what makes you believe that a man that's worth more is going to be with you? And not saying that that happens to all single moms, but a lot of that is being said, and that's why, that would make that triggering. Um, or to saying that they're going to be alone, or to the idea of thinking that they're going to be alone because they have kids, because men don't want to take care of the kids. Just all of that being said is what's triggering. uh what are true and false things that are said about single moms today? uh Lord, I'm trying to think of everything that's said about single moms now. What are true and false? I'm gonna come back to that. What is a common statement single moms say to why they are single? Because the man left. He didn't want to take care of his responsibilities. I think that's the most common thing that I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, do most fathers walk away, or do most mothers give up, in your opinion? I think in my opinion that a lot of mothers, well, I wouldn't say give up. Um, do they separate the family? Are they the reason for it not being a two home? I definitely think that there is, it's mostly on the women. Um, Even though there's men that's not taking care of their kids, I definitely think that it's mostly women giving up, like whether it's a relationship or they're keeping the kids away from him, or they believe he's a bad person, which is also odd to me. I don't understand having a kid by a bad person saying I'm keeping my kids away from him because he's not a good father. Why the heck did I have a kid by him in the first place? But we're not gonna go there. So I think that's the reason why I don't think a lot of fathers is just up and walking away from their kids. I think the fact that they're not being with the girl, maybe, but just deciding that they want to walk away and not take care of their kids, I don't believe most fathers are doing that. What advice would you give kids to prevent from making the same mistakes? I would say that you're not forced to have kids. You're also not forced to have unprotected sex. You're also not forced to not be on birth control. You're not forced to not have no preventative. Even if you're in a marriage, you can discuss that with your spouse and say, hey, I don't want to be married right now, or a relationship. Because most of the time you have a better chance. I know marriage ain't the all gonna solve it all always, even though 80% of marriage divorces are initiated by women. But not saying that that's gonna just be the solution as far as getting married, but you darn sure closer to that being the solution than y'all not being married. So just because you are dating does not mean that you just because you are dating does not mean you have to have unprotected sex, and it doesn't mean that you have to have a baby by this person. You can take your time, and that'd be my advice. Strap it up, uh, peel it up, whatever the hell, shoot it up, whatever the heck you got to do to prevent from having kids. That'd
Bro, I'm
be my
shooting it up.
advice. Until you're ready though, until you know for sure that this is the person. Yeah, for real. Until you know that this is the person you want to have kids with. Men and women. Same thing. Men are here saying they want to have a kid by this woman, but yet they got her pregnant. So, make sure you just strap it up. You don't That good time can turn into a lifetime of misery. So let's just put it like that in our land. I'm gonna come back to that other one, brother. I gotta think on that one.
All right. I want to add the other question too, though. I'm gonna throw that on there. I'm working on that right now, though. She made me think. She let me help me think about that one, though. Do we believe that? I guess I'll throw that in there before I start. Then I'm gonna find where I can fit that in. It though. Do we feel that most people change that as the reason why people leave, or um actually I'm gonna switch out the father one, then I'm gonna switch that one out and put that one in. Most people change, or did they miss out on red flags? That's what I'm switch out. So um uh yeah, change gonna happen too. So let me start off with King, you there, my brother? We're gonna start off with you and go up with that one.
Sure, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah. Do you believe most people change? Most of the people changed, or did they miss out on the red flag?
Oh, I believe everybody changes. I
Mm-hmm.
think I think both of what you said is right. I think as we're changing, we forget that the person we're with is also changing and evolving. And because we're so obsessed with understanding our own change, we will miss red flags. We don't see things the way we should because when we're changing, we're feeling pain, but we're trying to experience pleasure at the same time, if that makes sense. And because we're trying to experience pleasure, we see the good in people and we ignore the not so good things that could harm us because we're going through our own changes. So our own obsession to ourselves and paying attention to ourselves sometimes causes us not to see things in other people. And by the time we see what's happening to them, we miss the red flag and we
Mm-hmm.
make excuses for it. And when change comes, all change is grief. So we go through every phase. When somebody's changing, we're going to go through denial. Then we're going to go through anger and frustration. Then we're going to go through a little depression, which we just don't want to deal with it. Then we're gonna bargain with it a little bit sometime. We're gonna make excuses, and eventually we'll come to acceptance. And by the time we get to acceptance, the bad news is usually we're bitter, and then we put all the blame on the other person, and we don't take any responsibility because we have an excuse for us. I was going through something. I was developing. I was evolving, and I didn't. I'm not gonna hold myself accountable to not seeing that you was doing the same thing. And I'm gonna say that so everybody else can have they feedback into that.
Mm-hmm. All right, Lion, you next.
Okay, cool. Uh, I agree with King for the most part. Uh, I would add that sometimes it's not that people change; it's that who they actually are came out. I think a lot of people, we all talk about the representative. Some people's representative is real nice and it sticks around for a very long time. And little by little, that veil kind of lifts up and the mask cracks out of the way and you can see who they really are. And at that point, you're just now meeting them for the first time. It's not that they changed, it's that this is who they are. And you having to come to depths with that. And then you go through the stages of grief and all of that. So yeah, I agree with you.
Okay. Let me switch that comment statement out. I don't care about that one. I think we kind of brushed off on that one. I'm just gonna say the comment. That was actually one of the comment statements. I just wanted to do that, so I'm gonna switch that one out and call it that. That's like the common thing. Even besides he cheated, they be like he changed on me. That's why. That's what I feel like. That's a common one though. That's all I'm gonna say. But Fuji, you next. Do you feel like, for the most part, that person changed is the reason why, or you missed out on red flags?
It's literally both. You see what I'm saying? Because change is an inevitability. It's gonna happen. Nobody on this panel today is the person that they were 10 or 15 years ago. A lot of the times when single moms have their children, it's when they're young, before they get wise, before they go through things, before they find out that this man that I'm in love with is not a good father, or, people grow over the years, and change is something that you're not going to be able to escape. Now, ignoring the red flags blatantly without saying to yourself, something's wrong, well, that's a personal issue. And I think that person, it's time for someone to grow in that stance. You know what I mean? But for me, I just simply followed the school books in the bag. You know what I mean? And I watched people change from when they first started having kids to them being the parents that they are when the child is 10, 12, 20. And in the youth, when you're young, you're going to make decisions that you wouldn't make when you're an adult.
All right, Carrie, you next.
Um, mostly people ignore the red flags because we all had, I think I said it in the comments, that we all had few moments where we do ignore the red flags, and then when things go down, then we do the blame game about, oh, he changed this and the third, blah blah blah. Like, yeah, I mean, that part can be true too, you know what I mean? But at the same time, is that, you know, we all know the person that we deal with, you know what I mean? There are times when people have or gave their advice about, oh, be careful of him, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, did you get this, did you get that, do you know who he is, blah 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 blah, you know. um and usually that happens when, you know, when people are younger. And that's why some people end up experiencing the teenage mom and the teenage dad situation, you know. So I definitely agree that majority of the time is that we do ignore the red flags. Yeah.
Okay. My brother cousin's in the building. Perfect time because I was just about to go to. How you feeling, man?
What's happening? What's happening? What's going on, Fano? How's everybody doing?
Good. Y'all the two get cussed out brothers in the panel.
You
By
said
that
what?
girl, she blocked me too. By Kenchi. That's why I said if y'all two cussing somebody, I mean y'all two getting mad in here. I know that girl the problem. Y'all both tried y'all best to talk to her. That was so funny.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Oh my god. No, she tried it again in another room. She tried to come for Kay a little bit. She tried to act like we ain't know that she was talking to. It's people that be speaking on marriage and they single, and but I'm not talking about nobody in here. I'm not talking about in here. She be so funny, duh. She is silly, man. That's hurt. That is hurt. Man. But
Can't
yeah,
make it
what's
up.
up, my brother?
Man, chilling. I'm in transit right now, so I can't really read the prompts. I don't know where you at, but
I got you. Oh, let me see something. Man, I should have freaking. So the first one is why why is single mom a TikTok trigger word?
probably because it has been demonized.
Mm, interesting.
And I think that's pretty much what it is. Like, anytime you put a negative connotation on something and push that negative connotation as much as you can, anyone who identifies with that is going to feel a certain way. It's
Mm,
easy to say, well, if if that ain't you, we ain't talking about you. But it's hard when it's really catered, you know what I mean? And everything is talked about and it's centered around that particular description. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody said, shit, everybody named Kev is a motherfucking ass or whatever, you would be like, well, that's my name. But I ain't talking about you personally. But why would you say my name then? You get what I mean? So it's kind of like,
mm-hmm.
it has been on TikTok especially, it has been demonized. So I could see why that would be a trigger.
I bet I'm over trying to make this. Oh, so that's the special one. I don't even want to get that one to you first. I want to answer it first. I know. So the
Uh-oh.
new question, because I'm gonna take the other one. What's the common statement? I think everybody kind of brushed that off, anyways. Though it was cheating. They said cheating though, but I ain't gonna use that one though. So the second question is gonna be: Is change the main reason it didn't work, or did they miss red flags?
Oh, I think it's a little bit of both. And I think that because everybody changes, right?
Yeah.
And when I say by change is circumstances. You know, we all grow, right? So we have growth. We grow in different directions. We start changing interests. We start, if we start getting more money, then we're going to change our position, right? When you change position, you change experiences. When you change experiences, you change realities. So there's change is going to happen. But like the core to a person, right? Those core principles of people, those rarely change,
Mhm.
and those are the things that kind of keep you balanced or not, right? So
Mhm.
those core principles, those usually don't change. But like everything else, as you grow older and get wiser, things will change. Um, and red flags, I think, are the word that we like to use, and that's subjective. For one, a red flag to me may not be a red flag to you, right? And
Mhm.
so I may tell you, hey, look out, watch out for this, watch out for that. This person is this way. And you like, hey, I ain't never got that from that person. So you still rock with them. And then maybe later down the road, something comes up and you're like, damn, I should have listened to B, or I should listen to Cuz because he
Mhm.
was like this, right? But at the same time, it can work the opposite because people act differently around different people, right? That's just a reality of life too. So, and then I think someone said it before as I was listening, you know, sometimes when you get caught up in a person with feelings involved, if someone you care about, you will let things go that you wouldn't let go normally. So there might be a little situation that are, just annoyances that are red flags, right? That could lead into be bigger things, but you let the little stuff go because you rock with them. You like that's my person, and you know what I mean. So I'm not gonna trip off this little thing because in the back of your mind, you think that you can change them, or you
Mhm.
think that you will, eventually get over it. And then when you come to the reality that you can't change people, right? No one can change anybody. We can influence somebody, but we can't change nobody unless they want to change. So once you get to that reality, then it hits you like, damn, I've been dealing with this and I should have seen the red flags. Well, maybe. But at the same time, I think that might be a learning curve. Like we have to go through certain failures to learn. So I think it's all in the grand design. So the red flag part, I mean, there are big things that we could have noticed and that we let go. But for the most part, I think those are just, that's just the growing pains of life. And I think everybody does change in certain ways. So I think the combination of all of that makes things either work out or not. So I just basically said a whole soliloquy of shit to say that. There you go.
Y'all keep hitting them likes, man. Go ahead, Lion.
Um, what was I gonna say? Oh, somebody, Fuji, I think that's how you say your name. I'm sorry, but hi. She said in the comments that sometimes the alignment is just off, and I think that is the biggest thing, right? Because a lot of times our lives line up, right? That's how we come across people is they in our alignment, and you look at it and they spot on. They every time you giggle, they giggle. You right, you think this is it. This is that person. This is my human right here, and then time goes by and they fall out of alignment,
Mm,
and
interesting.
we get stuck in this no wait, we can make it work. Wait, well, if you just move left a little bit, then you'll get back in, and then I'll jump this way, and we go through that roundabout of trying to force something that doesn't fit anymore. And then the biblical version of that is that some people are in your life for a season, and you never know what that person is there for until the time comes for them to walk away.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great point. Because I would say too that sometimes you can line up for that season because like a lot of that is a good example of age. If you meet somebody in your 20s, the things that you think are important in your life are going to be vastly different than when you're in your 30s. The things that become important in your 30s are a lot different than when you are in your 40s, right? The things that you hold value or you put in a hierarchy of value, they change as you get older and get wiser. Things all of a sudden are not as important as they used to be. So if you met somebody in your 20s and having fun, for an example, just a quick example, that was important. Every time y'all go out, you're traveling and you having fun and you're going all to the right places. Y'all like all the same movies and all the shit. You like, man, this is my person. Yeah, everything cool. All of a sudden you get 30, you don't really like that going out no more. You want to kick back. Now somebody that always wants to go out, that is not going to align with you, right? So now your
Mm-hmm.
values have changed. So now the person have changed. And if that person doesn't change with you, you're going to be like, they changed. Because we automatically want
Mm.
to point the finger, right? It ain't us. It's automatically them, right?
Exactly.
So we all know that. Well, they changed, but maybe you changed. Maybe, we both changed. Maybe we just didn't change. We just was all the way on the wrong trajectory in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And now the V has become too hard to where we can't see each other anymore. Maybe that's it. So, it's just all of that. I think it's just, and then you know how you say, Kev, if someone did something along that road that hurt the other person, that other person is going to have some malice. You know what I mean? So then when they start describing it, a little bit of that pain is going to come out. So it's going to obviously be some blame. It's going to be that. It's going to be this. So I don't know. I just think it's like we need it. You know, we need that growth, and sometimes L's are the way we grow. So
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you, cousin, because you know what? Those red flags, and as bad as it's going to sound, those red flags are necessary. Those red flags teach you your boundaries. Those red flags navigate your way. So you bump into this wall when you're going down a lane, you know damn well tomorrow not to go down that lane because you're going to bump into that wall.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying? So change happens, and alignment is really, really important because, again, I can only speak for myself, I'm a pretty good. I'm pretty proud after it all said and done because all of my children are adults. But when you have a choice, when you become a single mother, you look at your kids, and then you look at yourself, and you tell yourself what's more important, them or me. And when you have your kids, you are no longer important. It's all about your children. You'll have time for yourself, but ultimately it's all about your children. So you want to pick the best route in your decision for yourself that would benefit the children. You feel what I'm saying? So sometimes that causes parents to go to school out of state and one parent can't go. But that other parent's like, yo, I want you to fly. I want you to go do and be good for yourself so that way your kids can, so the kids can learn that there are bigger things than the town that you're in. And then that causes a distance. You know what I mean? And then you're not aligned anymore. But that's not necessarily a negative, because if the parent that's left behind has a whole bunch of room to decide to figure out what they're going to be. You're still talking, you're still friends, you're still, woo-de-woo, but when you're out of alignment, that doesn't mean that you have to be enemies. That now you have to be the statistical baby daddy or the baby mama. You don't have to hate each other because you're out of alignment, and that's the problem. That is the problem. Emotional unintelligent. How do you guys say? How do they say it? When you're emotionally unintelligent, you don't know how to handle the loss or the separation. So now it becomes vitriol.
well said.
Give me a second, y'all. Hold up, hold up. Trying to bring my back up in. Trying to bring my back in.
Raj, you want to say no Diddy?
Hmm?
What was
What's
that?
that?
¿Qué pasó?
What's that?
I said I was
¿Qué pasa?
surprised when they say no Diddy.
Oh, no diddy, no diddy, no diddy.
Or that's what she said. Oh my goodness. Well, y'all keep tapping the screen. Kev breaks his back, so y'all
Keep on tapping.
tap in, sharing.
Tap away, my guy. Don't matter if you're wrong or right.
That was
Tippity
so
tap tap.
yeah, tappity tap tap, clickety clack clack on the screen.
Clickety clack clack.
Okay, that's
Tappity
what
tap tap. Let me get
I
my
say
club
clickety
out.
clack clack when I have my nails on. I be typing on my MacBook. It'd be clickety clack clack. Okay. So
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
hey,
Just want to come up here. Who that? Who that be? Oh, it's you.
It is
hey,
me.
hey, that last point about the kids are the only thing that matters. That's crazy because earlier today, it's a little off topic, but I was having this conversation with this dude, uh, one of the young brothers I talk to a lot, and he a little confused, but we trying to get him right. But anyway, he was commenting on a person who said that basically I guess it was a story about a man who was like, if it was a podcast or whatever, and he was saying if his baby's mom was getting abused by the new man in the house, that he wasn't going to do nothing about it, right? That was in a nutshell. I don't know about all the details about it, but that was basically what it was. And so he was saying that that's right. It ain't my fault no more. If I ain't in the house, then it ain't my issue. So my thing was, well, what about your kid, right? That's still in the house, right? You still the father, aren't you? Yeah. Okay. Well, you still have a, a responsibility to make sure that your child is in the best care that it can be in. Correct? He was like, yeah. I said, okay. So now, if you don't have custody and the caregiver of your child is your baby's mother, if the caregiver is not good, how can she be a good caregiver to your kid? Well, I mean, should have thought about that. What do you mean? Wait, now we deflected, right? So now we're talking about something else because now it's that tick for tack, it's that venom, right? That vitriol, that all of a sudden, well, I'm not in the house. Shouldn't have chose me. You shouldn't have chose new dude. Well, if you know that this is happening, regardless of what the situation was, regardless of what happened, you still have a child, right? And so he kept going back and forth with me, and then it got changed into just the fact of if I'm a man, I don't have any responsibility for her for that house, right? Because I'm not there. And I said, well, that might be true if you're single, but if you have a child involved, that tit for tat that you're talking about doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the well-being of that child, right? So if you have, and he's like, okay, I get that, but I ain't doing shit for her. I said, it's not for her, bro. Isn't it for your child? Like if you're, I think we should have a duty to to the best of our responsibility or of our capability, we do what we can to ensure that our children are the best, that are taken care of the best they can. If you don't have custody, your baby's mother is the one driving your child back and forth to school every day, and you know that car that she's driving in, the axle in the front is about to go at any time. And if you still sit there and don't even try to fix it or get it right or whatever the case is, and you know your kid is in it, you are just as responsible as her if something happens, right? He's like, no, that's not my responsibility. And so I kept trying to talk to this dude, and I was like, and then he kept bringing in other people, and they are all agreeing that this is not their responsibility. They have no, and I'm like, bro, so if they should get in an accident, you have no responsibility. And they're like, no, it ain't got nothing to do with me. And so now, when you just said the child matters, I was like, wow, they don't really get that. I think it's a lot of people that really have no idea what that part means. And I know that was a little off bar, but I'm just fresh off this conversation and I had to say something because am I tripping? Am I taking the wrong stance on this? Maybe I'm wrong because everybody
You
was seeming to
wrong,
be
Sailor.
disagreeing.
I don't
They're
think you
trying to disagree with me as if I was the
Can
one
I
that was tripping.
Depend on the context, though.
can I say something though? Because I was having a conversation with this guy, I think like 3 years ago. I think I was like at an event, and of course he bring over his brothers and they was talking about it too, but they really do think like that. They think that my son in here making the train sound, don't mind him. But they were saying that, well, she should have chose um a man that was willing to protect her and do all the things that he's supposed to do if he's a part of her life, and unfortunately a part of the you know the child's life and whatnot. But they really do think like that. They really think like, okay, it's not my problem. My only responsibility is to that child because we're no longer together. That's how they really think. And the thing is that, like, when I be reading the articles and watching the news about how some mothers have been with other guys that put them in different situation, like, dangerous situations, a lot of the times the baby fathers don't really care for it, or they're somewhere off doing things by themselves, and when they go in trouble, the mother looks somewhere else for help instead of the baby father. So a lot of the times when they're having a conversation like that, they do think that that is not my problem. She should have went with somebody, or she could have been with me because I would have been protecting her and our child. That's how they really think.
Mm, right, right. And I told him, I'm saying like, I'm not saying that you're supposed to be dun 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 Captain America and jump in the room and try to, I'm not saying all that, right? But if you know that your child is witnessing abuse, then you now need to do something to remove that child, right? If you're not, then you need to go get custody, or you need to do something to the point of, if my child is in harm's way, I need to take away the harm. That's what I was saying to him, right? Whatever that means, it can vary depending on the on the circumstance, right? There's no one right answer or whatever. But
Oh,
he was just on the
absolutely.
simple fact of, no, you didn't choose me. Oh, fuck that. That's on her. And I'm like, you don't understand how that goes down to your child. But
Right.
that ain't the point. And I'm like, well, that is the point. You get me? And I don't know. It was weird because it was so many people jumping online. Like, I was out of pocket. And I was
Right.
like, damn, all right. Am I out of pocket? Like, somebody help me
Right.
out.
Because you're only see the best interest in the child, and I think that too. Like if the child is seeing that, yeah, I'll, as a, like, let's just say as a father, for example, I would do any and anything to get to at least get the child out of the situation. You know what I mean? But a lot of the times, unfortunately, the court don't be in the father's favor. A lot of the times they're like, oh, she's the sole provider, she is the parent, she's the main parent, or something like that. So that we have no choice. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a very sticky situation right there. It's very
That
sticky.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Miss Carrie, but that situation right there is why it feels like there aren't any protectors in the world for women and children anymore. Because a lot of the fathers, if they can't touch the mother, they feel like they don't have any sort of responsibility for the child, the environment, their cognitive reasoning. They don't feel like they have any responsibility for that. And that's unfortunate. So the fathers feel like, okay, so because I'm not in the house anymore, the house burned down, it's not my problem. Oh, but it is, because your child is looking for you to be the Superman that you told your child that you were going to be. But because you are in your feelings and you're not thinking logically as a man should, you decided not to care. So now that you don't care and your child's seeing that you didn't care, and that was the best way for you to handle it, your child is going to think by that not caring is the best way for them to handle a lot of difficult situations. And that's where the protectors went. That's exactly where the protectors went.
Right, right.
I got two new questions though that I put on. Quick. Let me see. Quick.
You got two? Let's get it.
Yeah, I got two. Well, actually, I changed that one. It's gonna be another one that. But we gonna answer that later though. It's. Y'all gonna see it on the thing. Let me see.
Well, look, guys, I thank you for allowing me up here, but I'm about to go hop on this PS5. All out for is calling my name.
Yeah.
Have fun.
All
What?
right, thank you guys.
See ya.
All right, have a good one.
Can y'all drop me? Because my X button is. Oh, there it goes.
But yeah, I'm sorry you got ganged up on, cousins. But it does make me question the whole thing of like when men are like, I don't know any bad men, and then it's weird because they all seem to hang out together in groups and justify each other's bad decision making. But
Right. And it's funny because you already know me. Like, I'll talk slick if I
Do
need to.
women know
And
all
I was like,
the girls that be sucking dudes' peters and cheating on men? Do they know that?
Yeah.
wait, what?
Oh, okay.
What was that? Oh, I guess you're not talking to me. But I was like, so they coming at me, and I'm like, bro, I don't think that you really want me to, get on you and tell you why you're wrong. I wasn't even trying to say you're wrong. I was just trying to introduce another concept that maybe you need to start thinking about, right? Because if you don't have a child, then this doesn't apply, right? If you don't have a child, then your ex, that's her business. I get it. I totally agree. But now if you have a child involved, now things change. And they just kept coming, and I was like, and then I said, well, I'll put it like this. You can be an honorable man or you cannot be, right? That's your choice. An honorable man, an honorable person will understand exactly what I'm saying. And if you're not that, you won't. And that's okay. And so that really got him mad. Now there was, well, you're trying to manipulate, trying to say that we ain't honorable. And I was like, oh my God. I was just like, this. And I don't know. It was, I like to believe that most of us are not this shallow. But then again, I think it's a lot of people, unfortunately, who are. And too many of them have platforms. I think that's all I can say about that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. This also one of the reasons why I kind of stay away from certain lives, because I be watching. I pay close attention, and I'm like, bro, like they will have all these type of, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that some of them don't give out great points to why certain situation could be avoided. But then I had to think like like, are you speaking from experience? Because it sounds like you hate the person that you caught yourself up with. Because there are times when men, like some men get with women, they're like, no, I'm gonna put a baby in you. Not once I hear anybody say, "Oh, I see her. She's the one. I'm gonna marry her." This or the third, and women do that too. Like, "Oh, I just want to be with him. He's a vibe, great energy. This is a third," but we don't properly vet one another. And this is why there's so much corrosion, so much talking about the solution, but we don't act on the solution. We don't act on what we are responsible for. So a lot of the times we nitpick and point the fingers and all that stuff. Like I said before, when I said that what falls about single mothers, I always said that they can be valuable if they value themselves to get out of certain situations. But a lot of them don't put themselves in a situation to be valued. The same thing it's the same thing for men. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of the conversation about, oh, they're mad because they're a single mom, this is the third, blah blah blah. But I'm like, yeah, I have to remember that some of y'all put them in that situation, and some of y'all put yourselves in that situation, and that's why y'all have issues going to the court and paying this and paying that. Like, why I gotta pay for my pet Joe? Why I can't just take her into custody? And it's just a lot of bull crap going online, and I just can't see myself going in certain lives and try to debate that or try to have a discussion and giving a different perspective, because these people are older than me. I can give advice. Look, when they said that you can't give you can't teach a dog old tricks or something like that. Yeah, I'm
Old
not
dog,
even
new tricks.
fight.
Old dog, new tricks. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna fight that.
Y'all about to see the
Y'all
question that I
wrong.
put down a while ago.
Okay.
It's the question that made my room raise that one time. Y'all gonna see it. I have to bring it back.
And to be honest, like I have totally given up talking about these issues on panels. Like, matter of fact, if you see me on a panel, anybody that rock with me, anybody that know me, you see me on a panel, start to get into it on this gender war bullshit or anything like that, please immediately check me. Yo, bro, you tripping? So I can get up out of here because sometimes we get caught up into those conversations. And I discuss these type of things on Kev's Live because we already know what we're trying to talk about, right? We understand the ideas and why we're talking about these things, right? And if it's a solution-based type of situation, that's something else. But a lot of these times, it's just they're trying to find an echo chamber to reinforce. And this is on both sides. This goes both ways, right? There's people who are trying to be bashing men on everything. Men are all the problem, and then on the other side, there's women is all the problem, and it's just, oh my God, we are better off together. We should be trying to figure out if there is a problem, how do we fix that? Let's talk about what we do to fix it. But no, we just want to constantly complain about what's wrong. And I think, you know, me and Kev say it all the time. I think that just coming from pain, you know what I mean? It comes from people being hurt. They don't want to say that they're hurt. And it comes out as wrong. We're just trying to identify the problem. No, the problem been identified like a motherfucker. It's identifying the shit out of each other. Like, we know the problems, but nobody wants to talk about the solution because I don't think people have the solutions.
Yes, the
And maybe
hurt
that's the
is in the
problem.
room. They
Yeah,
refuse to look at the hurt.
yeah. And then
There
it's
we
like,
go.
because, but and then it's a thing of, it's nothing wrong with being hurt, right? But just like I said earlier, when the single mother thing has been demonized, pain has been demonized. Being vulnerable has been demonized. If you are hurt or if you're in your feelings and you're a man, you're weak, right? If you had any feelings, if you got your feelings hurt, you're weak. If somebody says, hey, bro, get out your feelings, what does a man do?
What up,
Automatically get
Brody?
defensive, right? Because that has already, it has been stigmatized that if we have any feelings, that's a show of weakness. So you have a lot of men bucking that. And I'm trying to tell you, bro, it's okay if you hurt. If you cared about a woman, she did something to you and you hurt and you just venting right now, just say that. That's respectable. Like, I get it. Sometimes you gotta get that off your chest. But to justify it and to try to be like, I'm not hurt, I'm just speaking facts. No, you're not. You hurt. Let's get it. Like, let's just stop with the narratives, address the problems, and then we can figure out how to fix those. But I just think too many people are they found this outlet that you can just press start live and you can vent and you can create a platform and you have a whole bunch of people who feel the same hurt and they will jump in with you, and then you can get that support and everybody start bro, and yeah sis, and yeah get him, and yeah that, and this that and the third, and it's just a whole big old echo chamber of pain. And once you get caught up in that vortex, man, it's hard to get out. So I'm like, look, I got to go. I can't continue to just, because people that are in these things are not listening to rationale. It's all about, if you agree with them, then you good, and if you don't, you a panderer, you a simp, you a pick me, you whatever, like whatever the name is going to be. If you go against whatever they're talking about, you're going to become the enemy. And so I just can't do it no more, man. I gotta. Kid, this is the only time you hear me talking about it, and you already know.
I do want to talk about that question you asked. As I said, I think there's context behind it, but I gotta figure it out though. I mean, I gotta. I'm just trying to do this thing, make this prompt so it's visible. Trying to pick the right color. I think I know what to do.
Yeah, certified. Hey,
Who is
I'm telling you, I'll be all kind of stuff depending on what room or what, where I'm at. The names that come, until they realize that it doesn't affect me. You know what I mean? And then it changes. But it's always an attempt. Like, they always say something to try to feel like that's gonna trigger me. I'm like, bro, you can't. There's nothing you can say on this live or on on these in these TikTok streets that's gonna get to me because none of that affects me. None of that applies to me, so it doesn't matter. And once they realize that, then they back off. They usually just bounce,
Hey,
but they'll
cousin.
try. Yeah.
Um, you were so right on that because I think I remember. I think it probably was like it probably was like months ago when they were talking about racism and stuff like that, right?
Hmm.
So I was telling them like I do know that racism exists and whatnot, but I have yet to experience it when I first came to America because I'm not from here. I'm from Jamaica, right?
Hmm.
And I was telling them like, I know that there's no way to escape racism. However, in my experiences, because they were asking me about my experiences, and I said, however, in my experiences, um, I have gotten a lot of opportunities to be in places that I never would have thought to be because I'm just from a little island, 3 million people, people populated on an island. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know nothing about America. I first came here, next thing you know, boom, somebody talked to me and said, you seem like you can have a great conversation. Let's talk about this, that, the third, blah, blah, blah. And not once I thought about, oh, I'm going to experience this, that, the third. And then they were like, oh,
So,
so those people that were giving you the opportunity, have they ever speak on, you know, you being black and all that stuff? And I said, well, yeah, but in a positive way. And then they were like, man, no, you gotta experience them. And I'm like, I'm telling you that I've never experienced it, but I know it exists. And sometimes I even speak on those situations. It went while I was, doing my thing. And they always said that they will be in full support of me and all that stuff. So I'm just trying to, so people will force it down your throat saying that you experience those things. So you have
that's what
to
she said.
understand. And I'm like, I don't understand. You know what I
Yeah, they
mean?
want you to feel the pain they going through. That
Yeah,
some of them didn't even really experience for real. They just
right. I don't want to feel pain. I don't want to feel I think I said this in your live one day, cousin. I said it was a line that Bob Marley said, um, free yourself from mental.
what the
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
free
They
yourself.
hating on Bob Marley right now. What's up with that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was a line in his song named Redemption when he said that free yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our own mind. So I literally live with that line every day. So if somebody had called me all types of names, I know I'm not that because I have freed myself from thinking that I am something that they call me. I am no longer that. I am not in shambles. I'm not in chains. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I live with that daily. And if you still think that and you still think that you live through your ancestors because of that, then you are still a slave. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Because
Right.
you're picking up a problem that you probably never existed in your life. You just thought that
And
because
you
you
know what my
learned
thing
it.
is?
Yeah.
It's interesting that you said that because I do believe that if you don't know your past, you won't know what your future is. Right? You don't know where you're going if you don't know where you've been. Okay. But that being said, I always say that we do have certain traits from the past, and there's things that conquer or that conjure up from the past that we still perpetuate now, right? And people will say, well, racism is still happening, that's why you can't let it go. Okay, I get it. However, my thing is, why are y'all stopping 300 years ago? If you want to go to your ancestors, how come you can't go back before that? Because I don't know. Oh, there we go. How about do the research? How about go back and latch on to when our ancestors was running this bitch, right?
Right. Ooh.
How about you go and take your ass back and do some research instead of going 300 years back, go 1,000 years back, and then latch on to that, latch on to those ancestors. Let those ancestors start talking to you. We know how terrible slavery was. We know how that was, right? But we also know that if you look in your history, we come from kings. That's not necessarily everybody is not going to be a king. But the point is, we weren't always on the bottom of the hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? And so, but I think that it takes more work to go and try to find that than it does to just jump on the bandwagon of home, because that negativity sells, and it still does. You know, honestly, I think that if we didn't have the fight of still being, you know, you know, I guess affected by slavery and all of these things, like a lot of this classism that we have in this country would not exist, right? If that was to, if they were ever to actually quote unquote make it right and make everything equal, then the way the caste system is in this country, it would break down, because you have to have somebody on the bottom, you got to have somebody on the top, right? And if you didn't have that, they wouldn't know how to live in that colonial mindset. So they have to keep this going, and we are helping them by doing it. And that's not to dismiss that there is racism. We know that. We know all of these things is true, but that don't mean that you have to wallow in it and let it be a crutch. And I think that's the part that we have that we don't want to talk about in a lot of times. Yeah, but you ready with your thing? Because we over here, we about to take
Yeah,
this
this thing
all up.
is not uploading for nothing. I'm trying my best. It's trying to make me mad now. What the
We
freak
over
is
here trying to
going on?
run it the tools, boy. You about to be Farrakhan's up in here. What you
Hold
doing?
on.
He said that we about to become Farrakhan.
That's the part I came in at.
Hey, what's up, doctor? I saw you sneak up in here. Hey, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
You know, we trying to fill in time while Kevin get his life together. I don't know what's going on.
I'm over here trying to get this
Said he
thing to
won't
upload,
upload for nothing.
Yeah, he changing the prompts.
giving them the blues.
Oh shoot.
Uh-oh, he on the cook.
Did you have anything to say to throw in here while we waiting?
I was trying to listen to see what the area of discussion was.
And again, I can hear that. What'd you
I
say?
said I was trying to listen to see kind of what spearheaded the discussion.
Oh, well, I derailed the whole thing by talking about a conversation I had earlier, and it was about men don't want to take responsibility for their baby's moms or help them in any way as long as they are not in the house. And so the conversation became, well, what about your child? Because if you are lending help to that baby's mom, your child's mother, which is the caretaker, ultimately what you're doing is you're helping the child. But
Hmm.
because you are so jaded against the woman, you feel like watching her suffer is okay. But what you're not realizing is that your child is watching her suffer. And if you have the means or the capabilities to do something and you don't, you are not an honorable man. And so when I said that, all these dudes was getting against me, and as if I was out of line, like I was the one that lost my mind, you know. So I was
Hmm.
asking the panel, "Am I tripping? Did I say something that was out of box, or you know? Because I like to check myself. Like maybe I'm wrong." So that was what started the conversation, and then we got to where you got when you came. So maybe you can elaborate on that if you'd like to, because maybe you know, maybe I'm barring tree. I don't know.
Hmm. I'm assuming it might have been some fathers in there who had been through a situation in which they weren't able to gain access to their children, or maybe struggled and rights. parental plans, all those different things. So I think it always depends on who the audience is. Like some things are just sensitive topics, especially if people have personal experience with them. That's why a lot of times our conversations, when we do talk about those very sensitive, topics or areas of discussion, we can only get so far. They're not typically progressive because somebody has been impacted and is triggered in some way. I don't know what it is. I think there's a fear attached to it as well. Like if you're somebody who's been on the other end of a struggle, people act afraid to have conversations about the side that's, I guess, a poor representation. So if we're talking about single fathers, if we begin to talk about deadbeats in any way, the fathers who aren't kind of don't want to have that discussion. So even though it's a reality, they exist
Right,
too.
right. And I thought about that too, because I was like, like if you had a situation where it was vitriol against the woman, you're still hurt about it. So now you want to kind of quote unquote watch her burn, right? So if she's going through something, you almost whatever. She should have picked me. I would have not let this happen. But then again, maybe you were part of the reason why y'all broke up in the first place. So who knows, right? But
Mm.
like, never did I hear in any of those rebuttals, man. No, I take that back. I did hear one. One was like, well, I would just go get custody then if that was the case. And I said, okay, maybe, all right. He said that. Like, he actually thought, well, if I'm going to get the child out of there, I'm not going to help her, but I'm going to get the child out of there. And I was like, all right, okay, I see where you're coming from, right? But nobody else said that. They all was just like, well, if she ain't with me, fuck her. And it was so, it just showed me it was more like it seemed like they were coming from a place of, you're not my property, you're not my responsibility. Fuck them kids. And that's what I got. That was the message that I got from them. But yet, you are, on the other, before we got to that, they were talking about how, we got to be the role model for our kids and all this other shit. And I was like, well, damn, something is going wrong in this disconnect. And then when I brought that up, all of a sudden the whole thing changed to where now I'm the op. You know what I mean? And I'm against, you pandering. I'm like, I'm sorry, it ain't no women in here. So how am I pandering to women? What are you talking about, bro? Like what? And so it became laughable to me, but it just got me thinking like, there's a lot of people that actually think this way, and maybe I was the oddball. So that's why I brought it up.
Go ahead, Linus.
Oh, I kind of, since Cousins brought something up, I kind of wanted y'all's opinion on the thing that I heard the other day. This man person said that basically he met his wife, things were going fine. He got his wife pregnant, and then he said, "Hey, yo, hold up, give me like 5 years to just like buckle down and focus on money to get us straight, and then I'll come back." Like, and then I'll be an active parent after that. But like for the first 5 years, you got this. And it made me think that like that I think that the majority of men people just think that like all women have the capability to just be a single mom whenever. So like it's almost like it's part of the expectation. Like if anytime the dad can't, it's just like, well, you just do, and you should just be okay with that. And I want like, am I tripping by getting to that conclusion, or is like making people wait for you to be a parent after you're already a parent? Is that a normal thing?
That's an interesting point. I don't know, because I ask that all the time when people say that single mothers need to be held accountable, and I'm like, accountable for what? What are we talking about here? Aren't they taking care of the kid? Isn't that accountability enough? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you want? What else do you want? You know what I mean? What are they being accountable for? Or they are taking responsibility, or what? Like, I don't know. So I think there is, maybe you're right. Maybe it's this idea that, the woman is the one that needs to fix it, because Even if we go back in history, like I always do, you know, women were made to cover up, not because for the sake of covering up, it was so that a man wouldn't have temptation. So basically, instead of saying, men, you need to control yourself, no, we're going to have the woman take responsibility for that by covering up so that these men can control themselves. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? So I think it's like this underlining thing where, you know, women have the burden of care, and even not necessarily just for children, because the caretakers, the mothers of the world are caretakers. And that has been always the stereotype, right? So that's always been, you know, the hierarchy of how we place society. That's the role of mothers, is to be caretakers. So women have to be the caretakers. But in that caretaking, you also have to take care of the man, right? And that's the part that's not said. All we want to do is go out, make the money, do what we do as men, come home, shut up, give me a beer. And I'm not saying that verbatim. I'm just saying that, you know, just as an example, right? But that's how it's been for like centuries. Like it's been this. So maybe you got a point there. I never thought of it like that, but that's interesting.
When I hear accountability, from what I'm observing or gathering from these conversations, it's more so being accountable for how your choices direct your outcomes, right? So while a lot of things may happen that aren't fair, like we know, okay, in a lot of situations, it may be that the woman is left, you know, with the full responsibility of a child. But what I think people are speaking to is recognizing that because we have the knowledge that this is how it could be, it's very important how we choose, who we choose, and to consider and be accountable to the type of men that we decide to engage, or who you lay down with, who you have children with, like all of those things, because it starts with a choice unless you have some non-consensual stuff going on. But it begins with your choice. And while this other person has, you know, their own, you know, responsibilities, yes, they'll be held accountable for whatever they do or don't do in life. That won't change the outcomes for you. Life isn't always fair. So there does have to be a level of accountability in how we move in these relationships, or who we decide to lay down with.
Okay. When, as an example, if someone is a single mother, but then wants to then say the man is all 100%, it's their fault. Basically, not trying to say that they have anything or any responsibility for it. So then you have people saying that those ones need to be held accountable. Is that what would that be fair to say?
So it's like, instead of having a conversation where it becomes a consistent, like, you know, he's just a deadbeat, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. While those things can be true, recognizing that this is the person that you chose to have a child with.
Right. Okay. I can see that.
Yeah. And then, anyways, I never got, and that's the point of taking accountability, is like, I never got why people expect another person to take accountability, even if it took two, right? Because it's like, at the end of the day, even if they do it, they say it or admit it or lie, right? What can you do about it? How is that going to better your life? I'm trying to see that
Right.
part. I don't know. You know what? I was a horrible father. Oh, I feel good now. Now I can take care of my kids. If
Exactly. It
only it
doesn't
worked like
change
that.
anything. Right.
Well, you know, Kev, I would say this, that there is something, I can't explain it, but you know, when we say the mirror
Don't tell me
work,
you about to figure something out. No.
no, we you know, we talk about it, right? We say, well, when you work in the mirror, it changes your perception, right?
Hmm.
It is something to it when you admit, or when you say to yourself, damn, I fucked up. And you really know that you're not just saying it to save face. Because, you know, we'll do that on these panels. Yeah, that was my bad, but we really don't believe it. We're just saying that so people will think that we're doing the right thing, right? But if you by yourself in them quiet times, and you know you ain't talking to nobody but your inner self, and you wholeheartedly know, and you admit to yourself, damn, I fucked up. That is really the first step in fixing whatever you know, whatever situation that came from. You get me? But until you can really say that to yourself and know it, you will never really change because you honestly don't believe that you really fucked up. See what I'm saying? So I think there is something to that that accountability part. Like there is something to it. But I do hear what you're saying too, because a lot of people say things and they take accountability, quote unquote, but they don't change anything because I think they really don't believe it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like they really are just saying it to save face. But if you say it and you believe it, you look in that mirror and you really believe that shit, that's when you change.
Hmm. I think I'm talking about like, what do people expect when another person that ain't them take accountability? Right? Like if it's a dude, like, you know what I did, rob you, and then all of a sudden now you know that you, all of a sudden it click in your head, like, you know what? Now I know I shouldn't park my car with the door unlocked or something. I don't know, something like that. It's just be, it's like I never see how you get anything out of blaming. I don't know unless you at a court or something, you just get that and they get their time instead of you getting time or something like that. I don't know. But I'm just saying, how did that change your choices in life by blaming somebody else? I don't think that's possible.
Maybe it's that need to be right. Maybe that's what that is.
Uh,
You know what I mean? Like that need to say I told you so.
mm,
I don't know.
and it made
What
us
is
feel
that,
better.
doctor? What is that, Dr. Surgery? Why do we have that? Like, I just want to tell everybody I told you so. Like, what do you, have you ever, like, is there a
Ego.
theory behind that or something? Because I know I've been guilty of that shit a few times. Like, I just want to tell, I just can't wait to tell this motherfucker I told you.
Yeah,
Like, what is that?
I think that's
Dopamine.
validation. Some people, I don't know. Sometimes it makes a person feel validated and depends on the situation, but sometimes it's intellect, sometimes it's in value and importance to have to come back and be able to say, see, I have been right in life. I don't know.
Okay.
It's that aha moment.
For the record, your cousin have seek validation as well. Because I know I'm guilty of that shit.
Guilty. Everybody that did it at one point. It's that ego.
It is. It's ego, and I think sometimes too, which I've seen people do, is that you want the person to trust that when you are advising them or trying to help them, that one, you know what you're talking about, and two, that you're doing just that, you're trying to help them. So it's like, see, I told you. Just if I try to help you the next time, listen to me. I know what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
Got you. Yeah, that sounds better. I'm going to stick with that. I like that. What you got? You ready, Kev?
Yeah, I'm over here about to switch my phone so I can switch the profile. Then I want to get the phone that I got other stuff on. So I can have that one in my hand.
Are you cheating
I'm
on
doing
your
a
old
lot of
live?
stuff at one time.
Is that what you're doing? You cheating on your own live again?
No, I'm actually showing myself a lot of attention on my own live. I
What?
got two profiles in one. I got one navigating. I got one in the box, which is the one that's about to drop now as soon as I come in here. Yep, I'll bring him back up on this phone. And then my other one, I got my main account. Let's see if I can get that up.
This
Yeah,
right
I gotta
here is
keep
like
this page.
this is like the new iteration of talking about yourself in the third person. When you got a whole nother profile of yourself. I'm about to drop him. That's
It's all
me.
about me, 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 me.
I'm about to drop my
Alexa,
other
play.
self.
I'm getting so cold.
LSC, that's the new group, boy, Light Skin Coalition. Y'all know what it is.
True light skin behavior. Okay.
Hey, I think Dr. Sergi is with us too. Yeah, I see
She is. I
you.
thought about it.
The
It's just pure.
coalition.
Even Lion, right? It's a rap. Even
I
that
see
dude Joker in
you.
the bottom corner.
Look, you out
Hey, light
here, boy.
skin.
Light Skin
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Coalition. You can't
Vio,
get
get your
all
dark
that
skinned
from
stuff
me.
out of here. So,
Wait. Are you gonna join the light skin coalition, Dr. Stacey?
Hobo on the.
Yeah,
I mean, Lion on a clear skin.
yeah.
She beating us. She like the final boss. But between him, her, and cousins, they about the same. They're the same.
Hey, I'm telling you, I'm about to be the ghost of cousins light skin boy. Y'all don't
Wait
know.
till Friday. It's gonna be really a wrap.
Transparent.
All right. Bank account in here. I should bring my second account in here.
What needs
Let me
accounts?
stop.
I can't keep up.
If I had a fourth one, I would have had all my accounts in here one time.
As long as you don't get to a fifth, I'm fine. Because if you go to five, I don't know what to
I'm
say.
good. I'm good. That's too many, and that's too many. What's that junk called? Too many. Uh, email
Too many
addresses.
boxes.
Cause you got each one is
Ooh,
a
Yeah,
different email address.
that's a lot.
Yeah.
I can
They all the
barely
same
keep up with
password
two.
anyway.
I can barely keep up with two, and I only did that because I got that. I got banana.
That
No,
banana.
no, Diddy. But
Feel like
yeah, that was.
No, did
But yeah, that was. And trying to maintain both of those, going back and forth. Man, I don't know how y'all do it. 3 and 4, I can't.
and this John over here got 4 pages, and one is on the
No,
screen
some of them be
right
left
now.
dry. Yeah, some of them be left dry. I'm only
You have
working on
more?
my
You have
I'm only
more
working
than
on this
that?
third one because I'm live on this one, and then I go on other people's lives with the Joker now,
My
so I
head is
can build
spinning.
that page up.
Yeah, my head's spinning.
I got 1100 now.
Ah, get it.
Yeah, I'm making my faces. I'm making my rounds.
I gotta try to get to I gotta get to 10 grand. That's what it is. That's what I gotta do. And then I think if I do that, that way I can get onto the reading, I can use it on the computer. Then I think it'll be easier for me. You can
Trying to
get
see
to
how can
that,
we get on the computer.
that live, what is it, live, what is it called?
Studio,
Live center or
yeah,
live studio or whatever. That's for the computer.
yeah.
So you can do a lot of different things with it, which I was like, ooh, you could probably, it's probably a much better, but you got to have 10 before you can get on it. So
You gotta have how much?
10,000.
I'm like, oh, that mean I can go live on my other one. I got 20K.
Well, if you got 20K, yeah, you can go live studio, see what that is.
Interesting. I thought I tried it before. Yeah, I got 20K, 20.6K. Okay, I hear her over there.
Oh, that's me. I'm sorry. I'm already looking at books. I'm
For
excited.
my calculations.
Access in the mainframe. But no,
Mm-hmm.
I'm over here looking at books. So.
Let's see who I can invite in here that I haven't. Let's see. My people. We gonna get it going though. So I added a couple of my. So I'll go ahead and voice the two things. I get on the two things. Since y'all did the red flags and y'all did the so I do the. All right. Let me see something real quick. Cousin. Sleep. Nine. Low. Ain't her in a while.
You okay over there, Kim?
Huh?
Are you okay?
I'm over here
Oh, okay.
tapping out loud. Light ain't been here in a while. I gotta unfollow her. I know she probably unfollowed. All because I said that you keep giving God all the credit for every last choice you do. I turned left because God told me. Oh man, she just can't take it. I told her, I said I ain't about to buy that one. I don't take my. That's so scary. Who will want to date somebody and saying that they have no choice. They didn't choice. God is operating all my choices. And then we like, if that's the case, then why he keep making you pick wrong? That's crazy. Ain't that something? Mm-mm-mm.
Ooh, that
Ain't
hurts.
that something? Yeah, no.
That hurt.
Yeah, that do. Yeah.
I mean, you could say that, well, a guy got to be a better choice of character. I thought what happened,
Mm. Then
but
she
you
try
know,
to say it's because I think different from a lot of you guys. I'm different. I know how I operate. I'm like, bro. So you want to take away that you don't have no choices in life? That's the worst of no accountability ever.
but you know what though? I've, in my experience, and I ain't gonna say it's her because I don't really know, but like in a lot of people that I've talked to, what that turns out to be is another form of dealing with your hurt. You know what I'm saying? And like
Mm-hmm.
instead of being vitriol and everything, it's turned to God. And if that works, like cool. You know what I mean? Like some people, you know, they just need something to buffer the reality of they fucked up. And so if you can now put that onto, you know, some benevolent being or something that is out of your control, that's easier to deal with than saying I messed up
Mm-hmm.
and I have control of this, because then you have all the responsibility. But if you have a force that no one can no one can dispute, that's an easier way to deal with that. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And I'm not saying that that's like against anybody who believes that, or I don't want anybody to hear that and say, "Oh my God, you're talking bad about people's religion." No, I'm not. I'm just saying that I think when we break it down, there's a big part of that that makes people do that.
Yeah.
You know, or they just
Yeah.
all of a sudden changing their life, got baptized, and their hardcore religion. It's like, yeah, you trying to deal with some type of trauma, and this is your way of overcompensating and doing it. And then eventually it kind of tapers off, and then they become, you know, quote unquote regular with it.
Mm-hmm.
But they're gonna be extreme in the beginning. So maybe that's what that is, you know.
Yes, I got older. I had a problem with that. Like, it's like it's either that they would say that, or the worst one I hear, or the devil made me do it and stuff. And it's like, bro, dang. It's like, dang, we just don't. We can never. We act like humans is good or something. I don't know what the heck is up. The devil made me do it. Like, no, you wanted to do that. Let's keep putting it on the devil. Like, so God, if that's the case, I mean, none of us need to go, deserve to go to hell. Then, if the devil make us do all of the wrong decisions, every time we do something wrong, it's the devil. But it's just like some of us, shoot, are just our human nature. He gave us the freedom of choice. One thing, we're not robots. He gave us a choice to follow His commandments or not. To show our human nature of what we do. That's why we got to get taught. But that's a whole nother thing, man.
On my other
Lion been
page,
in about 4 different boxes. I seen the top one.
I went on my other page when I do the little crazy interviews, and I did an interview with the devil.
Oh my,
it, was,
traveler.
it was saying the same thing. You don't blame me for everything. What the fuck? But this is just a parody thing. But still,
Right.
it goes to the same. It goes to the same point, right? If we do something good, it's automatically in the name of whatever God you did, right? And if it's something bad, it's automatically going to be it got to have some other
Correct.
blame. So, and rarely is that blame us, but you know, it is what it is. It's always been. I mean, it's been like that since the turn of Crusades and even before that. So I don't know. It's just gonna be part of our fabric of life.
Mm-hmm. They said, what is accountability? Didn't have no choice. They like, even with temptation, it's like, dog, we are usually tempted, provoked, motivated. That don't mean that we got the devil made me do it or something like that. That's just human nature. We either get provoked, tempted, or motivated. What's motivation? That's was that somebody else that helped motivate us? It's like no, that's what we do. Get persuaded, we get manipulated, all type of stuff. That's just what it is. But even with that, it just take about growing. Like life itself, like I said, is a gamble. We make a lot of choices based off how we feel for the most part, more than what we think. I think that's what every man and woman we make choices off of feel. Like if we bored, if we feel bored, we got to do something. That's one feel. Or so it's just. But I guess I get into it then because about 7 people get it going though. So what are true and false things that are said about single mom? Which one did you do, Sergi? Yep, I messed with your time. I seen you was on.
I think she stepped away for a moment.
No, she that's in her phone move. I seen it move. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep,
I
I
don't
messed
think
with
I
you.
did. I
Yep.
do one.
Did you? Oh, I had
I
came
think I
back
was
and
just
I heard you
responding
talking,
to
but I didn't
what
know
they
if you
were
did it.
discussing.
Huh?
I said I think I just responded to what they were already discussing. I don't know if we were
Oh,
on a.
okay. All right, so I'll go
Okay.
again and let you get them first too. So why a single mom on TikTok a trigger word? I feel like you was talking about that. I don't know.
I think maybe we were because I had just
Mhm.
came up, so maybe we covered that.
Okay. Well, then you do the first prompt then, I guess.
Okay.
Let me know
Oh,
if you need to
what
read
are
it.
true and false things that are said about single moms today?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hmm. What I think, okay. Some true things that are said about some single mothers are some of the statistical data that's presented when they speak about single parent homes. Um, I'll say that. I think what's false is how information is presented.
Mm,
So sometimes we'll take data sets, right? We'll take, let's say, we'll talk about the prison population and say, well, this percentage of the people in prison come from single parent homes. But sometimes when people argue the point, they make it sound as though the majority of single parents have children who are bound for prison, and that's just not what it is. And I think if we speak about statistical data correctly, you'll find that a lot of the things that we talk about aren't overwhelming statistics, but still important. But I think sometimes how it's presented, it speaks more to the single parent home versus other factors. A lot of the things that are identified are more related to socioeconomic status than simply single parent households.
mm.
That's all.
Okay, 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 okay. We'll try to see if I can beat this last part. Beat the last part right here. Ooh, what was that? Okay, cool. Okay, well, go ahead and try to slide in. Y'all keep on hitting them likes and share, man. Y'all got about a couple, might have a couple hours for y'all. I know it's kind of dry tonight. We had a long day. Get some people the chance to come up in here. Uh, so I would say some true things that are said. I would say, I do believe it's a heavy job, so I believe that's true. It's hard to do it alone. Um, uh, hmm, let me see. True things that it can be depressing sometimes, and I'm thinking something, and it takes a strong-minded person to, or no, take a strong. You have to have a strong mind to handle them things by alone. I would say, right? Um, And I'll rock with that then for now. And then for false things, let's go on that. I don't believe. I think falses, a lot of them don't be. I don't think they do it alone for the most part. I don't believe a lot of them is. It's gonna counter a little bit though. Well, I guess the independent, right? Yeah, I guess the independent. I don't think everybody. I don't think a human is independent, or they could be dependent on something. So I think that's one false thing that they like saying, but maybe they use out of context. They might be just saying that they. I guess they use it to amp themselves up that they're strong, independent, and no, I think the don't mean no man statement. I guess that's the problem because you can see that they need one. I mean, they needed somebody to babysit their kids and they'll show that they needed a man. I guess if they saying in general, I don't get it though. I'll be trying to make sense out of some of that stuff. But I guess I just rock with that for now. Then I guess I rock with that. Let's see. I feel like did everybody do the main reasons why it didn't work? Did everybody do that? Y'all can say yes or no in the chat if y'all didn't. Or I won't go.
We did the trigger word. I didn't do anything else.
You ain't do nothing else? Oh, what the heck?
No.
What the heck? Why I feel like? Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, for sure. For sure.
I mean, after that
Okay.
one.
I might.
Yeah, you
I
could.
don't know.
Huh? Hmm.
I might if
What
I
is-
feel. Cause I might later.
Okay, I'll give you some. Let you get your chance. Cause you've been, like I said, you've been on fire all day. You deserve this. You deserve. You know that word, everybody that I hate hearing.
Thank you. That's what I deserve. I'm ugly. No,
This, nah, I try to go with it though. I'm just say you earned it. I'm gonna stick with that
oh
word.
dang! I can't even get no.
I don't like that word deserve. I don't like that.
You
Or
deserve.
entitled. It's too close to entitled for me.
Oh God, you entitlement and deserve. What's the other one you don't like?
I'm
Okay.
glad Kelly ain't in here, man. She about to make it worse. Yeah,
Okay, so it's
fighting on
deserve, entitlement. Okay, what's another word you don't like? What's the
it. Selfish low key is my new. It burns me a little bit. The misuse of accountability. It's a whole list. I got a bunch of stuff, man. I can't. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, Mr. Kev.
Oh, you just storing it up, huh? I get you. I get what you're doing though. Something up, yeah. I'm gonna
I
watch it.
might answer
Watch
because
it.
your questions are very deep.
That's what she said. But yeah, I feel
I
you.
knew,
Okay.
and that's why I paused.
Yeah, you might have to rest. I feel you.
No, it's good and sometimes this conversation is good, but I know like it could be a sensitive topic sometimes, so that's why I'm like careful about what I say because I don't. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Okay. We'll wait till the room hop up a little bit more, then we ask a little bit later.
Well, hey, I don't have my question mark hat on, so I ain't gonna get crazy. But
Right.
when you see the question mark, it might have been a bad, crazy answer. I don't know
Oh
what the hell
man,
happened.
you gonna
I
see
think
some of
we,
your favorite peoples in here too out of
yeah,
nowhere.
I think we should be all right though. I got the regular hat on, so we
Oh,
should be
this
good.
time it's gonna be G-Man and Kenchi at the same time. The last one you got.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
And I'm gonna
But
God.
I
bring
would say
Tansy
this
in here.
though. I would
Oh,
say that.
I'm trying to get
Let me
shut
not
down.
say.
Say, oh, I thought somebody was talking. Okay.
Oh my bad.
I would say that for things that are true, I think that it's true that they need to bear some responsibility for their position. I think that's
Mm.
true. Okay. That's being said a lot. I think that's true. I think that it is true that they are single mothers. I think that's true. I think that it is true that some single mothers use their child or children as leverage
Ooh,
because they are hurt
I didn't think about that.
at their situation. I think that's true. Sometimes they do. There's,
Not cousin coming with that over me. What?
well, I'm just saying. I mean, that's a fact. Some of them do that.
Yeah, I feel you
Some
though. Yeah,
women
that.
are vindictive. You know what I mean?
Dang,
And
I'm
some
mad I
of
didn't
them,
think about that.
some
Feel like
of
it's
some of
competition. I'm
them.
sorry. My ego.
I know, right?
Wait, hold
I
up.
think.
Multi guest access suspended. What they talking about? Oh, scared me. I forgot this the band page. I'm like, what the heck on?
All right. So I think that's true. I think in some cases there it is, and I think that some single mothers do. Um, I don't want to say victim mode,
Uh
but they
oh.
do. But they do seek kind of like woe is me, help me, like feel sorry for me, like or whatever. I've seen that. So
Victim, yeah.
I've heard that being said. I don't know if it's a lot, but I can say that some probably do that. Right. So that would be true. Okay.
Hmm.
The false that the biggest one I think is false is that they have less value than a woman
Dang,
without.
what the freak? That's the one I'm supposed to use. Did I do that? Did I go already?
That I think that is the
Dang.
biggest. That's the biggest crock of bullshit that I've ever heard. That right
Right. I
there. That's the
forgot. I was
biggest
about to
one.
use that too. I forgot.
Uh,
Man, I knew it.
and honestly, because if you ask any man, what do you want in a woman, right? The
Mm-hmm.
things that they list are usually what single mothers have. But yet and still, you want to sit up here and
All
say
right,
that they have
seriously.
no value. Then it's like that don't make no sense. The math don't math.
Yeah.
So that shit is false. Um,
Or that they
that
leftovers. That's the one I meant to say
right,
too. I
right.
wanted
Like
to say
oh,
that
that shit
too.
is like
That's
that shit is
false too.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Um, that they're not desirable. That's bullshit. All of these women that people have on their walls and posters and all this stuff they idolize are single mothers. You gonna sit up here and talk about they're not desirable? Shut up. You just don't want to say that in front of your homies because then you're gonna get looked at crazy. That's what that is. But
Right.
so I think that's false. I think that um, single mothers are the problem with our community. Bullshit. They could be a
Mm.
component. Some of that could be part of the reason. But if you listen to this online, that is the reason. They are the scum. They are the reason why we have folded in our society. And like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? So I think that's false. And like Doctor said, I think the way that stats and the way that the context is being used to villainize or demonize single mothers, I think that is false. How sometimes they might have right numbers, or maybe the what they're saying is right, but in the context that they use it is wrong, so it makes them to paint out a picture a certain way, or they're trying to change the narrative to fit their argument. And I think in those cases that would be false. And that's all I can think of right now.
Did somebody let him up or let me see? Think
Somebody in the panel, unless I didn't see nobody.
it was in the panel. I don't know what happened. Eddie, come on up, bro. I'm over here trying to.
No, Eddie Murphy.
Eddie, she got a nickname for Eddie.
I know. I like that third question, not gonna lie.
Oh yes, yeah, that's the one that had shook the world a little bit. That last live I
The
went to.
last one too.
What about the man? I was like, bro,
Oh,
all we
one
saying
more.
is that.
One more. I got one more. I got
Go
one
ahead,
more.
cousin.
That we should say because this is a big one. That single mothers can't raise
She said,
boys. What the fuck you talking about?
mm.
Because there's no man in the house, bro.
I was thinking
So
about that a little later.
listen,
Down the line too, though. I was thinking about
yeah,
stuff like
like
that.
now listen. I
Cause I
understand the
believe a man can
sentiment,
raise a woman too, and a woman can raise a
right?
boy. But it just
I
depends on
understand the sentiment. that you can't raise a boy to be a man because you're not a man. Like meaning in certain things that only a man can, like, and certain things that boys look for in males, right? That's true, okay? But some of the best men ever in this history of us have come from single mothers, okay? And it's not necessarily because the man wasn't in the house, because we act like motherfuckers are raised in a vacuum. Like you just in one room with your mother, and then all of the information that you get in your life comes from her, and that's the reason. It's like, what are you talking about? We got coaches, we got uncles, we got brothers, we got fucking, people that we meet every day, work hard. Like we are surrounded by men. So I would say that the correct thing would be, if no man has any male influence, I think that would be valid, right? You can't raise a man if he has no influence of men, right? Because you don't know what that is. That might be true. And even then we could argue, but to say that because they're a single parent or a single mother can't raise a boy, but then turn around and you ask them, well, can a father raise a girl? Yeah, it's different. No, it's not different. You know what I mean? So I think that part, that whole narrative is false. So I'll just leave it there.
I like how you said that too, because it's like the reason why I had to think even more on that, because it's like the same thing we be trying to say that. And that's why I could do a full circle. Where they be saying that men can't hold women accountable, and women can't hold men accountable. But it's like, dog, if we can, that's why I be tying all that stuff. Because I'm like, I think a lot of those things that we do be saying is like, I don't know. I think humans can hold humans accountable, just like humans can raise humans. It's depending on because it's things we have to change. You know what I'm saying? We got to compromise. Sometimes a father might, if the mother doesn't pass away or whatever, he might have to braid his girl hair or something, braid his little daughter's hair or something, something, whatever. He gonna learn how to how to give his daughter or show her how to use the tampon, I guess, whatever you want to say. He gonna figure all that stuff out though, because that's how humans work. That's just like even with the lions and stuff. Okay, the king lion protects, and the other one is that. But when the king lion gone, the mother being be automatic adjust to protection mode. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like I know we be trying to say that everybody got their own thing, but I think us being humans, we can adapt. We can look at different things of different humans and stuff, and also kind of display it or whatever. I done seen one of my friends. I mean, she brought up my some of my boys. It's like 3 boys by herself and stuff. And they all tough, man, ain't feminine or nothing like that. But I mean, it's like I can see it. Humans can teach humans though. I don't think. Yeah, I think that is not. I don't think that's true though. That man can't raise daughters and woman can't raise sons. It's just I think the problem is the what we showing them, right? What the like if a woman knew how to control her emotions, she can show that to her child. You know what I'm saying? Some logical thinking women, right? That don't always express first. It could be it could be men that know how to nurture better than because I don't think it's no set thing on either one. It's just what we choose to tap into more. You know what I'm saying? Based off of the role we want to play in life. So yeah, I don't think that it's just one thing. It's just what we choose to fit or to adjust to our strengths of how we built. You know what I'm saying? It's like if we built to be like a little bit tougher to take a little bit more damage than women to lift more and all the other stuff. Why not do, stuff like that than letting the woman do it? Women are more built to, you know, I guess a little bit softer, I guess. So I guess that's how I look at that though. But I was always thinking about that because I was always following things off of like sound bites. I hear people saying it and then never really trying to like kind of dig deep into why it's being said. But yeah, I can believe it. It's just I think because a lot of single mothers, right? They the main ones that's raising the child and stuff. So of course we're gonna say that you don't know how to raise the son or something like that. But it's just they show the way. 'Cause, I mean, I've seen, that's just like saying that, you have a feminine type or a sensitive type father. You know what I'm saying? Then all we're gonna do is say, well, it's a sensitive mother that did raise them. And it's like, who's to say who's like the center of the situation? It just depends on how you raise. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason, and that's one of the main reasons why I always say, I recommend both of them to be tough in different areas. You know what I'm saying? Be soft in different areas, tough in different areas, depending on what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like it's just gonna be times where we have to, you know, toughen things out, show that we can make it, and motivate ourselves and all that stuff. I even think isn't that like something that I know, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, women can motivate, men can motivate, but I think we do be trying to tie different things to different genders and stuff. But, you know, I don't think that's where we get lost at and stuck at. But it's all about the way we doing things, though. And I think any human capable, because it's just basically trying to say that women is unhinged and men out of control. But I just seen both of them. So that's like, yeah, who's to say? And then when the man is unhinged, they be like, well, it's because the mother. Like, no, when is that's because that, like I said, that tie back into like that thing I was talking about with I don't believe like genetics work like that. We'd be like, whoa, he got anger problems because his father had anger problems, but he never been around his father. So how the heck you get that? His mother only one that raised him. Usually kids only adapt to what they see around them, or what they what they see around them, or what they adapt to, or their friends and all that other stuff. So it's like I don't think we don't get traits like that. Traits don't just go in your blood. I just highly disagree on that. You know what I'm saying? I think how genetics work like off of the type of blood you have and how tall you end up becoming, how your hair gonna grow, how your brain might operate, stuff like that, right? But traits like being angry and being I mean, and I gotta understand some things can assist stuff, but he he fold his leg like that because I used to fold my leg like that when I was a kid. Like, no, that is not. I think every parent try to find a way to validate something to make them feel accomplished in something in life. Like, oh yeah, that came from me. I just really don't think it worked like that. Like, it just don't work like that. I mean, your sperm was sitting there folding their little tail while they was young because you do it. You know what I'm saying? That's just a freaking act. That's just an action. Like everything your child do don't mean that it came from you. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't know. Like I said, a lot of this stuff, you seen it. Like if my child, I believe if I was had a child and a child was never around me and he was just raised out there in freaking French or something like that. Or I'm trying to think of an area like in Tokyo or something like that. He gonna adapt to that whole entire area. That's just what it is. He gonna adapt to that. Then he come back. He's not gonna have none of my ways. That's just how it works. He's not about to have any of my ways. He ain't gonna have the way I talk. He ain't gonna have I mean, maybe my like the vocal might sound like me, right? But in a whole nother language. But I will probably have more of like how my voice is now. It might be a little draggy or whatever they call it. Because I guess that's what people be saying about me so far. I don't know. But he wouldn't have that because that's not his style of how he rolled. He probably gonna be, hey, father. So he gonna be talking a little fast, you know what I'm saying? Because he's more adapted to Tokyo's way of talking or something like that. So it just don't work like that. So he probably wouldn't even sound like me for real. He might have like my pitch or something because the way, genetically how that got, how he got my features and all that stuff. But the way he talked wouldn't be the same way I talk. Like when we got talks, actions, and walk and all the stuff that we see or imitate, the swag and all that stuff, that just comes from, the stuff we see around our environment. That's just how that works, 'cause we get it from somewhere. It all comes from somewhere. We don't own these things. We don't just be a sperm and just all of a sudden just got a whole swag. Like if you ever noticed, like when we was younger and grew up, our swags changed. You know what I'm saying? We went from walking with her back and doing a Naruto run and all that stuff or whatever. And now we over here trying to be gangster and smooth. Like, I ain't mess with that. Everybody swagged out now or whatever. Or some people hyper, more hyper. So it's just things be changing. People, or we all change. So, but,
Period.
it's, all right. Man. But yeah, I do think that. I think that's for us too, though. I think when some women can raise men, I wouldn't recommend it though, because I think I get why they push that message though, because they don't want it to where how a lot of women just making these silly decisions and like, well, I know I can do it. So I would rather push it to where like, no, women ain't raising no man. They need their fathers in their life. They try to find any reason to not have the fathers in life. That's the reason why I wouldn't push that message. You know what I'm saying? So I won't be pushing the message. Man, well, women can raise men. I'm gonna say no. I will still say no. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, they need they. I'm pretty sure their father would do a better job. Their father would do a better job at that instead of you having to change your switch codes and stuff for your child. That way you can rest in your femininity if you have it. You don't have to be masculine all the time because you have a partner that take on those roles. But that can be up in the air, man. That's why I think everything case by case though. But yeah, I probably wouldn't push. I probably wouldn't push that because that's more pushing that I can do it all by myself type stuff. I wouldn't do that.
But you know what? I hear where you're coming from, but the only reason that
Not the butt.
I have to say it differently is because my thing is I have to be truthful, right? So, and I don't, I'm against rhetoric. I'm against narratives, right? I'm against, trying to sway somebody a certain way because you think your belief is right. When my thing is just facts are facts. And I say, you know what I mean? Like if I want to be that way and I say I'm against being a hypocrite, then I got to call it both ways. And I got to, keep it 100 as the facts. And the facts are some women can. You know what I mean? The facts are some women are just not good parents, period. You know what I mean? There's some women who just don't have that maternal instinct that a lot of women do, right?
Yeah,
That's a fact. There's some men who ain't shit. So if you put that dude in his presence, he gonna be ain't shit too. There's some like we men are on this, especially on this app, seem to be like all of our ideas are 100% facts and right, and everything else is wrong. And you need to get on this page, or otherwise you're wrong. And I just believe that, like you just said, nobody is the same. Not one. There is no identical us. Even identical twins are different. You see what I'm saying? And how they gonna navigate life. So that being said, it's like we can put out the general consensus of, hey, this is the best way. This might be statistically the best way that you can do it, right?
gotcha.
But that doesn't mean that's the only way. And it may not be for everybody. But I'm gonna still say I believe that this is the best way. Like I always say, I believe marriage is the best way to go, right? But I also say that marriage ain't for everybody because the fact is marriage isn't for everybody. You get what I mean? So
Mhm.
it's like I can push my idea, but I also have to go ahead and give the fact if
Live
I'm going to
argument.
be a factual person. You get what I'm saying? And I think that's the problem where there's a lot of people that claim they're talking about facts and they claim that they this and that, but all they're doing is putting out their opinion. And so then you say to yourself, well, damn, dude, I thought you were supposed to be factual. And, it's like, I don't know. There's a disconnect with that. And so for me, I'm like, sometimes the facts don't necessarily go with your narrative. And if that's the case, you got to be good with that and admit it and just be like, you know what? This is what I believe. For me, this is what I believe the best way. But factually speaking, it can go either way. Does that make
I
sense?
get you. Yeah, I get you. You're just saying. So I guess I
Yeah.
will always push the best route. So I get you. I can always mention that it's possible, right? I know they'd be like, it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? I get it though. But we
Right.
can't, I guess you can't say that they can't because it is some women, like I said, I've seen, even in my personal life, they can raise a son, uh, a woman that did raise a son. And then, like I said, that will go against me saying that when people can't be adaptable. And I always believe that we are conditioned, even femininity and masculinity. That's more of a conditioned thing to me. Well, from what I noticed, right? Because it's just like it's a reason why we have to teach these things. Why do we have to teach something that's natural? You feel me? But it's a reason why we teach these things. It's just so you see that like once you see like a dude grow around like a feminine type way, they start throwing away trash, looking weird, and whatever, and switching and doing it, the strut that they want to stuff
Right.
like that or whatever. So they look at that, they imitate it. So humans are adaptable. So I can see it, just like I'm pretty sure such things as the Amazonian women and stuff. They had to be masculine. There's no way but it just yeah, humans are adaptable. So I can see it happen.
But
But I would say I would say, huh?
I said throughout history, masculine and femininity has changed. You know, depending on what era you're talking about, things were different. And like right now, we say things are masculine, and most of the things that we say are masculine are just living life. You know what I mean? Like working, having a job, providing. That's what all of us have to do if we're single. No matter what, it's not a masculine thing to provide. That means you're living. You know what I mean? You're human. But we say that because that was the gender role. And when that stuck is just now, if you're a provider, you're masculine. What? You know what I mean? So it's like,
No.
I think certain things we say are masculine or just whatever. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's, I don't want to say subjective, but it really is. And then there's like,
Provider.
yeah, then there's like certain things like if there are two parent households with a strict father and traditional parents, and yet you have the most flamboyant dudes come out of that house. Why is that? You know what I mean? Like, and then, well, that's the exception to the rule. No, it's not. It's just that means that people are different. You can have the best upbringing and still be a piece of shit when you get older. You know what I mean? We see that all the time. People grow up in privileged upbringings, have all the best everything, the parents, all that, and still are degenerate, right?
Yeah.
And then
I
vice
think that's
versa.
less likely though.
Yeah, we come from people that struggle. I mean, just think about it. 80% of people are not rich, right? Or not upper class, or not even, I think even 60% of people are considered poverty. But most people are not degenerate. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we all have problems and we all trying to make it, but most people are not just outright degenerate, people. That's a small percentage of people who are that way. So we know that you can be a good person by coming from whatever. It just depends on your constitution and the people that raised you. So, I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know. I think that a lot of this
I
stuff
think
try
even
to
with that I
pigeonhole.
wouldn't push that, not having what was that you were saying? Basically saying that what a 2-parent home? Hold on, let me see. What was you just saying? You was talking about dang, I just lost it.
Oh, Tank. It's okay.
But you was
Yeah.
basically saying
No, I mean, we want to push that two-parent homes are better. I know that's what you were
yeah,
saying. Like, yeah,
I think it was
we're not
something
going to
else you
say,
was getting to. You was saying that you can be raised a certain way. Oh, raised all good. You was basically saying that they still turn out. And I think that's less likely to happen, though. I mean, it happened a lot. I get it, but I wouldn't push not raising them right
put it like
because that
this.
is less likely to happen. But huh?
Put it like this. Of all of the, if all of that, and I don't want to say it so we get shut down, but of all of the alternative lifestyle folks, okay, in history, they have always been here. And even in times where it was taboo and it was shunned upon to where nobody would be comfortable doing it, they were still here. They came out of those households. If someone is going to be that, they're going to be that. They may not show you because you're strict, but behind closed doors, they're going to do what they do because that's who we are, right? Did somebody have to teach you to like women? Or did you just one day understand that, damn, that's my shit, right?
I'm
Nobody
pretty
had to
sure that
teach
I
me,
got taught that though when I was younger. I'm pretty sure all of us
bro.
are taught that.
So if that's the case, then now riddle me this, Batman. Could somebody teach you right now to like men?
Not now.
What you mean not now? If we can, because it's
Oh,
something
it's different.
you
I'm
can
not a
learn it
kid. You
anytime.
how you gonna go from kid to adult? That's different.
Because if we can learn, no, because if it's
If
something
you
that
a
we can
kid, you
learn,
easily molded. You're easily
no,
molded
no,
as a
no.
kid. Yes. Huh?
So you're saying it's easier because
Yes,
if
as
you
a
can
kid,
learn it,
yes, most definitely. If I get taught to look at dudes or do this to dudes or something like that, that's all I'm gonna be thinking about because I got taught that.
no. Because if when I was growing up, if you would tell me, "Hey, go look at that dude," I'm gonna be like, "Hell no, I don't like that." Period.
Nah, I don't think
No
that
matter
works
how
like
you
that.
teach me, that's how it worked for me. That's what I'm saying is,
Yeah,
if
that's the condition versus nature. I swear, I don't know. That's some
did you
team
get me?
condition. I think that all of us are conditioned to believe the way we believe. Oh, that's what it is. I don't believe a lot of stuff is natural
What I'm saying is what you are
because you ain't
attracted
gonna know
to.
what doing no punani if you ain't get taught about it.
No. What you do that you are attracted to, right? What's going on,
Attractions
brother?
are that's something that like fetishes and all that stuff. That's something that just I guess you have experienced it, right? Or it's something about it that made you become attracted to these things. Just like first time eating some fruit, all of a sudden you like, dang, you know what I'm saying? You ain't don't know nothing about no fruit to be attracted to it or fiending because you don't know about fruit. But until you got told about it or that you had some type of experience of or hint about it, then that's when you become built this attraction because you compare it to something that you are experienced already. You see what I'm saying? I don't know what you're saying though.
Uh,
Because
an
I'm want some
attraction.
fruit and I ain't never ate fruit before.
Okay, so if I tell you that you have to like a certain fruit because it's the best thing ever, no matter if you don't like that fruit, even if you tried, you're not gonna like that fruit. Nobody gonna teach you to like it, right?
No,
It's either
eventually, no, yes, we work off pleasures and pains. That's what that is. So it's either like, either we gonna get like with smoking, right? If you had a bad experience, you less likely to go back to it. Like, I didn't like it. But if you had a good experience out of it, or you liked the way it flowed, you're gonna be more addicted and attracted to it. But it just depends on like everything is pain or pleasure. Just like if somebody had smacks for the first time and it hurt it so bad more than they got pleased, they probably less likely to go back to it. You know, for the most part, everybody liked it. What
if
happened
that's the
after
case,
that?
if that's the case, most women would never do it again. So we know
Yeah,
that that
that's what
ain't
I was
right.
saying.
That's
Yeah, yeah, I don't know how to explain it though, but I don't know. But yeah, we build off pleasures and pain. So, but it just depends on what we get more. 'Cause a lot of the stuff I learned in those little I learned a lot because I did a lot of like a research and also listening to a lot of videos and stuff, which made sense to me. You know, 'cause we usually run away from, you know, especially if somebody. Uh,
so. What I think is this. I think this is what it is, Kev. It's either you're one way, you're the other way, or you're both. Right? That's it. And if you're both, that means that you can be swayed either way, depending on whatever, like you said, like, if I found both people attractive, then, I could go either way, right? If I didn't, if I only went one way, there's nothing that you can do. I can act like I'm that way. I can put up the facade, like we can behave in certain ways, but in the back of your mind, that is the reason why they had it in the closet. There's a reason why for centuries there were people hiding it, acting one way, but still in the back of their mind doing what they do, because that is something that was innate. If it was innate for me, and I'm just saying to be fair, right? Like if I look at my life as a man and I say, all right, you know what? I never was taught. You didn't have to teach me that I like titties. You didn't have to tell me that. You know what I'm saying? It came one day, like, ooh, Lake Minnetonka. I like that. If y'all know, y'all know. But anyway, we'll talk about that later. The point is, I knew this. It wasn't something that was taught to me. Now, obviously, I grew up in a place where, you know, it was PIN pimping, and it was a certain way that we had to look around, and you had to walk around and be a certain way. I get it. So there is influence on how we behaved, right? But what I knew to be true to myself was there. So I'm saying, to be fair, if that was like that for me, I have to assume that it's like that for them. It would be, you see what I'm saying? Like I could say I don't think so. I think it's taught. No, but because it's nothing you can do to tell me right now that I like dudes. Like it's nothing that can
you said right
happen.
now though,
But no, I'm saying there's
you
nothing
don't
that
think kids are getting conditioned to what they attach to or what they decide to
well,
join in and all that stuff?
if that's what I'm saying is a child. is going to be you might like a kid is going to like dresses. You might have a little boy, he like Barbies, right?
It
He just
stood
think it's
out.
a
It
toy,
probably stood out.
right?
Yeah, I got you.
And then you say, no, don't do that. You do this, you go get a GI Joe.
Hey,
Okay, so
I
you're
can get that.
training him his
It might have been the
behavior,
color.
right? But you're training his behavior, right? But
True.
as he gets older, if he was secretly this whole time he's been liking other boys, at some point he's going to go there, regardless of what you taught and how you taught him. Regardless, he said at some point he's going to make that decision because that was what was in him, even though he didn't act that way because he was taught differently. You see what I'm saying? So vice versa. If you was to sit up here and say, hey, little boy, you supposed to be with boys, and you tried to teach that little dude that, right? By the time he get 11, 12, he gonna be like, you know what? You tripping. I like that over there. He gonna know that. And even if you tried to teach him, he may act a certain way. You get what I'm saying? But I think innately you gonna know what you are attracted to or not. You see what I'm saying? I think there's a difference between that attraction and then we're talking about behavior. Because I think behavior, it can be influenced. I agree with you 100%. You know what I mean? And especially at certain ages, absolutely. But a child has no, they don't have any sexual thoughts anyway. They just learning, they just absorbing. It's not even that they're not even on that level anyway. Once you get puberty and stuff, all of a sudden that shit start clicking. Ain't nobody gonna tell. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I don't know, bro. I just think, like I said, if it went that way for me, if nobody had to teach me, I don't think I'm special.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's
no, you
something
know what I
that
mean?
they got to present
So
in your life though, for you to. It's just like and that's how I be knowing how that worked though, because it's like nobody was really thinking about fat booties until my man started making a song talking about I like big butts. And then and then big booty start being a trend. Then people start being attracted to it. They start seeing how it jiggle and all this other stuff. I don't think people was even paying and focusing on it. They just liked that cute face, the slim and the skinny was in you know what I'm saying? Oh, skinny was the new attraction. You know what I'm saying? Now it's thick booty. You know what I'm saying? Now, and big chest. You know, that started being that's what I'm saying. Like,
see,
like I said, I
see,
still think
that's why you
overall, I
got to go
think a
back
lot
to
of that stuff is
history.
just conditioned though. I don't think a lot
That,
of that stuff is
that's
enough
why
for
you got
you.
to. That's why you got to go back in history, and you will realize that those big butts, back even in slavery time, they would have women displayed like zoos that have big butts because they loved that back then. If you go back in history, it tells you it's documented that this ain't nothing new. Mix-a-Lot didn't start that shit. He read that or made that song because it was true. You get me? It wasn't like he said it and then it made it true. When we have even right now, when you look at Caucasian, they liked the big chest, small waist, little whatever, right? And that still holds true right now. They will tell you if you look at the all of the trends, all the stats, that's what it is. If you go to Asia, they like small frames because that's their culture.
Right.
But at the
That's what I'm
same
saying.
time, when you look at the like I said, the behaviors and what we call fashion or the trends or things, those are the things I agree with you. Those things can be molded, right? That's what I'm saying. I agree. You know, because what we think is fashionable is if you get too many people say the same thing, then we want to be included. We think that's fashionable. We go ahead and start doing it. Okay, I got it. And that's true. You know what I mean? But like, I just think that when we look at raw attraction, that shit is innate to us. If we look at history and look at common sense, I don't understand how we could say anything different. You know what I mean? And that's just my opinion. I don't know.
Interesting. Uh, mm, I don't know. 'Cause I've been there. I guess always been one of my biggest debates though is between nature and natural and conditioning. I don't know. I think my head just be thinking too deep in that though, because I really always believe it's the source. I guess I'm a firm believer that things just don't happen for no reason. I think it's always a cause behind everything. Because I was even having this debate with my boy He like, well, I just like it because I like it. I was like, bro, I'm like, oh, it had to came from somewhere because that's why I use the feet fetishes and these fetishes that people have for a reason. I was using that because I said that came from somewhere. Ain't nobody just grew up as a baby and saying I like feet and I want to suck on them. I mean, I don't think it worked like that. It had to happen. Something happened in their life that got their attention about feet. So if you just walking around seeing feet on the ground and looking dirty and stuff, you're not gonna bother thinking about sucking on no feet. It just don't work like that. Some of these attractions do literally be built. I can't believe that. I just probably would never believe that's natural. People just naturally like feet, right? That thing that's down there. Some people, but I can't deal with that. Like I said, everybody do that, and I don't. I believe it's a cause to everything. I don't think that. I don't. I'm not. I don't know. That's the same thing I have to do with my friend. I don't believe in that things just happen for no reason. I think everything
I mean,
start from something.
But
but
yeah, there's a
for no
preference. Maybe
reason.
that was an experience. But look at that dude with those feet. It is women with the feet. That don't mean it's just every foot, right? So his fetish or even his preference has a base. You get me?
I'm
So
talking about the
I'm
attraction
saying
part.
is that innate part attraction. Okay, and now on top of that, you may have some fetishes or certain things that you've come across that you like. Ooh, I like the way that feel. I like this. So okay, yeah, but I'm talking about the innate attraction to which way direction you go. I think that is what that's what I was talking about. Because I think everything else, like you said, can be engineered, if that makes sense. Did you want to talk about? Do you want to get on this, Kay?
I'm just
I
listening in
thought
psychology because I'm a psychologist, so I love this debate. Nature and nurture is inseparable. I know it's a big question about are you the way you are because you're born that way or because of how you were raised? Is your genetics and your biology does that dictate your personality or is it just your environment? This is the age-old nature versus nurture debate that's been going on since the history of psychology. It has caused a lot of controversy, but you know, it's it is a combination of both. Now, there are certain things that are built in us, like I could say when it comes to like biological sex, that we're just built in certain ways that men have or that women have or that we don't share in the same way. Um, because that's just how we are built. But there are things that can be nurtured. Um, there's things that we might feel attracted to more because of our biological smacks. I'm sorry, I can't say the other word. Sorry. Um, even like, well, I'll use mental illness for example. One of the reasons why when you go to the doctor and they ask you about your medical history with mental illness is because
that
it's
you said.
within your
Just thought
family.
about something.
It's because it might run in your family. Now I read a book in college and it was talk about sociopathy and psychopaths and things like that, and they did find out that many of them did not have, I'm just going to use in layman's terms, that middle part in your brain, that part was different than those who were not sociopaths. So they're saying like, is there a genetic correlation to why they do what they do and why they think the way that they think? Some people disagree with the research. Some people agree with the research. I thought that was very interesting because that did impact their neurons in the way that they behaved and why they like to be kleptomaniacs, why they like to lie, why they like to steal, why they are antisocial, whatever. That came from that, because it does impact your personality. Like it does. Um, Same thing with bipolar disorder or schizophrenia. Matter of fact, it was another study I looked at about twins, and if there was a set of twins and one had schizophrenia and the other twin did not, the other twin only had maybe about approximately up to 50% chance of having schizophrenia, but that wasn't always the case. But it was only at 50% that they would develop it. Now, then someone will argue, well, that's nurture because we know that everybody has their own experience. And even with twins, there's still differences in their genetic makeup as well, even though they're the same, which I think is a beautiful thing. But I'm just, I always just say it's a combination of both. I do understand the whole thing with nature and I understand nurture, but it is a understanding of that they are inseparable. That's just what I think as a
Mhm.
psychologist.
Wait, before you go, Lion, you made me think about that now, right?
Okay.
So that's like saying, shoot, since we think some of these things are people with attractions, let's go back to attractions, right? It's not you saying it's not a condition or some of them, right? What about the ones that that's attracted to little kids? Um, should
Ain't
they
no gene for that.
huh?
Ain't no gene for that. There is no gene that says adult should should violate a child. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting yeah, that's why I'm getting somewhere with this because according to like what he's saying is that um that it feels like that, right? That you're some things you're just attracted to, and ain't no condition behind it. It's just because you just attracted to it, I guess. So that mean that that they wouldn't be in the wrong though because they can't help what they attracted to in a way, right? You know, or
But they're not wrong.
huh?
Let's say this:
We're
if
not
somebody
wrong.
there are some people that are attracted to unaliving, right? Does that mean that unaliving people is right? No. That you still victimizing people, right? So that's still wrong in society because it is a crime. You are doing something that is wrong, right? Now, with that, when you're talking about these fuckers with these with kids, that is a whole different can of worms. Maybe you could say, "Oh, I'm." What it is they are
Oh,
attracted
but
to
I
a
feel like
sexual
look
body or
what you
they're
just
this and
did
that.
though.
That
You
no,
called him
listen
out
what
his
I'm saying.
name for huh?
That's what I'm saying. You
But
could
you called
be
him out his name for what he can't control according to your logic, right? You
because that
said
is
you
a
called him an
no. I'm
effer.
saying
You called him an
because
effer, and he can't help what he attracted to, right?
no. But if you are victimizing children, right? I don't care what you say that you're attracted to. You should burn. That is victimization. You are
Well,
harming children. That is different.
so you
That's what I'm
can
saying.
help what you're attracted to.
No, no. Because listen, here's the thing. These people that are that way, when you have, I'll give it to you like this. There's a whole industry of adult women who are looking like they are children, right? Right? And so these men are buying this stuff in droves. Okay. And you say to yourself, that shit is terrible. But guess what? That's a grown woman that looks like this. So if that is your fetish, then you can do that. And that's a grown woman. You still in the game and you still did what you did. The choice that you made that you were going to actually go victimize a child, that is something totally different. And that right there is apprehension. That's just, you get what I'm saying? So your attraction to whatever characteristics, that's different than what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? Like when you bring that into the game, that is someone willingly doing and harming a child. That is something totally different than, oh, I was just attracted to it. That's what I want. No, 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 no. Because you still did not have to do what you did. You get what I'm saying? That's something totally different.
I mean,
And
people that's
especially
attracted
when
to
we
the
want to
same
compare
sex
that
ain't have to
to,
do what they have to do either, though.
right? No,
But
because you're trying to make an apples to apples argument with that, but that's not apples to apples. That's something totally different. See what I'm saying?
according
Like
to
that's
who? According to who? All of it would be mental illnesses, if you want to call it that. Then, since we saying that's what a mental illness is or whatever, that'd be the same exact thing. Like, if they can't help who they're attracted to, or we saying that we automatically born and know what we attracted to instead of being conditioned to it, I mean, a lot of us ain't wrong for what we attracted to. So, you know what I'm saying? And that because it didn't get taught to us, we just attracted to it for whatever reason.
okay. It's the same thing when you have a woman who says that she doesn't like men, right? And we talk about it. We say, well,
It's a reason.
why do you go with a woman that's dressed butch that looks like a man? If you say that you don't like men, you may as well be with a man, right? So now we're looking at what they look like, and we're trying to compare that to well, you should be with a man, but it's not the same, right? But because we want to make that comparison, we will say things like that, right? This is the same thing. This is the same type of a comparison because if you say to me that your attraction is that I like. If you ask these people, why do you what makes you attracted to these minors? What do they say? They start talking about things that is for power. It is something that they can take advantage of somebody. It is a vindictive situation, right? They are talking about control. This is the same thing that a lot of people that attack women, and I'm saying it in code so y'all can understand what I'm saying. It's not about sex. It's about them having control over that woman. It's about them violating them in that way because they gain control. That is in most cases, not all, but a lot of cases, that's what it's about, right? It's that force. It is that. So that is, like I said, that is a different situation. That is your screws is loose. You have a problem, and you need to be dismembered. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So when we gotta say that they will tell you, well, it's just that I'm attracted to it, and I say that that's bullshit. That's what I'm saying.
But
That's not the thing.
how do you know that? Okay. All right.
Because I
Linus,
know
you
it because
want to
they
say
trying to save
something?
face, bro. That's why I know it. They are trying to make it seem like it's okay so that they can be okay to do
But
it.
ain't that what the same Smex people doing? They just saying I'm
No,
attracted to what I attract to. How we
wait,
know if
what?
that's BS or not?
There's no gauging either. But Linus, go ahead, girl. I saw your hand down there.
Oh yeah, I could talk about this forever, low key, because I swear I will question this junk 1,000 times because that junk it's just a lot of stuff. Just I don't know. But go ahead,
Go ahead,
Lion.
Linus. Sorry.
So I was going to ask, Kev. So you're saying that you believe that children are just blank slates, like they have no personal
Sponges.
preferences,
Everybody
they have
sponges
no
when they
things
grow up.
that they
Yeah,
like. That's just for them. They
we
just come out
sponges.
blank, and everything that they are is what you make them.
Yep, you sponges. We sponges. Yeah, humans are sponges.
So then, what are you? Right? You
Hmm?
can't. My problem with this is that I know that you're a Christian, and so you can't believe that
I
you
got
have a
taught that.
soul. You
I got
can't believe that
conditioned
you
that
have a
to that.
soul and that you are also just a blank slate and you are nothing other than what other people put into you. Like you have to believe that there's
That's
some
the
part of you.
reality truth. Yes, it is. We don't
Those
come with our
two
own stuff.
things don't coincide, Kev. You
Yes, they
can't be
do.
your own individual soul and then
You
also
can't.
be nothing but what someone else put into you.
Yes.
How?
I can admit that I get a lot of my ways are mixed from a lot of people. Because if that's the case, that means a parent could just leave a baby in the middle of nowhere and then they're just going to build their personality from nothing because it's in their nature. If that's the case, right? I'm going to just automatically start speaking English or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because it's regular, right? If that didn't get conditioned to me, because I don't have to speak English. I didn't have to be born in America. I could have been over there somewhere and took on a whole different personality. That's how that works. That's how humans work. So I don't know how we trying to. I mean, y'all gonna see what I'm talking about a little bit later, though.
So
But
you don't think
yes,
that
yes,
there's
I don't
any
get my
part of
ways from
you
my
that
own
would
self. It
still
came
be
from
you
somewhere.
no
Hmm?
matter where you live? You don't think there's any part of you that would still exist if you lived somewhere else?
What is
If you
me?
grew up different? That's the question. That's the question that I'm asking you. Is what are you if you don't believe that you're anything other than what people put into you? What are
I
you?
wouldn't know. I don't know. I can admit that I would not know who I'd be if I didn't condition myself to be the person I am today. If I didn't go through what I went through, I wouldn't know what I would be. I think I'm probably one human that can actually admit that. I mean, I didn't bring myself into this world by myself. I didn't. I mean, sure. And then I didn't learn what I learned without what I learned. You know what I'm saying? If I wouldn't have talked, like I said, who knows if I was supposed to originally supposed to speak English? I wouldn't know that. I got taught English. But if I go somewhere else and be another 40 years somewhere else, I'm gonna learn something else new. I have a whole nother different style, a way of moving and all that. So who really am I? But I think that's the reason why a lot of people have a problem with changing it or try to become better because they feel like they stuck being who they are today. When I learn something new about myself every last single day, I learn, my mind expands more, right? Who said I'm at my true form now? You know what I'm saying? Maybe down the line, I might be even better or think even clearer, which I'm pretty sure because I love learning and building, right? Who to say that this the fake me right now? You know what I'm saying? If Laura willing, give me some more, give me time to make it to be 100 and something or whatever. Who said this the fake me now? You know what I'm saying? Who was really me? You know what I'm saying? Or if I still keep living, who is me? That's what I'm getting to. Who is me? That's why I try to be a better version of myself every day, of whoever I am. You know what I'm saying? Because we all change. We change for the, if we try to change for the better or the worse, it's going to be one of the two. We have those options. Some of us stay the same. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm literally, if that's the thing or the debate that's nowadays, I'm team. I believe a lot of things that the way we move and react to things, we could say that's natural. You know what I'm saying? It can influence our nature, influence things. But the way we act and stuff, the way we act, the way we move, the things that we are attracted to, I do believe that. Like I said, I can believe it give us a boost, right? Or it make us get more of a fiend towards things. Maybe genetics can play a part in that. But when it comes to, you know, different things we see in our life or that we got presented in life, addictions and all that stuff. If some, you know what I'm saying, addictions come from somewhere. It got presented in your life in some form, and then you went from there. You know what I'm saying? But if you never got taught these things or seen this stuff or got presented with these things, how would I get attracted to something that I never got presented to? It just don't. It don't work like that. It just don't work like that. All of a sudden, I'm gonna like cigarettes. All of a sudden, I have a fiend for cigarettes, and I've never smoked it before. Like humans don't work like that.
But
Humans don't work like that.
but
All
here's the
humans
thing,
are
though, bro.
exposed to everything.
Right. That's what I was gonna say.
Huh?
Think about this, right? Some people have addictive personalities, right? So if they are exposed to it, they're gonna go with it, right? There's some people who don't. Doesn't matter how many times you put something in my face. If I don't fuck with it, I'm not fucking with it, and that's me. A lot of people are not that way. That's why I've never drunk alcohol. I've never smoked a cigarette. I've never done any drugs. I've never done any of that shit, not once in my life, because I don't have that addictive personality. You can't
Because you
tell me what to
chose
do.
not to. Yeah.
But that's my point. But at the same time, there are some people who gamble, who do all of these things because if they are exposed to it, they have an addictive personality. Right? Some people have more we would say discipline. It's easier for some people than it is for others, right? Because we all have different constitutions. So that being said, yeah, we
I
know
think
that.
everybody got some type of addiction in a form. We just do it in different ways, though. I think that's
No,
a
but an
human nature.
addictive personality though is different than just an addiction. Like even addiction, like we have bad habits, but an addiction, that's a whole different thing. That's a whole different ballgame. That's when you don't have
I
control
think
of
it's
it.
stuff that we do in place of things we could be addicted to. I think like it can be like I think we was talking about that coping and all that other stuff. Like sometimes it could be music, sometimes it could be video games, it could be working. Not,
But see,
some way
those
we
might
find a way
be,
to not be bored. You know, it's a
but
lot of
that's a
stuff we
bad
could do it
habit.
for. Huh?
That's a bad habit. That's a bad habit.
Yeah,
That's
we
not
can
an
say that
addiction.
though. Yeah, I feel you
You
on
know what
that.
I
I
mean?
feel you. I'm just saying that
Yeah,
stuff like that.
yeah,
It's like almost the same thing, even though
yeah, yeah,
it
yeah,
might
yeah,
not be
yeah.
called an addiction. But you know, I just look at it that we humans got something that they always want to keep going back to, or something like that. If we want to call it that.
I think that somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but an addiction is when it turns to a point where you don't have control over it.
You know how to control.
Now
I
it's
get
an
you.
addiction. So,
I
so
get you.
or at least that's the easiest way to say it, right?
Yeah.
So, and a lot of people say they have addictions just to be, I don't know, like everybody walk around, I'm a narcissist. No, you're not. Shut up. You're just fucking selfish. You just get it. You know what I mean? There's a difference. But people just say things like that because it's a buzzword. But I'm just saying that I agree. We are
Mix.
most of our life is nurture. Okay, we are products of our environments, what we've been conditioned, our social conditioning, all of that. Okay, I agree with you on that. But there are certain things, there are certain makeup of things that aren't, right? And those things have been evident. And the reason I say that is because these are the things that have been constant throughout history. When I go look back through history, right, and I can see that these particular things have been the same no matter what in fucking 10,000 BC to 200 to 2024. These particular things have always been the same. I'm gonna roll with that as being nature. The things that have changed through history, flip flop, going back and forth, then I look at that as nurture. You get what I'm saying? That's how I judge it. So
I thought
if I
about
can go
something.
back,
Oh,
you know what I mean? If I can go back, you know, to BC times, and we were still doing this, I'm like, okay, that's probably not. That's probably natural. That's probably what we were innately doing. And then I go fast forward, and you start seeing how high heels used to be made for men, and wigs used to be made for men, and then all of a sudden it changed. So now that's feminine, this and that. No, okay, that's nature, nurture. You get me? Because it's changed throughout history. But the
yeah,
things that have been the same, that's what I was trying to say is nature, if that makes sense.
yeah. Here go another. I thought about another example too. Like right now, right? I condition myself to and even just be kind of like turned off looking at chunky women, right? Let's say that if that's a clean word, I can say, right? But this how this worked though, right? If I had a very good experience with a chunky woman, right? That she did something that I didn't have with other, whatever. She had something special about her, like that extra when I can grab this part, whatever. I'm just making up some stuff, right? From that point, right? That's why I say I think it's a base area thing though, because we compare fields, and then that's when we like, or sometimes our mind just wondering, be like, okay, what if this or whatever. But it's just like it's like a pleasure, right? And that's what makes us have these attractions. Is our attractions connects with the pleasures. So it's like that's why I say it's either pleasures or pains in life. That's one thing I learned. It's pleasures or pain. Usually we run towards the pleasures and we run away from the pains. But if I had a good experience, even though I'm not even looking at it because I'm not attracted to it. I turned myself off on it because of the way I conditioned my mind and what I thought about it, and it just looked nasty to me. But to some people, it's something, right? Or it probably did look nasty to them until they mess with it. And they like, okay, I can do this with that, and all that. Then they build an automatic what's the word? Attach. What was the word we just using earlier? Attachment? No, not attachment. What the freak? Uh, Who was you talking about the whole entire time? It started with A. Attraction. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Attraction, whatever. So I could build attraction based off or addiction or not addiction. Attraction or like it. Yeah, attraction. We're gonna stay with attraction, right? I could build an attraction to it based off my experience. If I have a real good experience with the chunky woman that I don't like now, I can start all of a sudden I would get attracted to it because I experienced it. And I'm like, oh, okay, I like this or whatever. Just like I said, some people got forced into the foot thing, right? They suck the foot and they like the experience that came behind it. Now they're attracted to it because of the experience that they had. But it just like I said, I don't believe, and like I said, we can agree disagree on that whole part or whatever. But I'm just saying that I don't believe that all of a sudden somebody have a foot fetish and never dealt with a foot before. It's just I don't think it works like that unless they heard from another person. And then even if they heard from another person, they're gonna connect that to a field that they mind think that it might, just like with that movie Temptation, right? She was a virgin to that dude, right? They both lost it, but the thought of what her dude did to her, she probably connected to that. And then the dude was all in her ear, was like, "Hey, you know what? I can do better." And then the thought that she thinking that she can get better from another man that she never experienced. That's what, like I said, it tied into her husband that she only had the one that they was both virgins, right? So that's why she went to because she ended up being attracted in that way because of the experience that she had because she tied her mind into that. I don't know if I explained that right, but that's what I'm getting to. It's like well, some of the times if we never experience these things, we're tying what could be with it, the could be's. You know what I'm saying? That's why people be cheating and all that other stuff because they think about oh man, maybe this could be better because we just some curious type humans. That's what humans is. Like we could say that's a natural thing. You know what I'm saying? Humans are very curious or what if this or what if that? You know what I'm saying? Or could this be better or something like that? We always going to want more. I think that's a natural thing. Like money, that's where greed and all that other stuff come from. Greed and lust. We always want more. That's natural. That's not conditioned. But I don't know
Okay,
if
so
you
but here's the thing though, right? Because I think I get what you're saying, and but I think that we are blurring everything as far as attraction is. All right, let me put it in another like another tangible form. Okay, you got motorcycles, you got cars. Okay, I can like cars. I'm attracted to cars. I like cars. I don't fuck with motorcycles. Period. You can have the nicest Ducati or Harley or all this other shit that people have, and they be like, "Yeah, this is better." I don't give a fuck. I hate it. I can't stand it. I don't roll with them. I don't give a fuck what kind of motorcycle it is. It ain't for me, right? But I like cars, so I have a lot of cars, and sometimes I might like an SUV. I got an SUV. Damn, you know what? That sports car look nice. I like that coupe. Ooh. But guess what? It's still a car. It don't mean I'm going for the motorcycle. I don't give a fuck what it is. I got different preferences within different cars. This could be the same thing with women. You could say, hey, you know what? I never liked a big woman, but I saw this one and she was hella nice. And man, I don't know. For some reason, I was with that. Cool. Then you tried. There you go. That don't mean that now you're going to look and say, oh, well, you know what? Since I like fluffy, let me look at fluffy dudes. No, there's certain parts that you get what I'm saying? Like it compartmentalizes what you have a preference for. So what I'm saying is, yeah, we have these things and preferences and attractions and things like that to different things. But at the core, when we break it all the way down, and as far as when you can only make forks in the road, and you start looking at those forks and what direction you go, I think those things are innate in who you're going to be. If you're a brave person, or if you are, like there's certain things that I think we are born with that now when we go and navigate through these lives, we're going to make certain decisions based on that, right? So there's where that nurture comes in. And I agree with you. If you have a certain mentality and you're exposed to a certain thing, then you're going to go that way, right? And my thing is, when I hear a lot of people talk about this, I think that they are afraid that their child may be that way. They're afraid that their child may be something that they don't like. So what they do is, I have to not have them exposed to that, because if they are exposed to that and they like it, now I have to face that. I think a lot of people are coming from it from that perspective, right? It's coming from a sense of hate or dislike because you don't approve of it. You believe that your child just might be that, and you don't want to deal with that right now. So you don't want to expose them to it. Because if you were comfortable with it, you wouldn't give a fuck. Because you know that no matter what happens in that particular situation, you're not going to have to worry about that until they're grown anyway. What little ass kid do you have to worry about that for? We don't. But I think these are all excuses for motherfuckers to mask they dislike or to mask their bias. And you know me, I say, if that's how you feel, just admit that shit, and then we can respect that and roll. But I think people be lying about it, and that's the reason why I have my position that way, because I'm anti-narrative. So I'm like, don't give me the bullshit, just tell me the real. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why I say I don't think that it's, just a healthy. Oh, this is nature versus nurture. I think this is bias, and people are trying to justify it. But again, that's just how I've seen, in the people that I've talked to. So, like I'm saying, I ain't gonna say it's everybody, but I don't know, and I could be wrong. So, it's just how I've seen it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, let me see. I'm gonna say this real quick. Then with the, she said if you were attracted to her, you wouldn't have ever. So you made me think about something else about when we said the kids automatically know, right? But this how I know it work. This how I be knowing some of this stuff. A lot of this stuff is conditioned, right? Because like, can we admit that it's some boys that look like girls and some girls that look like boys? Can we admit that?
Okay.
I want to hear a couple more okays or no. I don't
You say
think
what?
kids know at
I
all.
didn't hear what you
Okay,
said.
kids
Say it
don't know.
again.
And that's what I'm getting to, right? I'm glad you just said that, right? So
Kids, yeah, kids don't know one way or another.
yeah, exactly. So they just, and I think this is what we do. Like even with the parent, like even the new gen that's happening now with the other group, right? They look at, because it's like, right, off rip, a boy ain't gonna know. He gonna see a toy, right? And it could be a Barbie or whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? But probably attracted to that color and like, okay, look, this just got my attention. That don't mean that he just on that side, but then then you have the parent that's gonna keep help pushing nowadays, right? Pushing a Oh, you might like a dress. How you feel about a dress? The first thing the kid gonna see, that's what he is gonna take, anyways. Probably pink is a high color, right? Freaking red, whatever. I mean, all them colors, right? They stand out probably more. So kids don't even know colors. They just go for whatever they, you know what I'm saying? Whatever's just, ooh, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that, right? That's just like, that's a natural thing, right? But I think us as humans, we tie these things in. So it's like, it might be certain features, right? That a kid might see that, I don't know, might have compared it to a Barbie or something like that. Or I like how this Barbie look or whatever it is. I don't know. You know, I don't know how they, I don't know if that's what they like it or something like that. Then, ooh, that look fun, something like that. And then say, oh, this cute. Or even when we teach kids, we teach what's cute or not and stuff. That's cute and the word cute and all that and schmugly. I don't know if you can say that, but the thing is like they do not. These kids don't know what's between these other kids' legs to be like, okay, I'm attracted to a girl, and I'm attracted to. We don't know. We're just attracted to whatever the feature is, or for whatever reason. I gotta dig deep on that though, because it's like features is for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Because even that, I think we got condition of what is smugly or not. You know, maybe smugly. I mean, nice looking could be uh the ones that look like old crushed faces, and if we condition their mind to do like that, hey, the more wide the face is and all that stuff, the more if you condition your mind to that, it could be that. You know what I'm saying? Depending on where you grew it. You know what I'm saying? And then over here, Beyonce could look nasty to somebody or horrible. You know what I'm saying? But it's just I do like I said, I don't know. I think I'm always gonna be like on the more like I said, I think nature assists a lot of our things, right? And make us, help us, maybe view things a little bit more enhanced in a certain way or whatever. But I, I just think a lot of stuff. It's like even like who's to say what's cute or not? The beauty standards, that stuff change. Uh, yeah, all that, man. I mean, because somebody could be disgusted with a fat booty. You know what I'm saying? See all that jiggle, be like, ugh, they could turn themselves off. You know what I'm saying? But you would feel like every man should like a something that looking jiggly and all this other stuff. You would think that. Yeah. Or some people might like bones sticking out the back. And I don't know. Stuff like that, whatever. It's just,
Well,
I just
there
think it
is
depends on
actually
the experience in life or how they looked at it. I don't know. I guess.
science though to cuteness.
Hmm?
Like that, there's actually science to cuteness. Um, the reason why, if you ever notice, um, there is a it's almost like an identifier, right? There's like if you notice all species when they're like kittens, puppies, their eyes are bigger. It's because, well, humans, our eyes are the same size from when we're born to whatever. So that's why our eyes are bigger. Certain things, as we're developing, there's certain reasons why we look a certain way. But that cuteness is a deterrent to be attacked if we look at it from a nature perspective. And the only reason I learned this stuff is from art class. Okay, so how we draw and how we do the proportions. There's a certain scientific method. When we see certain proportions in something, it will trigger a certain feeling in us, a certain judgment. Okay, so that's the reason why if you have men and they used to have bigger brows, if you look at old school skulls, right, and you see the Cro-Magnon and all this other stuff where they had the eyebrow was a big pronounced bone in the eyebrow part. What was that for? It was because that looked more intimidating, which would be more, of a protector, right? That was more of masculine. That was more, okay, they're a better hunter. They're stronger. So now if I want to pass my genes on and I'm a woman, I need to find the strongest person, blah, 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 blah. Well, as time changes and we evolve, life doesn't require us to do that, right? Life requires us now to be smarter. So now different things are sending off the same signals for being the best gene pool. But symmetrical faces, no matter how you look at it, when you put that up to most people, they're gonna find it attractive because it's something about the symmetry of the face, and that's the reason why a lot of things are designed in that way, because they found out that science says, hey, if I make this car this shape and I put these particular measurements on it, most people are going to be attracted to it. and it works. So there is a science to that part. You know what I mean? Like there was actually study to what is deemed attractive and not. And then there's just universal ugly. Like we all know what's universal ugly. A kid will tell you that don't even know. They look at that shit and start crying. Like they just know. Oh hell no. There's something about, you know what I mean? So I think some of that might be innate. I don't know how much of it is, but some of that might be. Because a kid don't give a fuck. They'll tell you if you cute or not. They don't have no filter. Think about that.
Hmm. Yeah, I know they be like, he's big, but they gotta talk what big is. But I feel you.
They kids are cruel. They'll tell you, he ugly. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to keep my information to myself, but I feel obligated because because everybody else in the room is straight. So, time to learn about hobo. So for me personally, right, and many of the other human beings that are like me that I know, the first time that I was attracted to a woman, I was 5. That was when I realized that I was attracted to the same gender, sex, whatever. Is when I was 5 years old. I had my first girlfriend when I was 10. So it's
Early
not
riser.
children know. It's just different.
There you go.
I think it's features though, because I seen some dudes that look like women. I'm put it that way, and I was like, "What the freak? That's a dude." Especially if they put their head in a ponytail or something like that. So I don't know. Like I said, I think it's features though. I don't think it's what's
Nope,
between
it
their
was the
legs. I
boobs.
think it's the
It was the
features.
boobs. It was the boobs and the hair and the makeup and her
Yeah,
voice.
it's features,
It was
right? Yeah,
the
I feel you.
no, but that's
Yeah,
men don't have those features.
I can feel you though. Yeah, I get you though. I get you though. It's the features. I guess. Um, but that's what I was saying. But I think if a man did, if it was a dang, I'm trying not to say the new group though. But that's all I was just about to say that. I was going to actually use that for example for a man, right? If they got attracted to those, right? For whatever reason, right? They get attracted to it. And it could be a man behind it, right? But because he have his mind on that, right? That don't make it not him not attracted to it no more because he like that feature. You see what I'm saying? Because it'd be some like we was talking about. That's why I be so scary for a single man or men in general, right? That's why we need to know the ID and if you was born a certain way, right? That's why they let them get tricked because they're attracted to, a certain, features, right? But it end up being it end up being another man basically. So it's like it's not that they're attracted to. It's just it's certain features that they're attracted to. Like some women be liking the full beard and stuff like that. Like it's a reason behind these things why they like it. Maybe they picturing whatever whatever the situation is. They seen a dude from a while ago with a beard that was blowing somebody back. I don't know. It'd be some reasons why. As I say, I think it's always a source. It's always a source. Redheads is this and I remember one time like I had a attraction to gap teeth, right? Don't know why, but it was a condition, right? I just figured that gap teeth might do the sloppy better, something like that, right? But it's just something that got conditioned or taught to me, right? So it made me think and use my mind other ways, like, I heard that
No,
not the
bro.
last time I seen a video that did that, it was a girl with a gap teeth that go crazy or something like that. So it's just like, and then
No,
all of a
you just
sudden
like that
I'm
shit.
attracted to gap teeth. You see what I'm saying?
You just liked it. That's why. And then you use that as a justification. That's what happened. It
That's
wasn't
what
the
I'm
other way
saying. But
around.
that's what a lot of us do. It's like it's
Yeah.
these attractions come from somewhere. It's always a source, and it connects to our whatever. It's like I think it's how the brain works. It's like it attaches or attaches to these certain, just like food, right? When a certain thing hit, like spicy, right? Ooh, I like hot stuff or whatever. So, like these things don't change. Spicy is going to be spicy, no matter the flavor might change or whatever. Sour is sour. The flavors might change or whatever. Salty, all that stuff is like they can be addictions, right? For certain foods, that feeling of that of a sugar hitting, right? I mean, all that stuff. It just it it's experiences. All those things are experiences and all that stuff. It ties into one another though. But I don't know. We can give something deep on that though. First of all, kid, like,
Yeah, I get you. I get what you're saying. But like,
boy,
I would say
it's a
like
lot,
to an
man. That's why
extent, like
I did a lot of thinking on this a while ago though. But it's just so much. It's freaking a lot. It's a
like
lot.
I've never liked big boobs. Right?
Right.
That's never something I've been attracted to. Huge,
Yeah.
whatever. Now, I've been out with women who had big ones, and I was like, she cool. I like her, but if I had a choice, this don't really do it for me. That's not my thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like a medium size, nice. You know what I mean? But
Mm-hmm.
that's the preference because even though I've been exposed to that, that didn't make me all of a sudden say, yeah, I do. I love big. No, I don't. You get what I'm saying? So I think there are certain things that if you are exposed to, then it's like, oh, you just discovered that you actually like this. But if you never would have seen it, you would have never known that you liked it. Yeah, I agree. I think that there's a lot of that. But then there's also things where it doesn't matter if you're exposed to it or not. If you ain't fucking with it, you ain't fucking with it. You get me? I think that there's more things like that than it is things that we like. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of things that when you look at, you like, you know what? That ain't me. I'm good. And it doesn't even matter if you was exposed to it or not. You're just not going to be with that. But then there are certain things where, you probably open to. Like, hey, well, you know what? I don't have an opinion on it, so I'm going to try it. And then if you like it, you like it. Because like you said, we are creatures of habit. And if we are successful in something, we're likely going to continue to do it. Because that's, that gives us a little dopamine hit. So, I mean, I see what you're saying, but I just think that there are things that are non-negotiable innately with us as humans. You know what I mean? I think there are certain things that we do have that wiggle room because that's how we grow. But then I just think that there's other things where we either know or we don't. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I'm not a scientist, so I'm not gonna sit up here and say I know this shit for a fact. But that's just my assumption on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's my cup of tea, man. That's what I've been thinking about for so many years. I don't know. I swear, I always be trying to I just always been that type to always try to, I guess, think outside the box a little bit, though, because I always just ask why. I'm like, man. Then I condition myself to there's always a reason for everything. Some stuff I
Oh
ain't
yeah.
meant to know. I do know. But I feel like it's always
Hey,
a reason for every last thing, for real.
I
bro,
still have my
I sit up
questions
here
of
and ask this myself all
why
the
would you
time.
do
So
this? Why are you
Hmm.
conditioning yourself? Like what was bad about liking gap teeth so much that you changed it? Like why did it bother you that you liked a gap?
Well, I didn't change it. I never changed that though. I
you
mean,
still
but
like that.
it's just stupid now that my brain has
Ah,
grew like that. That don't mean that all the time. So I was attracted to it at first because I thought, whatever. But it's like my brain, like, you know what? That ain't true.
hey,
Because I've seen
but
something
listen.
go crazy with full teeth. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, that's a lie. My brain, I
First of all,
conditioned
wait.
myself to thinking that every woman
First
and
of
dude
all, I just
probably
need
have a
to
bad
understand
experience with
something.
one of them too.
First of all, if it needs to go crazy, it need to be no teeth. Ain't nobody like no teeth. What you doing? What you saying?
And they
Nah,
probably and then you could get attracted to that too by seeing it, like because like I said, it's always gonna tie back to an experience, and they usually do that too. Like, dang, I like straight guns. You know what I'm saying, and you can't. At that
that's
time,
true.
I guess you can't help that you're attracted to it. I can see at that if you say that because your mind cannot erase that memory or that feeling or that thought of what
Yeah,
that can do and stuff. So it's like you're gonna automatically be attached to it. That's just like when you see a fat booty and or whatever, and you did what you did, and you see the jiggles and all that stuff. You can't help what you seeing and know what it do. So you thinking about that next one, like, man, I know what that thing do when I seen it before. So that's like you can't help that you had that experience, or that like you attracted to it. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like before you see a fat booty, if you see it sitting there boo booing or something like that, it's gonna be nasty looking at that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you got depending on the experiences behind it, that's what I mean. You, but it's just that's why I say we it usually like how humans work. We run away from pains and run towards pleasures, and it depend on whatever gets you first type situations and stuff. Like if you had a bad experience, you probably run away from it. Sometimes some people can convince you, depending on how it is, but it just depends. Some people like that's how peer pressure work and all that. Because I remember one time I had a bad experience with this liquor. I ain't drinking no more. I'm like, this would happen. But later down the line, I'm like, okay, maybe it wasn't that. I was like, I tried it again, and then it wasn't as bad as that first experience I had. But believe me, I was running away from that. It was like 1800 or something like that. I ran away from that. I was like, I threw up off of it last time. It was a bad experience, and I said never again. So I was turned off every time I seen it. Every time I had that smell, it was like, ugh, you know what I'm saying? But now it changed. But that's like I said. I mean, all this stuff I'm really been living this. A lot of the stuff I've seen how my, you know, how sometimes the mind be working and conditioning. So sometimes depending on how our experiences is and what we tied to and the what ifs and all that other stuff. So yeah, so it ain't the same. Like my brain, it ain't gonna go back to gap teeth can go crazy type stuff. So it's like I ain't really. I can say halfway I'm a little bit maybe attracted to it, but I just know that it ain't as deep attraction like it was.
Hey, but you know what though? Like we do associate stuff. That's true. You know,
Yeah.
um, like, and then it's also cultural with that. Like I know if you overseas, they look at straight teeth as unattractive. They may be
Mm,
changing now, but for a long time, because dental work wasn't a big thing there
mm,
as far as cosmetic, right? So if you was in England, you know, you had crooked teeth. That was
mm,
looked at as, and if you look at a lot of the English movie stars now, they still have like crooked teeth, and they cool with that because that's not in their, you know, America. We with the straight pearly whites, super white fucking veneers and all that shit. Like a lot of places look at it like that ain't cool. So, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, that's things that we learn, and you know what I mean. Like it's conditioned depending on the culture. And we probably would because we grew up here. We might see a chick that come from there and be like, "Hey, she was cool, but her grill, ooh, right?" We had these like biases and things because, but then again, like you said, Kev, like you just might see one and just be like, "Damn, I don't know what it is, but she right, and her teeth ain't straight, and you know what I mean, whatever." Sometimes we don't know until we see it. So I do agree with that part. You know,
mm.
like because I've always said I liked a certain type of woman. But then I look back on my life and all of the women that I'm like, they were all over the place. It wasn't no type. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think as we grow, we change and we start looking at different things, and it is what it is. But so I mean, this is a good conversation, man. This could go deep.
I'm telling you, right? That's what I'm like, man. Yeah, I swear I've been having this for the last, boy. Shoot, I'm thinking I'm about to go ahead and scroll these TikTok streets in a minute and die down. It ain't popping like yesterday, so I might have think about another topic tomorrow. Uh, man.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
Boy, that's a good one though. Hmm, so they're godlike. Scroll these. Let me see. I gotta keep building up the Joker
I
profile
like
up.
in the building.
You said what?
Said
Yo,
God
yo,
like in the building.
what's
Godlike.
up? What's up?
What up, man?
Not much, man. Single mom. Why is single moms a trigger, man?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I feel like I don't understand. I don't know why there aren't men like why men don't why we don't talk about protecting our seed, bro. Because at the end of the day, I think that if we as men categorize ourselves as leaders, as setting the tone, I think that a bigger conversation needs to be telling men to stop hitting these joints raw, shooting your seed into low down women who you're not looking to marry. Like, and I feel like that dudes do that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other side is also true that, yeah, women need to pick better. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, why are you shooting your seed into a woman that you're not looking to marry? That's gonna put you into a situation to where you're not certain that this woman's gonna be a good mother. And I feel like that's a huge problem to where a lot of these single mothers are coming from is dudes, one, ain't nobody looking to marriage no more. So it's like I remember when I was in college, I had dudes talk to a girl for 3 weeks, 3 weeks, they hitting it raw. I'm like, dude, you don't even
Oh
know this
my.
chick. You just met this girl and you hitting it raw already? 3 months in, jump pregnant. Oh man. And then you don't want to stay with her because you find out so and so she crazy, she toxic. I'm like, bro, you should have played that light. You should have played that lighter and vetted her more before you started. So I feel like that on both sides, you got people that's getting involved in an activity where it's a life changing activity, and they're not conducting themselves as such as something that could change their life. And then when boom, a baby happens, now all of a sudden people want to run. The woman want to run. The dude want to run. That's how I feel about it. But
Hey, Godlight, what's up, man? First of all, what's happening? Secondly, let me ask you a question, real quick, because I asked this earlier, and I was just wondering. Now I got another brother on the panel, so I want to get your opinion on this. All right. So if you have an ex, you have a baby with said ex, and that ex is being abused by her new person.
it's being what?
She's being abused by the new dude,
Mm.
right?
But I
But
had a
your
baby.
child is
I had a baby by her, right? You said.
right. So your child is in the house, but he's an abusive person, right?
Mm.
She can't get out. Do you have any responsibility to intervene?
That's a that's a tough situation.
I know. I'm just saying, like we can explain it afterwards. But I got two questions, but then this is the yes or no, and then tell me why you feel that way.
And it's happening outside of my household.
Right. But do you intervene at all, or do you just be
Is
like,
it?
hey, that ain't my business?
Man, I think I definitely think that you need to get involved because your child is a part of that.
Okay.
How?
So hold on. So we go
Okay.
because I want to get into it later. Okay, that's the first part. All right. So it should be some type of intervention. Now we don't what that intervention is. It'll depend. Okay, but we know it's some type of intervention need to happen because of the kid. Okay. What about if there is no other dude, right? You're just an ex. It's your child, and she rolling around in a death trap car. Maybe that the axles could break at any time, right? And she has full custody, or she has custody primarily of your child. She's driving your child back and forth to school and all that stuff in this death trap. Do you feel that even if you're not in that house, would you have some responsibility, or not necessarily responsibility, but do you think that it would be proper to help fix that?
When you say
Or
when you
is
say
it
when
or
you
is
say
it
death
just
trap, you mean like she
like
rolling
unsafe?
around with the wrong
Unsafe.
people in the wrong
No.
areas.
I'm saying an unsafe vehicle. The vehicle itself she could be on the freeway and the wheel fly off at any time because you know that axle is broken. You know that something is going on with the car. She don't have the money to fix it, but yet she still got to go to work and do all other stuff. Do you
Then
think?
as a man, as a man, if my child in that car, I'm gonna do what I can to make sure that vehicle is straight. I
Thank you.
got to.
Okay.
I got
Okay.
to. I can't like.
All right. Okay. So, all right. There we go, bro. I want to hear your explanation for the first one, if Kev want to, but I asked you those questions because I had a conversation earlier before I got on this live, and it was a whole slew of motherfuckers who was swearing, "No, fuck that. Shit ain't in my house. Fuck that shit. That ain't my problem. Fuck that." And I'm like, "Yo, that's your kid though. Whatever. Then give me custody." And only one person said that. All the rest of them was just like, "Well, get a new man in. Should have chose." You know what I'm saying? And I was like, "Wow." You know what I mean? Like, if that's what we doing nowadays, and these women are complaining that dudes ain't shit, but y'all are proving it when it comes to responses like this. But they all came at me, because I said the same thing as you. And they all came at
And
me
those
as
are the
if,
dudes. Those are the dudes that are the fucking problem, bro. That need to get
right,
fucking checked.
right. And I was just like, oh.
And
So
those
I
are the
came on the
same. Those are
panel,
the same. Those are the same dudes. Those are the same dudes that's out here hitting the joints raw.
bro.
I
So
guarantee you,
I had to
bro.
know if I was tripping or not, because I was like, yo, I had the same answer. It doesn't matter if you're capable. Now, I understand if you ain't got it, then what you need to do is figure out another arrangement or something. But you have to do something. That's your child. Why would you put your child in danger because you trying to be vindictive? It's crazy to me. But yeah, that
Yeah.
was why I asked you.
But I think the second scenario is the easier one to solve. So if somebody's avoiding that one, then you just a deadbeat dude. You're a deadbeat dad. Like you said, if you ain't got it, the way the way I was always raised is like, bro, as a dude, if you ain't got it, bro, there are too many resources these days to complain that you ain't got it. Like it's not a valid excuse anymore. I get the times are tough for a lot of people, but like, bro, if you didn't put yourself in a situation, because that's where accountability comes in, is like, regardless of so you put yourself in a situation to where you didn't impregnate this woman and that didn't work out. Y'all didn't study, whatever the case may be, not regardless of whose fault it is. But if your child, if this your son, your kid, your blood, then yeah, man, you need to find another arrangement. You know, see if whether it's showing up to the school, whether it's showing up to parent teacher conference and chatting with another parent, finding another parent in their neighborhood that can maybe come scoop that can maybe give your kid a ride to school. Whether that's calling around the school district, seeing if I know where I was at. Maybe there's another school, because sometimes school buses only ride in certain districts. Maybe there's a way that you can get her to take a ride with somebody else to get them picked up at the school bus somewhere else. Like there's got to be,
Right.
you have to be proactive in solving that. But the first scenario is a tough one, man. Especially if that's that dude's household. If she's living with the dude and he's in the house and your child is in that house and it's an abusive household, he's an abusive dude, it's gonna be really hard for you to to inject yourself in that situation, um, and even have that conversation with that man. Like, how do you even start that conversation with the dude? You know, and like having a conversation with the woman, I think is ideal. That would be the first place to start, because that's gonna be the easiest conversation. If the dude is really abusive, good luck having that conversation. You know. So you just hope that this why it goes back to, you gotta be selective with the women that you impregnate. You gotta be sure, man. You gotta be select. You gotta make sure that the communication is there. Because hopefully, if the communication is there, if she's really being abused by this dude, she shouldn't want to be staying in that situation, right? But
Yeah, but you know how
it's
that
definitely,
goes.
yeah, yeah,
You
exactly. You
know,
know,
you
she'll
get bit.
stay there,
Yeah, because but my whole thought is simply this: like, if you are abusing her, it's only a matter of time before you touch my kid, and then when you touch my
right?
kid, I'm going to jail. So what I want to do is I want to avoid all of this because you're gonna be gone. I promise you, you're gonna be erased, and I'm going to prison. I don't want that outcome. So I'm coming at you as a bro. Look, I don't care what you do. Like that's your house. You got to run it how you do it. But I'm gonna tell you like this, man, man to man, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. But if my kid come with anything, you understand me? It's gonna be a problem. Now I'm not gonna tell you how to run your house, but with mine, I'm gonna tell you this. You know what I mean? I bet not hear nothing. She bet not even. My kid bet not even see nothing. So whatever you gonna do, you better do it where my kid can't see it. That's all I'm asking, bro. Because if not, then we can handle it. But again,
Right.
most people are not confrontational, and I know that, right? And I say this because, for one, I don't have that situation, so it's easy for me to say that, right? But for two, I know my capabilities, so I already know, you know what I mean? Like, if I walk to a dude and he say something out, whatever, like, if you really want to go there, I'm with the shit, so we can get it. But I think a lot of guys really aren't that, right? A lot of
And I
people
want to
don't
say,
want to have
I
that.
want to add something quick to what you just said there. Somebody
Yeah,
said this in a live I was in earlier. They said that if you want women to feel safe around these dudes, you can't be scared of these same dudes. Like you gotta, there has to be an element of you that can't be afraid of these guys. So you gotta come out of that conversation. Like you just have to, you know. So like if you afraid of these guys, these dudes, these wild dudes out here, the women are like,
right.
well, man, they know the dudes they step, the dudes afraid of them. We afraid of them. So I do think that there is an element that comes in to where um it's a tough scenario, man. Because you know how it is, dude. If the child is 10, if the child is older, 10, 11, or 12, you know how it is. I mean, dude, if I'm winding myself back, or if I was 10 or 11 and I saw a dude beating up on my wife, I mean my mom,
Right,
yo,
it's going down.
I'm about to run in there, bro. And next thing you
Right.
know, I didn't got hit.
Hey, bro, listen. And that's the thing, too, right? Because, um, my whole thing is that, like, with this whole bear thing, right? Everybody's talking about, oh, yeah, you were brother. But yet, when we have these conversations, you see that men are scared of men, too. But yet, when a woman tells you that they are afraid, y'all are talking about, well, you don't seem afraid to me. You're still talking. Like, it seems like it's double talk to just prove and be right to prove a narrative. But yet, we know that we all tell our female family members to watch out for men, right? But when a woman says that they need to watch out for men, we want to buck up and tell them that's not the case. But it's like, it just seems like it's because we want to win the argument instead of actually looking at what's really going on, because it's easier to not deal with these crazy dudes, right? And nobody wants to admit that because nobody wants to seem like they weaker. But the
Right.
reality is you don't want to deal with these dudes because you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And real quick I saw the comment, Nala. You remember when I first came up, my whole premise was, regardless of anything else, it's the mother to your child. She should have a certain reverence to you, regardless, right? She is, that's still going to be your family, even as an ex. That's the mother to your child. There's still a connection. So you should not want that. You should not want to have any harm to her regardless. So I do understand what you mean by that one, Nala. But what I was saying to When I said what I said just a minute ago, that was to all those dudes who have a malice to these women, and they're like, "Fuck that! I don't give." Okay, well, even if you don't care anything about her, the simple fact is you still have your child, which should be the running factor. You know what I mean? Like, so that's the reason why I said it like that. Just to clarify.
Yeah, and that comes back to my dad. My dad used to always tell me this when I was young, and it goes deeper than just speaking. But he says, think before you speak, think before you act. And I think that that's where it comes. That's where you have to understand the level of decisions that you're making. So you're like, all right, like I told you, I even know dudes here now that's in their 30s. I'm like, bro, why is you don't even know this chick? Oh, you don't know who she is. You don't know her circle. You don't know how reckless she is, and you hitting it raw. You gotta get to a point to where you're able to look at the different outcomes and how this can play out if you fuck up. Because if you fuck up, now you done had a baby with a woman you ain't got no communication with. Y'all ain't on the same page. Now she reckless. Now she off with a reckless dude. Now you put in a crappy situation. So the solution to that comes down to the root, which is we gotta be really selective of the women that we're choosing out here, man. Have to be.
Right. Agreed. Hey, Imperial, what's up, man? I gotta ask you since you came in into the storm.
Run it.
Before you get to the prompts, we just talking. This is every man. Every man got to get this because I need to know if I was tripping. But I'm gonna simplify it for this one. So if you have an ex, right? You have a kid, so your baby mama that you are no longer with, but she has the primary custody. So she's, you still in the life, but she has custody. Okay. Do you have or do you bear any responsibility to make sure that she's good? May it be, we had the example of a car. So the car is on it's about to break, and we all know it. It's a death trap. At any given moment, let's say the axles are about to break, right? And you know this, and yet she's driving your kid around back and forth to school because that's what she has to do. Are you have any responsibility of getting that fixed or anything of that nature, or is that just fuck that? It's on her. What do you think?
Okay, so first off, it's your responsibility. Period. There ain't no getting around it. Doesn't matter if you don't see eye to eye with that woman or not. That woman has your child. Your child will always come before anything else. If that child needs clothes, whatever. If she needs some fucking money to go make sure that kid's straight, help. Period. And most of these so-called grown men will have a different opinion. And I'll put it to you like this. I've been through hell and back with some of my exes, and guarantee you, the one that I spent 15 years with, she called me right now. Say, Gabe, I need your help. All right, where you at? I'll be there in 24. No questions asked. But then again, I'm a different kind. Like I said, I'll kick doors in for giggles because I have. I'm about action. I'm not about talking. Most people are about talking. It's just that simple.
All right. Hey, like I was telling God, like, man, I had a conversation today, and you wouldn't believe how
Give me the
many
other scenario,
dudes
cousin.
were fighting the opposite and trying to justify why it's okay to not do shit. Like, I was like, wow. So I've been asking everybody that come on the panel, especially my dudes, man, I got to see because I was like, I said the same thing that you said, same thing Godlock said, and I was getting shit for it. So I had to make sure I wasn't tripping. So there we go. That was it.
Bro, you ain't tripping. Look, I'll put it to you like this. And like I said, I went through hell with this woman. But I made sure she was good.
Like before me and her stopped speaking, I literally got her out of harm's situation. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't matter. She's my responsibility. And that's a biblical thing. That's not just, how I was raised. That's biblical. As long as she's still breathing, she still falls under my protection. No matter how it ended. But most
And
men
that,
ain't gonna say that.
There you
Is
go.
there a child? Is there a child in this equation? In the scenario that you're referring to?
Yeah, her little brother who I raised,
Okay,
and his
okay.
brother, plus 8 other kids that weren't ours, but we raised them anyway. Like I said,
Well, I tell you though, man. I
I'm
mean, like my ex-wife right now, who she probably would never need anything. But the point is, like, I don't have kids with her. But if there was ever a situation where it was like dire need, what I mean, obviously it ain't gonna be like, oh, my tire is flat, can you come fix it? Hell no, I don't know you like that. What you mean? Like, you know what I mean? We ain't. It's been years. We ain't on that level. I was just saying, like, but if she really, honestly needed some help, you know what I'm saying? And I was able, key word, I'm able to help. Man, I would be a fool not to. Like, that's what are you talking about? You know what I mean? So I think that people just have this tit for tat pettiness. I don't know what that is. Maybe we were saying earlier it's just hurt and they still ain't got over it or whatever, or maybe they just don't have a sense of honor or something. I don't know, but I don't know. It
well,
just seemed weird to me. Like if there's someone in your life this serious, and all of a sudden you're trying to tell me now that you can't even make sure that they're okay, common decency. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me.
I would like to thank you, cousins, because you just you saying that story enough times. I realized I was getting triggered by it for some reason, and realized now that it's a red flag that I missed. So thank you for pointing that out, so I can spot that better.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Red flag. What you mean? You
Yeah,
got
well,
somebody that say,
um, oh my god, y'all don't notice, and this ain't nobody's business. So just, I don't know, don't be fucking weird about it, dude. Like, keep information to yourself. Um, Me and Midnight aren't together anymore, and that was one of the things that I should have paid attention to. That I was driving a car that was in absolutely terrible condition while pregnant with our kid, all of that, and it didn't matter. But once I left, the first thing that he did was go buy a new truck because the car was just, it was in such a bad condition he couldn't drive it. It wasn't safe. I said, oh wow, wow.
what? That's all I got is what?
I'm gonna say this.
God.
I know both of you decently enough to know that I don't understand. That don't add up, don't make dollars, don't make sense.
What? I'm sorry to hear that. I'm gonna say
I
that.
am too.
Real talk,
I am
real
too.
talk. Like that's
But
I'm gonna go mute for a minute.
I mean, it is what it is. I know, there ain't nobody see it coming but Kev, apparently. Kev's been calling it for the last 2 years. But
Look. I'm gonna say this again, Scorpio to Scorpio. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I gave a cryptic warning for both of you.
Honestly,
I told one of you to get your shit together, and I told the other one to pay attention.
do you remember when you asked me um, if it'd be all right to talk about something, and I was like, cool. I had an idea that it had something to do with that. I didn't know that it was at that point, but yeah, that's.
yeah, I just wanted like a, I don't know, because I know that like as much as I'm not like the most feminine person in the entire world, uh,
In the whole world, really? The whole
yeah,
world?
I just wanted
Okay.
like a, I thought maybe my girl brain was getting in the way, and I just needed like a dude brain to be like, nah, you're just tripping. But I wasn't. I wasn't tripping.
Well, you know, like we always say, uh, this is it's a lesson for something in this. You know what I mean? And if you ain't gonna find a lesson with us, I don't think you're gonna find a lesson. We're gonna give you a lesson out of this shit out somewhere or another. I don't. Oh man.
And like I said in the comment here, this is why I think that it's good to have solid men and solid women in your circle, man. Women that you can like. I think that it's good to have. I think that it's this good. I don't have a lot, but I got a few solid women in my circle that are married. I have kids that that I'm close to, that I can share things with, that can really give me a good perspective on things, of a situation. Same thing with my circle of men as well. I got solid dudes. That's and I also got buddies too that I rock with, where I never ask their perspective on some things, because I'm like, yeah, if I ask this dude, he gonna give me the wrong advice.
Right. This is what
Um,
not to do.
right. Um, but I think that it's good, because I think we like to think that everything is just do right, choose right, and I think that it's simple, but it's not always as plain in our face when we're encountering other people. You got feelings, you got emotions, you got your flesh, you know, you got people putting up facades, you got people that people lie. Like there are a lot of things, and obviously, I think I know Kev has talked about this, as you take time and you reflect on yourself and your decisions, and you hold yourself accountable. I think that you grow and you get to a point where you're able to evaluate situations and people more as you have experiences. Um, but I think a lot of that comes down to really becoming clear on who you are, what your core values are, what your philosophy is, what your standards are, what your boundaries are, and before we as men and women engage in activities to where we can put ourselves in, because having kids are always going to be a blessing, right? But like they say, the last thing you want to do is have it with the wrong person. I think when we can be clear on who we are, we can make sure that we're finding somebody who is equally yoked on who we are as a person. But that ultimately has to come down to us doing the work to make sure that we're where we need to be when we get out here uh and start engaging in activities that could potentially, for some people can ruin can change your whole life, man. You know, um, I see it in my family. I got a couple of um, I got a cousin right now. She young, out here in the streets. Had a baby by this dude. Dude was in the streets. Man, dude just got unalived here recently. Man, still out in the streets. And our family told her first off early on, yo, why are you engaging with a dude that's in the streets? And you got a kid. Like, one, you putting your kid in danger, and two, now you're putting yourself in an awkward situation to where this dude is putting his life in danger. So there's no way he can say he care about you and the kid if, even in that situation, he's still out here putting his life in danger, knowing that can impact you, can impact the family structure, can leave your kid fatherless. So I think we really have to make sure we're making calculated decisions, and really make sure that we're out here vetting these people, man, vetting these people, and make sure that we're selecting the right person. Because this on both ends, it's a lot of shady motherfuckers out here, man. It's a lot of people, a lot of shady people out here. Um, and we got to find a good process to make sure that we're vetting these people and to make sure we're making the right decisions. But sometimes, we can do the best we can, and sometimes we do the best we can. Nothing perfect. We can do the best we can and still come up short. That's part of life. And the only thing we can do if we do run into that situation is learn from it and do better.
I do have to ask though, are you good?
Uh, what do you mean, like physically or like mentally or like
I
emotionally? Like,
mean,
what do you?
I'm sure a combination of all of that. I could assume that some of that is not for you. Do it too. I'm just saying overall, are you good?
I am recovering and doing the best I can. Literally, like every day, I'm just giving it all I got. And if that's a whole lot that day, then that's great. And if that's not a whole lot that day, then that's great too. But we're just pushing through. Yeah.
God bless you,
Okay.
Bobo.
Nah, man, I got it. No, you got to run that back, man. I know you see me. You seen that coming. Cause I'm shocked. I don't know what's going on. Plus, it's too many people in here now. I guess. Is that
Yeah,
twin
it's
in the
true.
building?
Anyway, back to the topic. Gabe didn't answer nothing yet.
Said my page back. No, not yet. This. I'm still on my third page.
I can't make people get this part of the conversation. So there's this thing that if you know anything about
Kid,
How you
kid,
feeling?
third page.
the
Kid, how many
spiritual
pages you gonna
world,
have, bro?
I got 4 of them. I'm just keeping it like that.
Shit, by the end of the year, nigga, kid gonna have like 10 pages, bro.
Boy, I shoot. I got every time I get banana, I can make a new page. I'll be noticing that.
oh,
But I'm about to. Yeah, I'm just gonna rock with. I'm actually just going live on this one for now, and then I probably go. I'll probably go live on this Joker one. Oh, I'm gonna get at my main page a break. I'm gonna just keep posting regular stuff on there. I'm gonna go live on and build up on this Joker page.
so finish what I was saying. We don't pick our children pick us.
Your John sound muffled. I don't even know if he's talking. Is he talking?
Yeah, I'm talking. I
Oh, there you
said
go.
we don't pick our children pick us. First
Mm.
off. So there is no such thing as the wrong parent. That child was put in your life by God for a reason. Whether you adhere to the blessing is up to you. I say that because most people don't understand that when we come to this world, we pick our parents. We get to see our whole life before it happens. That's why whenever, you get that little indentation on your lip, on your upper lip, that's everything that you're supposed to know before you got here, and it's silenced.
Now you said we pick
So,
our parents. You said we pick our parents. What do you mean by we pick our parents?
okay, so this is going to go into a realm
Where
that
AJ at when I need her?
most people aren't going to understand this when I say this. This is why I said either you get it or you don't. Before you were born, everything that you're going to go through, you see, and you get a choice whether you want to go through it or not. We pick our parents before we come to this world. And if you don't understand it, I advise you to do a little bit of soul searching and start looking into what this world is before you get here.
Well, we have to search for if we knew that we picked
Because
our parents.
So
everybody has an assignment. Everybody has an assignment that they have to fulfill while they're here.
So
so
if you
you
didn't
saying
look
that
it up,
we?
would you know you had picked your parents?
Yes.
So you saying that we got? So some of us got fucked up pickers from before the womb. Damn.
It's not fucked up.
Accurate.
It's not fucked up. The thing about it is most people aren't going to understand that because they don't want to look outside of what their day-to-day life is. They don't understand their purpose, why they're here. Some people do, some people don't. Some people never learn their purpose and they just go through life existing, not living. So you have to understand that. So for me, I can literally tell you things that my parents thought nobody knew but them. And I told my parents as a young, hey, you did this, you did this, you did that, you did that. How do you know that? That was before you were born. I know. But again, people
If
are going to
that's the
say,
case, then how you pick your... never mind.
No,
So what I'm saying though is, if you
hold
think
up,
about
hold up. I had a choice, and I chose the life that I have and what I'm doing in my life for a reason. I knew all the hardships and all the good things that were going to come in my life. You can't go through life and think that you're just going to exist.
I feel like you're going to be like, hey,
anything.
you ain't... my parents ain't teach me. I taught my parents. I feel like you about to say that next in a minute.
Your parents teach you, and you do teach your parents. Look at it this way.
That is true.
When a boy is born, okay, that is for the mother to teach her how to love unconditionally. When a woman is born or a girl is born, that is to teach a man how to love unconditionally. No matter what happens, no matter what their child does, they still have to love them. They might not agree with all their actions and it might fall short, as the child might fall short, but they still have to say, hey, I had a hand in this child's life. I took the responsibility because I brought this child into the world. So you have to, you can't just sit and say, hold on, you can't just sit and say that all my parents were bad to me. Maybe there were some lessons that they had to learn, and the only way they can learn them is going through and making the mistakes that they made. Some more tragic than others.
So you chose the nutsack you were going to go in?
Why you understand like that, Kim?
It's a spiritual thing.
The more I keep thinking about it, it just gets deeper and deeper.
So are you saying that like there's souls that will sit there?
All the way to the nutsack.
Hold on, wait a second. You're not understanding. You're not understanding. The egg inside the woman picks the sperm, not the other way around. It's not the fastest one that gets there. There's a carrier wave that comes from the egg that says, this is the sperm that I want.
So, okay. So we can say that then. What about that? How you luckily ain't be the one that got shot on the wall or in somebody's sock? You could have, out of all them sperms that your dad probably released before you came around, you got chose. So you chose that batch that you wanted to go in?
Because there's a spiritual aspect to it. And it's not going to make sense because you're looking at it from a physical existence. You're not looking at it from the existence of, this is just a body you live in. You're a spiritual being living in a physical vessel. If you study the mystery schools,
and you had to read a book to figure that out. Okay,
no, it ain't just books. It's meditation. It's going through and learning the difference between your dark side and your light side, because you're made of both. And most people don't want to hear that. They want, it's some fugazi shit. No, it's not. Like, there are things that I've done in my life that I guarantee you that would scare the living daylights out of all of you. Just because I've said that I've done it, but I've actually done it. Like, there's a young lady that I told that I have interest in. I was like, hey, be careful. You might get into a car accident. I said, this 5 days before she got into a car accident, and she got into a car accident.
You're psychic now, okay.
Everybody, listen, everybody has the ability to perceive the future if you know yourself. Again, you have a pre-recorded message when you get here. It's that simple. But people are they're going to argue based off of their surface level knowledge of themselves.
What's the point of saying that when you can just enlighten us?
Because it's
you knew the future. I forgot about that. Not mine.
No. It's
so
not my purpose.
It's something you can't even get mad about for somebody thinking about that, then, because you know the future. So
everybody sees their future.
I swear, every time I meet you, you got some new power, dog. It's all crazy.
It's not a power. You have to be in tune with yourself. Like again, you listen to music and don't understand that these frequencies have an effect on you.
I can
You
believe that though.
you sit and you listen to music. Nature is not a loop. Nature is ever progressing, ever and always evolving. But you want to listen to a song over and over again, and the frequency is degrading you. I mean, you can literally take certain frequencies and play them on sand and water, freeze the water into a crystal, and it'll show you. But that's just, delusion.
Somebody said get in
fantasy.
tune with your body and tell us what the winning numbers is.
So you want monetary gain, the equivalent exchange is you have to
That's what they
sacrifice
want.
something.
They willing to risk it. You the one got the power, so you can go ahead and help them out.
Nope. They have to sacrifice something.
You didn't say all that at first.
No, if you want monetary gain, something in equivalent has to be exchanged. There's nothing gained in life for free. But again,
why did y'all let me ask this
So,
question?
what was the okay? So let me try to get this. So I could roll with. I think that everything has a purpose, right? I think that even the bad things, like if no child ever unalive from leukemia, we would have never figured out a reason or a way to fix it or to treat it, right? Because it had to pull on our heartstrings for us to take action. Just as an example, right? That's like a cause and effect. So something bad can happen to somebody innocent, and it in turn gives something a gift to the world. So maybe that some sacrifices have to be made for some things to get better. Okay, so let's take that premise because I can see that, right? But what would you say when you say about, like, I don't know, if we
I'm
had an
hungry,
idea
dog.
beforehand, if we had an idea beforehand, the type of life we were going to live, why would someone choose slavery? Why would someone choose hardship? Why would someone choose to be at the bottom of the barrel? I mean, what would you think that would be? And I'm not saying that that's bad or right or wrong. I'm just saying, if that was the thing, why would they choose that? What purpose do you think that would be?
Okay,
You
I'm
get
gonna
what I'm
jump
saying?
before Gabe can. I'm gonna jump before he gets. Okay, cool. So this theory, right? It kind of I get to help understand it. It's kind of in the same realm of like life is a video game, right? So like before you ever started the game, you knew what the game was, you knew what the possibilities were that you would come out with. You chose when to start playing, and you chose the allotted amount of time that you will play the game. At some point, when you stop playing, you chose that point to stop playing at. Now, it's more like D&D, right? But from birth. So you would have chosen these hardships because you need X amount of hardship points in order to get this skill that you really want that's going to help you in the future to get to the point that you're trying to get to before the game stops. It's more of that kind of that's more of the theory. It's a lot, like I said, like but again, I think that it goes with the video game theory because we didn't fully because we never lived a human experience before, we didn't know how real things would actually be in the human experience. So we're just saying, oh yeah, no, that's fine, I can handle that, not realizing like how much it actually is to deal with on a daily basis.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay out of this one.
Does that mean, okay, so then once we are born, we forget what we chose and we have to figure it out later? Is that what you're kind of saying, or
Well, in this instance, you wouldn't figure it out until the end. Like at the end, you would come out and you'd be like, oh wow, that was really difficult. And they'd be like, well, did you do everything you wanted to do? And you'd be like, yeah, I guess I did actually. Yeah, it just didn't go how I thought it would.
So I'm trying to see who's the most important part that you really chose. Is it the mother or the father?
I mean, you pick both of them, so I assume they both
So
hold
the
a very
babies, us
big
as
importance.
babies, we knew both our parents was gonna be together. Like, this gonna be my, and they gonna meet about this time. So they gonna be at a motel. Okay, I think I want y'all spiritually.
Yeah, and even some kids, like before they get to that full being human part, they'll tell you that they picked you or that they saw you before they were born. Like they'll tell you that they already knew who you were and they wanted you to be their parent.
And then you still gotta teach them how to say mama.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
You
so
know what?
yeah,
I'm gonna go
look,
ahead on and I'm gonna say that I think that shit was just a bad crack game, and some of us rolled snake eyes in that motherfucker, and then we got stuck with where we at. I think that's what it
Oh
was. It was a
my!
casino beforehand, and we all knew that this could happen, but you got to roll the dice and see where you land up. Because I don't see how we would. Some of these situations that people are in, I don't know. You
I'm
would choose
always.
that, or did you just get dealt that because you just pulled the wrong? You know what I mean? You didn't pull two aces when you needed them or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, you
Just
have
something
so
to think about.
you have one belief system that is saying that I don't believe that we choose. I believe that God chooses that. But if you're not placing God into that equation, then it's gonna be very hard for me to
I
even start
believe in God,
participate
but I
in the
believe in
conversation.
myself too.
Yeah, so
yeah,
like
okay,
I don't
so here's the thing.
I don't.
How is God not involved? God is sitting down with you before he puts you here and says, this is what's going to happen. Do you accept this contract or not? It's that simple. You're making it more than what it needs to be. You're looking at it from the standpoint, again, you're looking at it from the physical sense. You're looking at it from your lower self. Because everybody always wants to try and say that God is not involved or God is involved in. God's involved in everything. That's the end all be all. But here's the kicker. You make choices throughout your life. You make choices before you get here. You make choices when you leave this place.
I agree with all of that. I
Do
just
we
don't.
pick the year too?
I'm just not following the connection that we like to say that we chose our parents, but then to say that God, but then to say that like, but then to say that God is also involved. I think it's like they counter each other. So like if God is the ultimate is if God is the ultimate designer, then how do we choose? I just don't.
I'm gonna sit with you while you chose your
All right, so
parents.
look at it from this standpoint. Time is an illusion that is created by
I
physical
agree with
beings.
that.
Okay? So you can literally live the exact same life you live. It can be in the past, present, and future. That is all the future. It's all the same thing.
We can't hear you, bro. You too far.
Like I said, time is an illusion. You live the past, present, and future all at the same time. Every life that you had previously from a different body, those can be proven. There are children that are being born every day that can literally go and point out people that they were related to, that was their mother, that was their child. Give you a strong example. There was a young man that was born over here in the United States. He was either the United States or the UK, and said he was a World War II pilot. And he took his parents to where he crashed into the ocean as a pilot in World War II. Knew his name, knew his mother, knew his place of birth, and he wasn't even 7 years old. Tell me how that factors in if what I'm saying isn't relevant. That happens
No,
to everybody.
my question would be why does everyone not have that insight though?
Because
You gotta read a book.
some souls are new, some souls are old. Some souls are just coming to this physical plane of existence. Some have been here multiple times.
So that means some souls didn't get to choose.
No, that means some souls chose not to come to this physical plane of existence until that point. They were somewhere else. See, you look at the world as one dimension. It's not.
What other
It'll never
dimensions
be
is
one
it?
dimension. We're literally on what is classified as the third density. There's the fourth and fifth density. The fourth density is the manifestation of your consciousness into physical reality. The fifth density is where you can literally do whatever you want. You can leave your body and go do whatever you want, come back to it. That's called astral projection for the layman. But again, these are things that you're not going to understand because you don't take the time to self-reflect, meditate, and do anything that has to do with taking your pineal gland and making it work. Like when I tell people go touch grass, I mean that respectfully and disrespectfully. Go ground yourself to something that's bigger than you and figure out where that energy comes from. It all has a source. Whether
But if
you
I'm
know
already
it, believe it, or feel it.
if I'm already grounded with God, then that is the ultimate source. So why do I need to participate in those other things?
Because it's all part of it.
But
You're looking at
if I'm already communicating with the source that is the ultimate thing, why do I need to participate in things that are lower than that? That doesn't make sense.
Because there are steps. You think that you go through life and you just automatically know how to walk? Our first form of communication is energy, thought. That is the first form of communication of all things. Energy, not words.
But
But
here's
let,
my,
let me ask,
here's my
let me
question though.
ask you this though: how does one like how do you come to the conclusion of how I connect to the source?
Do you
Because
know
I
the
can tell
things
you,
that I...
I can tell you that I'm connected with the source, and I don't do none of that. So how can you say that your way is any way more righter than my way?
It's not right or wrong. See, again, you're looking at it from the physical standpoint
I'm
of...
not looking at it. I'm following what you're saying. I'm just saying that if I'm already, because you're talking about the pineal gland and all these other things, and I'm talking about having just a straight connection to the source.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you a question. Can light exist without darkness? Can darkness exist without light?
I'm not following what that has to do with what I just said though. No, that
Okay.
to answer your question, no one cannot exist without the other. But
Correct.
we're not talking about yin and yang. We're talking about the
No, no,
ultimate
no, no, no.
source.
No, no, no. It's the same thing. Because before there was light, there was darkness.
So right, light and darkness exist in the opposites of each other. So they have to. I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, light and dark don't exist at the same time. So what are we talking about here? I understand that there has to be a balance. Is that what you mean? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes and no. The
Because
yes, there is a balance.
the problem I'm having with all of this is we can't say that everything is already predestined, it's already written, it's already this, but then you have a choice. That is where I'm lost. Like in no way, astrophysical, wherever, that never makes sense. There can't be automatically everything already made how it's supposed to be, and then you have a choice because you don't have a choice. If we say that we have a choice, that oh you can navigate through and make choices here or there, you're not making choices. You're just wasting time because it's already preordained. That is the point. That is the part of this that I'm having a hard time understanding because we can't have it both ways, right? We got to either there are choices or it's already mapped. Or are we saying that it is maybe an abstract, maybe it's an abstract form that's already created, and then we have to build it with our choices? Is that what we're saying? Like, I mean, I'm just, you know what I mean? I'm trying to get this math ain't mathing as I'm listening to it. So
Because
help me understand that.
I believe that God has a I believe that God created everything with a purpose. That nothing was put here without a purpose. But I don't. I don't necessarily yeah, man. I get where he's going. It's just there's just a few pieces I think that are just I'm not following.
All right, so for me, like I don't believe in free will. I don't think most people actually believe in free will. But I look at life as like it's more of a web, if that makes any sense. If you can imagine like a linear web where like there's there's choices and those choices lead to other choices and those choices lead to other choices, but there's always a path still. And then there's certain canon events in your life, right? Like there's certain things that no matter how many different choices you made, if they all went different than what you thought they would, you would still end up right here in this exact position at this moment. And then it branches off again, and then you get to like another canon point in your life that like there was no way you could have avoided this event. The end of your life being one of those, right? Like I genuinely believe that whenever you go is whenever you're supposed to, and there's nothing you can do to avoid it.
So then if that's true, then we don't choose then.
Well, that's the thing is there's the illusion of choice, right? In the in between, right? If you want to go left instead of right today, you can absolutely do that. But no matter what turn you make, you're still going to work. So you're going to make it to work at the end of this trip. You're just turning wherever you think you want to in the meantime.
So yeah,
Yeah.
we're just
But
dying.
I would say that if I sat here in my home and I didn't do anything, I wouldn't arrive anywhere.
Right, but you can't sit in your home forever.
You can. Definitely
Wait,
can.
so like she said free will or free choice, freedom of choice.
Aren't they the same?
No, it's the same thing. I do believe we have freedom of choice, but I wouldn't say we got free will. I heard that a lot though. I think it's only based off my belief, right? It's only God's will, or I feel like
Well,
all our
okay, so I'm gonna ask
stuff.
this question: what came first before humans, before physical beings, based off of scripture?
The word.
Okay.
Like directly before, or like what was first? Because light was first.
No, light was
No,
not. Darkness
no,
was
no.
first.
God was first. See,
And
Let
you're
there
missing
be
what I'm saying.
light.
You're
how
missing
am I
what I'm
missing the
saying.
point? How am I missing the point? God was first. Was he not?
What entities did God create before he created us? The seven spirits known as Elohim in Hebrew were the other parts of creation that helped him create all physical and immaterial existence. Then after them came the angels. The first angel, what is his name as we understand it? Lucifer, the morning star. Had many other names, but that's the one that sticks. His job, he was 1/4 of God. Okay? So if he was 1/4, that means he was physically created from the essence of God. Why do you think he
As
had?
everything was.
Well, no, he was the first.
No, I'm
He was
saying
the,
as
he was
everything was. Everything was created from God's image. Everything that comes from God. So it's all in his image.
well.
Who created God?
God came from a higher density.
Oh yeah, that's what we now.
I
Yeah,
always figure that out, but God will only know that.
yeah.
That's a question we always had
I
because
mean,
we
it's
go,
just I don't know. I think
God came from.
because
I can't ride with that, man. I can't ride that God came from a higher density.
I don't.
how will we
I
know that
mean,
though?
because here's the thing, right? There were men. They were all of us, and everything was here before the scriptures. So how do we know that those scriptures are telling the true thing and what was before? Right? We all. I mean, at some point, it has to be a question of okay, we don't know. right? But yet we want to sit and say that we have the answers. And in my exam or in my learning, we will never have the answers because we're not made to have answers, right?
Right.
But yet we say things,
Because we're not
right?
God.
Right. So
Right.
then we say these things like as if it is a fact. That's what it is,
That's a
or
belief.
it's really just what we think, which
Belief.
is
Yeah.
fine. You know what I mean? Which is fine because that's what we need. I think we do need something higher, whoever, even if you don't believe in God, you need something
Yeah.
higher than yourself to grapple onto, to, you know what I mean? Because I think that's kind of what
Yeah.
makes us noble. That's what makes us strive and all of this stuff, right? So I think we
I'm gonna
need that.
ask a question,
I
cousin.
think.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Akashic records. Do you know what they are?
Oh
The what?
God, here you go. We about those. We barely even know what God is. And you gonna ask for that? Well, so
The
the thing
Akashic
is, that was his whole
records.
purpose. He was talking about though. He was just saying that at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff is just beliefs. The fact, right? You just dang, you went all the way there. I'm like, now we gotta still see if it's a God. You know what I'm saying? But the reason why I would say it's a God, right? And it might not even tie to the things we believe in. But the reason why I know because it's always a maker of something, right? It's the reason why we're here, and I know it ain't by accident. I don't think we just popped out of nowhere. So I'm pretty sure it was something that created or built this. So that's the only reason why I know it's some type of higher being that I know. I'm pretty sure. Nothing is just like we were talking about earlier about the nature. It just happened for no reason. I think everything is a reason behind everything, low key. It's not, even though we don't know.
I just feel like we know that from anything tangible that we can ever think of, nothing comes from nothing.
Yeah,
So there has to be a creation or creator of everything, right?
yeah,
So that in itself says, if you call it God or some people don't call it God, whatever, there is a
yeah,
God. Okay? There you
yeah.
go. However, or a creator, like let's say that, and so people
Creator,
don't get
right,
whatever.
right.
So we know. I mean, I think that is a logical assumption. Okay, but
I got
now
a
when we
puzzle.
start to say, well, when we start to like look at how we believe things came to be based on words that were written by men, period. I don't want to hear about where it came from. No, it came from a fucking man that wrote it. That's where it came from. And we know that men are flawed. So all of these things can be argued, whether we believe it to be true, whether we believe it not to be true, right? That can be a whole other conversation because I would never go against what somebody says or they believe because if it works for them and it works for them to be good, then I'm with that for them, right? But then when we start to say, this is just to answer my boy Garlock's asked, well, how do we know if your way is right or my way is wrong? I would say that to say this. I don't think there is a right or a wrong. You get me? I think that all of these things, maybe they're there so that we can have these type of conversations and explore it and say, you know what, damn, you know what, that could be a possibility. Maybe that is what it's meant for, right? To open up our minds, to actually get us to start thinking beyond ourselves. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's not for us to sit up here and say, no, I know this is right because it's based on the scrolls of Abacus. What the fuck is that? I don't give a fuck. Like, what are we talking about here? We talking about things that we think were written by this person. Like, we don't know. Real talk. Like, nobody knows. So I think instead of saying like maybe this is right or this is wrong, maybe we should just say, hey, this is what I heard. This is what I think. This is what I believe. What do y'all think? And maybe then we start having these good conversations and nobody get triggered. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that happened tonight. I'm just saying it in general because I don't want nobody to feel like I'm just saying that's what we're doing. But anybody listening, when we have these conversations, I think it comes from a good place when it is, I'm not trying to prove you wrong or prove myself right. I'm just trying to throw out another idea and maybe it's something that we haven't thought of. You know what I mean? And even if you entertain this thought, that doesn't mean that you're going against your religion or belief or whatever. Like, I think a lot of people don't even want to hear shit because they think like the name, if you even speak the name, the devil is blasphemy. And it's like, come on, man, are you serious? Like, at some point, if we're going to have, good conversations about this, we got to start really getting deeper with it and actually exploring it without taking it personal, if that makes any sense.
Hey, I wanted to say though, because I mean, I can understand. I feel you with the right
It
or wrong
makes
being
perfect
like
sense.
subjective or something. I can get it being subjective, but I wouldn't say no such thing as right or wrong. Just like we know it's a right way to play basketball and a wrong way to play basketball. So it's just case by case somewhere. Is that just like a leader, right? You might not be a good leader in certain things, but you can lead in something else. So that's what make like even being a good leader can be subjective, depending on the area that you're leading at. It's like you be a bad leader, but I think it's just case by case. Just like if we was going biblical, right? It's an objective right and wrong in that, but it's subjective for the people that don't believe it. Just like if I mean, and I was thinking about this some days ago. I remember we was having this talk, but it made me think about it. That it depends on what game is being played. A certain way of, hey, why this thing keep popping up? There ain't no puzzle, or nothing. Oh, there you go, the puzzle. All right, dang, this thing been popping up for first. Hold on, give me a second, y'all. I'm like, oh, this thing puzzle trying to shut me down. But I was about to say that it's just case by case. So it's an objective way, that objective right or wrong, depending on the areas in life or whatever. Like, like I said, basketball, it's a right or wrong way to play that. Football, right or wrong way to play that. I think the goal is to win. I mean, the goal is to live. Is stuff that's right or wrong, right or wrong, depending on your lifestyle, right or wrong. That if your goal is to live, you're not going to do things that's going to harm your body or something that's even though we unalive and slowly every day. But I'm just saying, like, you're not going to do something. You're gonna try to eat something that's healthy rather than that. So I don't know how to explain that though, but it's just
There's truth,
I can
man.
say it's
There's truth.
I can say it's subjective, but I wouldn't say that is no such thing. That's what I was about to say. That's
There's
what I'm getting
truth.
to.
There's truth because it's all an equation. So there's like, is there like there's a like, for example, if you want a box, right? There's a there's a lot of different ways you can do what you want to do. At the same time, there's a specific way that you can do it that will put you in a situation to be able to win, and to put you in a situation to actually to be able to be effective at that thing. I would consider that to be truth, right? Same with basketball. It's a lot of different ways you can shoot the ball, right? But there's a specific way to shoot the ball that will put the ball in the net, you know. Um,
Right.
So I mean, that's what I think that it comes down to. Like, when I guess when I said right or wrong, I just I think that there is a path to truth, and I think that there is a direct path to truth, and I don't think that there's like a lukewarm place. I believe that there is an ultimate truth. Now whether Cousins knows it or Imperial knows it or I know it, like I think that there's no way to know that, but I do believe that there is an ultimate truth though for everything.
Could be right. And maybe that's the whole goal of this thing is to work our way to find it. And maybe we won't find
Like
it
the ultimate truth, we'll
while we're
never know
here.
the ultimate truth.
Because my whole thing is that like right and wrong in itself is subjective, right? We could say that there's
That's what I'm
no
saying.
there that like so even if like no matter how we shape it, how we determine what the word right means was subjective. What wrong is depends on where you are in the world. Depends on what rules you grew up with, right? It can all be subjective. Now, if you say like, for an example, if you believe that you're a Christian, if you're going by Christian rules, then I think there will be objective truths and
Yeah,
nots,
that's what I
right?
was saying. Right,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly.
So like, what I mean, if you're following this framework, then in this framework there is an objective truth. Got you. But if we're just talking about life and just in general, I don't think that there is an objective truth. Even if we say that unaliving, most of us would say we think that is an objective wrong, right? We think that's bad. That's something that we shouldn't do. Most people would say that's an objective fact that doing that is wrong. But then again, we know many situations where that is not the case. And then we start, and what we do is we justify it by having a different name. Well, that's manslaughter. That's different. It's accidental. No,
Right.
it's not.
Like
Because we
war.
just want to justify it to make it seem that we can, you see what I mean? So if we look at it that way and we really dig down, we'll find out that I think it might be a handful of things that
That's
are
subjective.
actually objective. Like, you know what I mean? We know that we are going to extinguish one day. That's an objective. That is objective truth.
Yeah, that's
Nobody's
objective,
going to live
right?
in ever, right? We know
Nobody
that.
gonna live, right? Nobody
100%
gonna
of
live.
people, no exceptions.
We get older. That's
How
objective.
many things can we say
They're
are
universal.
100%
They're
no
universal
exceptions?
truths. They're called.
Yeah,
Right.
those
What can
universal.
we say that's 100% universal, no exceptions, 100% this happens? I think those things, if that list is the objective truths. Everything else is subjective. At
Yeah, a
least how
lot
I
of,
look
and
at
I
it.
feel it. I agree with that though. I just didn't want to say it ain't no such thing as right or wrong because I'm like it just depends on what we doing. Actually, that's funny because I had this debate with my cousin before. I know he was like that too. He's like, "Who's to determine what's right or wrong?" And I was thinking about where he kind of coming from too at the same time, and then I was thinking about the reason
Absolutely.
why it's such thing.
That's why I'm the new cousin. I told you that.
No, I'm talking about the other. That's what it is. My other cousin named Juan. He came in here one time
Well,
too.
he don't count no matter either. I
He
took
said
his
him
spot
too.
too.
Ah, he said yeah, he out of there
I
too.
told you wine is done too.
He said he's done too.
No, hey, Hobo had her head
Have
up.
you seen him before? I'm trying to think.
No, but I've listened to I've listened to some of like KRS One's teachings and stuff like that, where he dives into things out like thought processes and beliefs outside of the body. If you guys ever want to like have a kind of expand your mind, he's some good stuff to listen to. I just stopped listening to it because right after I listened to that, I got in a terrible car accident, and I was like, yeah, fuck that. I was all into that shit, dude, and then my life fucking went into a hole. I was like, yep, that's God telling me not to go down that path. So yeah, I ain't going down that path no more.
Was that some spiritual demonic stuff or something? Like,
It's not necessarily spiritual to demonical. It's similar to the stuff that Imperial is talking about. Just um uh under it's more understanding that we're spiritual beings, and that there is that you do have your physical ears and your eyes, but you also have your spiritual ears and your spiritual eyes as well.
I can
So
feel that.
that's what I was telling Imperial that I do understand. I do understand the angle that he's coming from. Um,
Okay, so I have a question. I was thinking about this the other day, and it just happens to kind of coincide with what we're talking about. So you know how like most most countries all agree that schmurder is bad, right? And we shouldn't do it. And even most religions agree that schmurder is bad and that we shouldn't do it, right? But somehow the military exists,
That's what I was
and
saying.
it made me wonder, like, do they tell these 17-year-olds that, like, if you're super Christian, which everyone was super Christian when the military started, yes, Bobby Shmurda, that they were in essence selling their soul, right? Because you have to. My thought process is that you have to believe that in order to do this, right? If you think that God thinks that Schmurder is bad and that you should never ever do it, and then you sign up to do it for your country, you are idolizing your country above God and you are schmurdering people. So you're going to hell, right?
Well,
Nah.
Is
no,
that
they say that because you're in the military, that you actually this is a for your country is an act for God. See, so how they do is
you see how they twist
the
that though?
yeah, exactly, and that's what they do.
In
So now
God
what
we
you're
trust,
doing,
right?
and think about it, right? Look at the Crusades. That was automatically all for God. They were basically, depending on what history you heard and which side you like, they were unaliving everybody who just said that they didn't want to do it. And they blamed it and they said, justified it by this is crusades for God, right? So we have a whole bloodbath of millions of people, but we don't want to talk about that because it was in the name of God. And so that's one of the ways that they can justify it, right? By saying, oh, well, when people were wrong, what did God do? He would unalive cities. He would smite everybody. He would cause famine, all of these things that they would use probably in bad context from the scripture to justify why they were doing the bad things. The same thing they used with slavery. They would use the Bible and use certain verses, and the way they used it was to justify them having slaves. And it's okay to beat them. It was okay to treat them how they did because it said it in the scripture, right? And so they were using it improperly, but yet if it's in the book, it must be right. And so that's how that happens. You know what I mean? So you have people who are believing the word, and maybe they heard the word wrong, and that's all they needed to fill out that slip and go ahead and I'm gonna learn how to shoot some guns. And there you go. And you have a whole, generation after generation after generation, thousands of years of the same, I don't want to say brainwashing, but pretty much that's what it is, right? And that's what we have. And even now, the legal system, right? If I word it correctly, you can get away with murder, right? If you get the right words and you got enough money, you get the right lawyer that know the right shit to say, you can get away with murder.
Is that
So as much
right
as
or
we
is that wrong?
say, as much as we say it's a universal wrong, if you got enough money, you can make that right. And that's the fucked up reality.
Well, I think like when it comes to like unaliving and Shmurda, I think that um you know if if somebody gets if somebody gets into, I think like when you don't have a foundation of a moral code that everybody follows, it's like, well, like if I'm unhappy with the situation, or if I get an altercation, who gets to tell me that the degree that I choose to handle that is right or wrong? You know, let's say that me and cousins gets into an altercation, and we start fighting, and I decide to take it to the further step of going down the route of unaliving. Some people would say that that's extreme, but if I'm protecting myself, who gets to decide where that line is drawn? Because some people say like, yeah, then you should whoop it, you should whoop his ass. But don't take his life though. And it's so I think a lot of it comes just from the the perspective in the situation, right? Because like it's very easy to have a point of view when you're speaking from your lens, right? From your lens. But when you take those goggles and you put those goggles around somebody on another person, somebody else may say, well, hey, if I'm looking to protect myself, or I'm in a situation, because a lot of times, like you said, cousins, they use it to make it so that, hey, if you're doing this for the greater good, then it's right. But then the question comes to, well, if I'm deciding that it's good for me, then why is it not right? If I'm deciding that, hey, if I do this, if I make this decision to unalive this person, and I'm protecting myself, and it's putting me in a position to where I feel like it's putting me in the direction of greater good or in a better position, why is that not right? Technically, from my angle and my perspective, it would be right. Universally, based off society, it may be wrong, right? So I feel like that you have a right or wrong that society um uh um, puts in place. But then for each individual, an individual may decide to go to another extreme if they feel like that from their angle that it is right or wrong.
Honestly, I've never seen like two very articulate black men get into an altercation. So if you and cousins wanted to, I would definitely, like, for science reasons, I would take notes and I would probably record it.
He said for science reasons. Nah, nah, nah,
Nah, he
nah.
don't want the smoke. He don't want it. No, I'm just
I feel like cousins has got all the different warrior skills from all the topics that he has on his lives. He's got the elf. He's the elf. He's got the skills from back in the AD BC times. Nah, nah.
yeah. You know what? I do think it is something that if we really want to get into it, the rabbit hole on this conversation can go so many different directions. You know what I mean? Like, it just, I don't know. I think because a lot of this, like you said, man, the perception is reality to a lot of people, and especially in this society, right? Perception is the reality, and perceptions shape most people's reality. And so all we have to do is put in a few choice words, give a few credible examples, maybe get a couple of endorsers that seem like they know some shit, somebody that knows somebody, and they got a couple of citations or some type of license or whatever that we can validate that we're saying is true. And then next thing you know, you got people all following whatever the fuck you say. And so that's been the telltale signs forever. That leverage has been something that has been for as long as we can remember. And the church was like the government way back. They started this shit of using certain words and using certain things to control certain outcomes. And we just kind of took that, and it has advanced as we see where we are now. And now we got politicians doing the same tactics that they was doing way back then. Now we got churches doing the same tactics. And now that we have all of the power in our own hands in the form of phones, we start doing the same rhetoric and the same tactics amongst each other. And it's just a perpetuating cycle. But, that's why I like when we have these kind of conversations, because it makes us start thinking outside the box and start digging into asking the question why and where. You know what I mean? As opposed to just sitting on the surface level. So, yeah, we ain't gonna have no smoke. I just appreciate the conversation. But I see what you did, Nala. You ain't slick.
Absolutely. And I think that a lot of people, when they try to perceive God, they they try to perceive God based off of how we think, and how we add up the equation. But God, the way that God calculates the equation, it may there may be three or four things that may happen that may not make sense when we look at it in pieces, but it ultimately may piece together, like you said about the leukemia cousins, may ultimately piece together to give perspective or to teach lessons. Even if you look at the story, even if you look at the story in the Bible when God flooded the world, people look at that and be like, he unalived all those people. But what a lot of people don't realize at that point too was that the Bible also says that the world was in almost its worst situation at that point. People were unaliving children. They were taking each other's lives. You know, they were they were even going to the extent of eating, you know, um, uh, children and stuff like that. The world was at its lowest point. So some people would say, was that wrong for him to make a decision to wipe the world clean, to start fresh? Some people would say, well, he unalived all those people. But some people would also say that he unalived those people to have a fresh beginning, to start new. So I think there's always going to be a different perspective to the story. And I think that, like you said, cousin, that's why it's good to have common. That's why even in situations with single moms and all of these conversations that you hear in these panels, I think it's good to come in, and that's why God gave us two ears, is to come in and listen to where people how people are seeing the world, because we're all living in the same world, but we are all seeing it through a slightly different lens, all having a different experience. And I think that the more that you open your ears and your eyes up to what everybody is experiencing, the more you'll have an understanding that God has a very unique way of playing things out. He has a very unique way of laying things out that aren't 1 + 1 = 2. It's not a simple. It's not a simple math equation. I think that's why when we get into certain conversations where we try to like decipher or try to use our minds to get to it, it's like there is going to be a cap and a limit to where you'll never, like you said, cousins, you'll never truly know because you are not him. And I think that was that. I think even when you look and I know some people don't like to refer to I just refer to the Bible because that's that's my truth. But you get somebody like like you, Lucifer. He thought that by um the situation with Judas and all that, he thought he knew the plan. He thought he was a step ahead. And little did he know, he even fell right into the plan. So I think that the way I like to look at it is that this is my belief. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying people should or shouldn't believe it, but I think that that everything is moving in the direction that it's supposed to move in. That nothing is moving in the wrong direction. That things move in the direction that God has designed it. So if things are happening, even though I may not be able to explain them or I may not be able to decipher them, there is a level of trust that I have to have in the source that things are moving in the direction that they're supposed to. Even if you look at nature, you're like, oh man, it's winter. All the leaves that fell off the trees and all the trees then died, and you know the ground is dry. We got a drought, and then all of a sudden, things can change in the blink of an eye, and nature kicks back up, and everything moves in the direction it's supposed to be. So I believe that that's how the world operates. Nothing is an accident, and nothing is technically moving in backwards. Everything is moving forwards in the direction it's supposed to.
Yeah, I like that. The question I asked, or the last question I asked, should I say, that kicked me out of the Bible study. when
They
I
kicked
used
you
to
out, cousin?
I used to always ask crazy questions in Bible school because I'm one of them dudes. I'm a press the buttons because I got to know. I got to know. And as a kid, it was worse. Like I didn't have the off button. Like now I'll ask a couple questions, and then if I start hearing some stuff and it's going to left, I'll just be quiet. All right, it's good. It ain't that important. But when I was a child, no, I got to know. And I'm going to dig until you give me this answer or you make sense one way or the other. And so for that, I used to always get in trouble. And so in Bible study, I would ask all kind of questions here and there. But I think the one that got to my Bible study teacher, and because they didn't have an answer, and it was, if everything on this planet, the creator is female, why is the creator referred to as him? Why is it always him? Because it doesn't make sense. And so then they gave me the discussion, and there was blah blah. And I was like, okay, but what you just said still didn't make sense because it sounds like if what you're saying is true, there should be no gender. It shouldn't be a female or a male. Why is it that it is father son? Why are y'all saying that when if it's an entity of the nature and magnitude that you're talking about, the end all be all, the everything, that is just everything. It shouldn't be a him or a her. And so I kept pushing that, and man, they just, you know what, you got to go. You can't come back. And I was like, damn, I'm just asking the question. If you don't have an answer to that, you know. But even to this
Damn, they
day,
really kicked you out?
man, bro, kick me out. Now, mind you, I know I probably was a little shit, okay, because I had questions before that. I think that was just the last straw. You know what I mean? Where it was just like, okay, because it was all kind of things that were just basically either what I thought was hypocritical or what I thought didn't make sense. And then if I ask you and you don't have an answer for me, you just enforced the fact that it didn't make sense to me, right? As a child. Now, if you just came with like answer real quick and you told me that I was right, I'm gonna shut up. Okay, got you, cool. But if you just and you don't even know, and you're supposed to be teaching me, oh man, I was on your head. So I think they just got tired of it, and that right there was the one because it was no answer to that question. Well, that's it was, and so it was like, and I think it started with the Eve thing, and I was like, well, nothing on this planet, even fucking seahorses who are males that carry the young, they transform to be able to do that. So there is no male on this planet that gives birth, that holds that life like that. We are fertilized.
A lot of males serve different roles in different
But
species. They're just the roles
right.
are different.
But I'm saying it's still that we fertilize their life is what I'm saying. Right.
Right.
As I was explaining it to him, I was like, well, if that's the case, why do we say it's our seed? And it's not. The seed is the egg. We just fertilize it. But why where do these sayings and things come from? And that's what I was asking, and I would never get the answer. And then it was like, oh my God, you the devil. You just spawned the devil. I see it. You got to go. And I was like, oh my God. So I don't know. It's just when you say it, when you say perspective and things of that nature, and then you start looking at history, and you start realizing why some of these things were being pushed. And I think at the end of the day, that's the reason why I turned away from religion. I stayed with spirituality, you know what I mean? But as far as the organization of religion, I was like, nah, I see the bureau, I see how y'all did this. And that's the part I didn't agree with. And so I don't know, it's just interesting how, how they indoctrinate and how it has gotten to be where it is now. But yeah.
I think that there's you know who who knows that like who gets to say whether or not you know is that it is a possibility that God just could have designed it that way, to where but at the same time people want to see it as a way of where that God should have designed it in the way to where men and women were just equal, right? And they all got treated the same and all that stuff. But at the same time, when you read the story, you see that it's not necessarily, it doesn't play out like that. But if you look at just God in itself, like God is essentially both, which is why, if you really want to say he just is, he isn't a man or a female. He is everything. He is both. But
Right.
I do get what you're saying. Why is it that when they pushed it, they referred to him as a man or him. But even when you look, um, even when you look, and when you really read, it says God made man, and God made man in His image. So it's like initially God just made man, and He pulled,
But
so
that's the thing, right?
yeah,
The alliteration, I think that translation is not saying he made male in his image, right? But I
it's
think,
not when you look at the
yeah,
translation. I think it's either the Greek or Hebrew. It's either the Greek or Hebrew translation. It doesn't mean male. It just
right,
means being. It means being. It means He made a being.
right. And so then I'm saying if we have both images out here, then that must mean the guy must have to be both, you
Right, He
know?
made mankind. That's the thing. So like,
Right.
where was the where did the twist come to where now one one gets put ahead of the other? One
Exactly.
gets one gets put. And I think I was actually there's a pastor on here I really like to listen to, because basically what he was saying is that the way that God designed it is that men and women were actually supposed to be equal. There wasn't really supposed to be any sort of one in front of the other. They were basically supposed to be side by side. I had never heard that before. Um,
But why wouldn't it be? That's the thing. Like,
right.
so, because if you think about it, what are we talking about? Like, if we want to talk about roles, I can agree with that. There are certain things women are better at doing than men. There are certain things that men are better at doing than women, right? Cool. But none of these things are more important than the other. It's
Right.
just things that need to happen for the balance of life. So it should be an equal value, right? But yet,
Right.
I think that because, and if I looked at my history correctly, I mean, this is really started by kings, if we really want to be honest. Okay. So kings were, to justify them being kings, they had to have a divine origin, or they had to have a divine association. So whatever god you worshipped, you were the portal to that god for the people, right? So you were basically God's senator, right? For whatever town, whatever your kingdom was. The only way they can reach God was through you, right? We all know that lines of blood is transferred from male to male. So if I'm going to justify my ultimate, you know, rule, I need to have a benevolent justification, which means that God made man in his image. Because I'm a man, I am the image of God for you, the people. You get me?
Right.
That's
God made
literally
mankind in his
how it
image.
started. And then when the church came, they took that same mantle, but now it changed to the cardinals and it changed to the priests. You get me? Where they were the moral, they were the moral, I guess, catalyst to God for the people. But if you ever notice, back in those days, every king had a priest right there. That was your right hand, right? Because now if I can't be the portal to God, then I have to have this priest. And the priest serves me. So that means that I'm basically next to God. So you have to serve me. See what I'm saying? And that's
Right.
where it started, and it just got out of control over time.
Right.
Yeah. And so,
And a lot of people don't realize that that when you really dive deep and you really look at what what God was trying to do and what Jesus stood for, is he was letting people know that basically the story comes to, like, you don't have to go through any of that. You don't have to go through the system. You don't have to go through that. You can connect straight to me, you know. And you're already connected to him because you're already created in his image. So, you don't have to go through these kings and what the kings say and what the priests say, and how society has it structured. I can bypass all that and go straight to the source.
right. That's right. It's kind of ridiculous that Jesus was anti-religion, but yet the religion is built on Jesus. It's
He
crazy to
was
me.
anti-structure. He was anti,
But it was no
like,
religion. You get me? Like it was just more
right.
of understand the word, or understand your this faith, and deal with that, as opposed to dealing with these structures that these dudes are trying to give you. And
He
that
was
what's that?
no, he was more based off of, he was based more on the principles of how you lived.
Right.
That was his thing of, I think even when I can't remember it verbatim, but even when he was having that conversation with Peter, he was like, let them know by the way that we live. It's about the life that you live. That's really what it's about. And by the life that you live and how you move, people will know, you know. But I think that I do think that there are, and I think it's where when you actually have conversations with a lot of people who are really involved in the church or work for the church. I used to date a girl who was within the church, and she would have these questions and concern about, you know men, and how, and the role, and how they selected women, how they hired women, where they placed them in roles in the church and stuff like that, as if God didn't make mankind in his image, as if one has a greater connection to the source than the other, as if God can't equally speak to a man as he can to a woman. Like,
Right.
as if the message can't equally come through me as it can come through Hobo, right?
Right.
And
Women can't be in the pulpit. Women can't teach. Women can't do this. And I'm like, in my life, the women were the best teachers. I don't know what y'all knew. I had one good Mr. Phillip. He was good. He was a good teacher. But other than that, the goats was women. Like I'm just gonna keep it
Wait,
honest.
guys, I
And
have a
so
theory.
yeah, that
I'm sorry, my brain did a beautiful. It did a thing. So like you know how men
it did a
exist.
beautiful. No, I'm sorry.
Men exist in the way that they exist, right? And so I think that in the beginning, sure, there were people who just like talked to God all day, and they were like, "Hey, bro, you ain't got to think about it. I can just ask him. Like he's literally right here. Let me just talk to him for you." And they're like, "Cool. You should be next to the king so that he can make the good choices." I get that, right? But I think that at some point, somebody started like mapping it and faked having conversations with God in order to get into the king's ear to make the decision that they wanted. Right. Cool. That person then would have been like, no, women, because women have that cool little magical intuition-y thingy where sometimes things just don't feel right. And we cannot get over that. And so to keep the people who just don't, who get that feeling, we have to keep them quiet. So they can't know anything, and the only person who can tell them anything is their husband now. That's the only man that they can talk to, and then we get him indoctrinated. So now he is just going to tell her to shut up. She's crazy, and it all just leads to this bigger hole of indoctrination. I guess is the best word for it.
It led to was the witch trials, and we already saw what happened.
Mm-hmm.
If you
calling
knew
all of them
anything,
crazy.
yeah, look, if you knew anything about medicine, if you knew anything that, oh wait, she can read. Oh yeah, she's rich. What? Like what the fuck? If it was that bad where anything that they would find that they didn't like about a woman, they would just blame it as, oh, she practiced witchcraft, and it was a rap. Now you burnt at the stake, and that was for quite a few years. Like that was crazy, and that was a way of, and then so what you would have is you would have a father who might have a daughter who is a really smart little girl. He's going to now dumb her down because he doesn't want nobody to come and try to unalive her for thinking that she's a witch, right? So this is another tactic that we know that is documented in history, where we know we can read how they actively, tried to suppress women from doing anything, in a
There's always been a
crazy way.
suppression on women.
Right, right. But you know how some people say, "Well, I don't see it. Where is it written? Where is the law? Where is it?" Okay, well, you can read history, and here's one good one. Like you can see it right there, where if you did anything other than fucking clean the house, you was a witch, and that's crazy. But nevertheless, that's part of half our history, and it's part of, so it begs the question, when you look at all these other rules, you're like, where did this shit come from? When you start looking at these gender roles and things like that, this is the only reason why I always have back, I always give these motherfuckers that preach this, I give them back. I'm like, bro, if you can tell me the origin of it, because I've done the research, so I know exactly where all these old sayings come from. I know where all of this shit happened. I know the start of it. So if you can tell me and teach me something different and tell me where I've been mistaken, I'll take that. But they can't even go there. So that's when I call them bullshit. I'm like, you just regurgitating what you heard, but you have not done the research, and it's okay, because some people love gender roles and it works for their life and they happy, and I'm happy for you. My grandmother and my grandfather, hey, they was like that, and they was beautiful. They're the best people I know, and I would never say nothing bad about it, right? But at the same time, I still know the truth. You know what I mean? I just say that, hey, just admit what we got to admit and move on, and then we'll have a better place. But I don't know. That's my new kick, man. I'm anti-rhetoric, so that's why I be on it.
No, I think that you know the how the interaction and the harmony between humans is is a response. Everything is a response to something. So I feel like that this clash, this back and forth that we have between men and women right now, got to get to the root of this, man, because it's saying something. It's saying something, man. And I got a video on my page, and I firmly, if you do research history, that I think the extreme point of views that you're hearing from women, the women going to the extremes. I'm not sure if you saw this one, Kev, but that new girl, that her video that went viral, um, where she was talking about that if she had a boy, that like she was telling her significant others that if she had a boy, she was going to unalive it. That she didn't want to have a son. She didn't want to raise a man, and she thought that the video just went viral here recently. That she had a boy, she was going to unalive it because she didn't want to raise. She don't want to raise a man that was going to be a rapist or anything like that. And it's like that's the point that we've gotten now. Is like we're at these extremists. People are going to the extreme. But people always want to focus on, well, that's wrong, and it's like, yeah, we can all agree to that. My question is like, what is the root of all this? Like, what is the root of why people are going to these extremes and why we're having so much tension right now between men and women? And I think that, and I personally believe that for the longest time, regardless of whether or not people will acknowledge it or not, women have not really had a voice like that, man. You know? So
Right.
now you're getting to a point to where like now we're in a society that really is open, is free. You can get here and talk. Now you hearing women talk. Now you really hearing what they say. Now you really hearing how they feel. And you like, oh shoot. But we think it's new. We think it's new, but the reality of it is that women probably been feeling this way for a long time.
Yeah, they
They
have.
probably
Think about
they
this,
probably
bro. We talking about this, right? Do you know they used to have the one baby rule in China, right? We all know this. Okay. If you were a couple, you were only allowed to have one child. So what did they do? If they had a little girl, they would unalive it, send it away, abandon. And then it got to a point where their orphanages was like, we can't take no more little girls. So then it became, okay, you have a little girl, unalive it, period. So nobody said shit. That was fine. That was fine for hundreds of years. It's cool, right? Turn a blind eye to it, nobody cares. One girl goes viral because she said the same thing, but it's reversed. But because we have this quote unquote gender war going on, it's something bigger than what it really is. Because I'm sure there have been a lot of women who said that. I know a lot of dudes who joked, and I knew that they were joking. You know what I mean? That if they didn't have a little boy, they was gonna be mad. They was gonna move. They was gonna do all kind of shit because they wanted a boy. You know what I mean? To carry their name and the whole thing. So, but I think people are doing this shit for attention. And
Mhm.
like you said, there is like that thing of, you know how the pendulum swings? It goes one way all the way to the extreme. It's going to swing back the other way to the extreme. It's going to swing back the other way to the extreme till eventually it stops swinging and it'll be balanced. But in the meantime, it's going to hit those two extremes. And I think we are just on one of the pendulum swings. You know what I mean? Because time has shown us that it's been extreme one way and then it swings over to the other. And then a few years pass, it swings back. So I just think it's one of the cycles, to be honest. And we're in another change cycle. Yes, please, Nala. Speak freely.
Okay, so things are scary, but I think that for most women, right? Uh, it was that concept of like Well, the men just don't know. You know, they just don't know how bad it is. They just don't know what we're actually going through. They just don't know. And so then this became this, oh, well, when we tell them, then they'll get it. And when that wasn't the reaction, it hurts. It hurts a lot to have the reaction be, well, no, either A, you're lying, or B, it's your fault about everything. Like, no matter how extreme the story gets, it's still, oh, well, no, it was probably you. And so the women are hurt. And that's why I try to tell the men folks to just watch what you say, like, be careful, because it ends with things like this, right? When you tell women, well, no woman could raise a man, you're incapable of raising a man, there is a possibility that a woman who gets pregnant with something that will become a man chooses not to care for it at all because she already believes that she's incapable. Like, for some reason, we still believe you guys. You know, and that's not to say, I know that, like, not all men are, you know, whatever, but the rhetoric still seeps in, and some of us, a lot of women still think that men have our best interests, and so they're saying these things because they're true. And I wish that I could get through more that, like, the men who are pushing this rhetoric are not saying it's because it's true. They're saying it because they want you back in your quote unquote position. Like, you've stepped out of line. They want you to get back in the line that you're supposed to be in. And that doesn't mean that they want good things. But yeah, it's hard right now. Things are hard. Women are hurt. Men are hurt. We're all just really hurt and angry and lashing out at each other. And it's not even each other's fault, really. It's a much bigger problem. But you know.
And I think that is.
I think that women think they feelings is more important than everybody else. That's what I noticed. I think I notice every time a man do speak on how they feel, it's just like it always overrides. I noticed. And I was thinking about that, even that story, what he was saying about, or I think that example he used about they unaliving, even though that was, I don't know. That's just like saying about there's always a counter to everything if we wanted to do that. Literally a counter to everything. Mm. But at the end of the day, we all need to get fixed.
But Kev, so let me ask you, because I know you have these conversations a lot. You have them more than I do, because, you know, anyway.
Them a kid
What
be
is
all
the,
over the place, bro. I be following them around and I'm like, them a kid be getting
right?
in there, bro.
So but what is the common complaint or things that men are feeling that are actually true with no exaggeration or no, they're just stating the facts of how they're living?
What you mean?
Like, women are saying, okay, this is what's happening to me, right? Women are complaining, we are getting attacked. These are stories of women being essayed, being like, that's what we're mad about. Men are countering that with, well, y'all need to pick better. What? And then we say,
A lot of them lying though.
but we know, right? Like, I know, you know, probably in your family, women have got that happen.
True.
So we
But I
can
know they like
seriously
to use
say,
it.
but we can seriously say that we know that this is probably not an exaggeration. If anything, you know, we know how men
Nah, I
are.
can't say that. I can't.
Okay, well, I tell you, I
I
don't
see
know.
people get played too much. Like I said, I look at both ends though. I see dudes get played, lied, and in jail for no reason. I see, and I know it happens out there, but I know that's one of the easiest things to get everybody to melt and fall for the manipulation game. Like I
Okay,
said, and I just literally had a live about that. I'm not taking none of them serious, especially
but
when I see them half naked and all this other stuff that they claim that they
Cam,
freaking
Cam,
what up.
the entirety of all prison, all jail, everything is not even 2% of of our society. So that means that if all of those people, let's just say, for argument of sake, that every woman lied on every man that's in prison for that, right? We're talking about 98% of them haven't lied. So we're talking about 2% of this is our epidemic problem as men. Like we're saying that all of us are getting targeted by these women, but it's the paperwork tells us that it's only 2% of us that's in prison, and most of them, we're not even talking about for that. That's all prison. That's everything, unalivings, the whole shit. So we know that our prison population, the numbers of that doesn't even support that argument. When we say how many men are actually going to jail behind a false, behind somebody lying on them, it's not even a number that is. It doesn't even, you know what I mean? It's not even close. So when we say that, we come off looking like stupid. We come off looking like we're just trying to dismiss their claims because that doesn't make any sense. The numbers don't add up. Now, if it was an actual number of like 30% or more,
Anything can be great nowadays, though.
but bro, even if we quadruple it, even if we said, okay,
Like,
we're gonna 10 times it, right? Then it's at 20%. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like the error of margin on that, like it's not even close. You get me? So it's like when we talk about those type of things, I mean, it just comes off as us being unauthentic. We're just trying to now, what about us type of thing? Because
or we
that
can come
right
off being
there,
naive too, though. So
but
I
that's
mean, I
not
can't.
naive though.
Yeah,
Because that
right.
what
We
I'm
can say
saying
that.
is, okay, again, you tell me somebody, and I'll put this challenge out to anybody. Let me know how many people are actually getting, that this is happening to on a mass number to where we are sitting here and all of our men are suffering because we are getting lied on about SA. That's just not happening, bro. The numbers don't say that that's happening.
I
The
did.
the same numbers that the men are using for that, the same ones that we want to believe about the single mother rate and all the other stuff that we use, those same metrics, right? The same people say that this number that I gave you is true. But we will believe the numbers when it supports our argument, but we won't believe it when it goes against us. And this is the same thing that women do, right? They will say certain things. Oh, all you guys are in prison. That's why we can't find no good men. Half y'all in jail. And then we say, no, no, no. Because actually, only 2% of us are in jail. Then they don't want to believe those numbers, right? So they do the same thing that we do, is what I'm saying. We want to manipulate these numbers to make our arguments better when we go back and forth. But the reality is there is a certain number of men and certain number of women who are degenerates. Okay, both sides. And both sides are doing this shit that we talking about. The women that we complain about, the men that they complain about are in that degenerate category, right? But meanwhile, the majority of us are not doing this shit. And we're the ones arguing over the ones that are. You get what I mean? And it's crazy. It's like, what are we talking about here? Even if we talk
People's
about,
actions don't follow. If it was
huh?
really like that serious, then it would. I don't know, man. I can't.
But I'm just
I
saying.
really can't.
If we look at it, I'm just saying, if we're going by the numbers, right? If we're going by the numbers, that's what the numbers say. So
Yeah,
now if we're
but like
saying
I
that we
said, the
don't,
numbers. I know you keep saying that too, right? But you don't realize that anything can be that. It could, like somebody can have sex with somebody, right? And then decide later that they did not like that person and call it SA or whatever the situation is. That stuff is true. You know what I'm
that's
saying? It's like I don't look at just because they claim it as that. That don't mean that it's happening like that. It
that's
just don't.
rare. But that's a rarity, is what I'm saying.
How?
When
But
that
what? How do
happens,
you determine
No,
what's
it's
rare or
not.
not? Because like we can
because
say
the
what's rare
cases
to
say it.
make us fit our narrative,
Because
anyways.
those cases
But
have to
like
be
I said,
certified,
the
bro.
actions show different. That's just like the
It's not.
DV, right?
It's
Some
no.
people would stay in them situations, and then they probably was one of the main ones that egged that situation on. But they never going to put that because that's why they stay in it longer than the freaking than cheating, right?
But but
Because
but
they
but,
know they was wrong.
but Kev, that would make the numbers more. You see what I'm saying? Like
Man,
that.
I don't know
Listen,
about
what
that.
I'm saying to you is this, okay? If women are saying that this is happening, right, and we go by
They
these
wouldn't be
are
talking how they
cases,
talking on here.
Listen, the cases have to be documented. This is not something I'm making up. This is not something you can go look at this. This is public knowledge. So if the cases are documented and they're saying that this is what they are accusing this man of, right? The accusations, okay? The accusations, how many people are being accused of these crimes, they are not in some crazy numbers. That's what I'm saying. These are documented cases. So now, if you're saying that women are accusing men, but they're not documenting it, okay, well, okay, if that's the case, the men aren't being affected either, because that means that they're not in the system. So it doesn't matter. So what are we talking about? If we're talking about actual things where men have been falsely accused and have paid a price for it, this is what we're talking about, right? Because those cases are few and far between. And that's the facts based on the numbers. The same thing that we could say about how women will have this inflated idea of how many women are being unalived by black men, right? They have this crazy number, but the truth is it's nowhere near that number. But when we say that, they have the same reaction that most of us have when we say this. You get me? It's like, no, that ain't true. That ain't true. I'm telling you, it's way more. No, it's not. And I'm saying we are overinflating all of these things on both sides to fit some narrative because we want to
That's what's
keep
keeping
this
them in
fucking
that
shit
victim
going.
mentality nowadays because of that. But at the end of the day, hey, everybody stay in their boat.
I mean, Nala, I agree. The number is too high, but it's not as high as people claim to be when they want to make their argument. That's all I'm saying.
I highly doubt it.
You
They
get me?
actions
right.
so different though. It
So I have a
feels like it.
question, and I'm going to use a very, very relevant case. The Central Park Five. And Master, I need you to pull that Black Laws Dictionary back out. Show it again. Central Park Five were accused of doing something heinous and they didn't do it. We can go throughout history and we can literally go state to state, county to county, city to city, and run the numbers up. How many men, black men specifically, that have been accused of doing something they didn't do. And then you have the outliers that regret SMEX and classify it as SA.
I've
Those numbers
included
aren't
all of that. We've
right, but
included
those
all of that.
numbers, right, but those
They are
numbers,
included.
yeah,
They're
but those
included.
numbers are ridiculous.
No, they're not. They are included,
Mm.
bro. Every case, go do the look. Listen, I don't want to argue with it because I'm just saying I have read it. So all I want y'all to do is read it. Please, I implore you to go to the actual government sites. Like, go to the real sites. Don't go to these damn online places that claim they collect these facts. No, go to the source, and you will see
Yeah, what
that
did it say? What is the numbers?
all of these cases have to be documented, right? And so if you go and see, I mean, you know that. So if there's a conviction, if there's an accusation, right? This is how we know that most men that are of color. This is how we know the number of the false arrests, right? Because they have to document every time they arrest somebody, and then they compare the conviction. So you was arrested, but you was never convicted. This is something that we can trace. Okay, so when a woman accuses somebody, you will have that, and then they'll have that conviction rate. If that person was convicted of it, if that person wasn't, right? So like in the Kobe Bryant case, he was accused, right? She was proved not that it was false. So on that record, it's going to have that, right? So all of these numbers are documented. We know that. This is not something that we can make up because it's easily verifiable. And those numbers are nowhere near a point to where we need to say it's an epidemic. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be aware of it. I'm not saying that men shouldn't be careful because all of these things are true. But what I am saying is that it ain't 40 fucking percent. It ain't 30%. It's nowhere even near that. It's not even double digits. That's the point I'm trying to make. That we are all sitting up here and up in arms and complaining over under 4% of the fucking population that this is happening to. So what I'm saying is, yeah, let's talk about it. Let's be aware of it, but let's not overinflate it just to make an argument sound better. That's my only point.
What I'm saying is that what is the number of this happening though? because making it seem like it's happening a lot, and I highly doubt that. That's
What
like,
All right.
what part? What you mean?
what is the number of you said? I don't want to say. Let's see between, because I know they always mix essay and I can believe it's a high number of essay. Anybody can say that. Like can slap somebody booty or something like that. That's called essay. Whatever. They even promote that junk in it. So let's get to the real one, grape. Then, like, what's the numbers on that? Since you got the
All
numbers,
right. All right. Hold on.
let him answer the thing. You talking about? All right, let him answer this question real quick because he got the numbers.
Well,
Of what? I've already said it.
it's not
Who's
that I
looking it
don't
up?
want him to answer. There's a reason why I'm saying hold up. This
Ain't no
man
hold up.
over.
Let me get my answer real quick. How you gonna tell me to hold up? I'm trying to talk to cousins real quick because he got the numbers. He the one telling me he got the numbers. So I'm just trying to hear what's the number on that. But
What you
somehow
talking
you
about?
got the number of the small amount of false accusations. So what is the actual numbers of, I guess, that women that's
Accusations
going through this?
of accusations?
Yeah, because somehow it seemed like that uh, it's so rare now that women is getting that.
Okay? I'm talking about false accusations. I'm talking about
No, I'm
when
talking
a
about the
woman.
real thing. I'm not even
Hold
talking
on,
about
hold
that
on,
no
hold
more.
on.
I'm just talking
What?
about the real thing. Getting raped. What's the numbers on that?
The percentage of that we can look it up. I don't know. I'm talking about the false. I was talking about false accusations. That's all I was talking
Yeah,
about. So I was
yeah.
saying men are out here acting like every man or the majority of men have to worry about getting some false accusation when the reality says the numbers say that not even 4% of all cases that have been false and have been resulted in a man doing time for some false accusation. So what I'm saying is that we are acting as if that is some huge problem that is debilitating men. And I'm saying that that is an exaggeration. That was my whole point. That's all I was saying. Now, as far as the number of women who are actually getting attacked, I can go look it up if you want me to, but I don't know that off the top of my head.
Mm.
But I'm saying that what I did say was that when women are complaining, they're saying that it is some crazy number, some ridiculously high number that black men are unaliving them, right? You hear that, right? That's another narrative. You know what I mean? They say that, and that number, if that was the case, the unalive rate of black women would be like we wouldn't damn near have any. So I know that number was being exaggerated. So then when I looked that up, it was like, okay, it's a lot. You know what I'm saying? It is happening, but it's not to the degree that they're publicizing it at. They're adding more, making it more sensational to prove a point. And I think that men are doing the same thing when we talk about the fake accusation thing. It does happen, right? I'm not arguing that, but is it to the point that everywhere I walk, I got to worry about being falsely accused? No. And I think that's what we're trying to paint the picture because we're trying to fight back because it's this crazy ass gender war. And that's what I was saying. I'm saying if we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it, but let's keep it into perspective. That's all I'm saying. That was my point.
I ain't gonna lie, I am scared. I'm scared even if I had a son or something like that because I know how women can be. They will destroy your life, but you'll probably learn the hard way though. But I'm just saying, like, they can't. Humans lie, and people want to know if they got power, they'll do it. Um, so we could say that it's rare or whatever, but until your son or somebody run into somebody that really don't like him or something like that, they can come up with anything they want to. They can literally come up with
Anybody could do
anything.
that. If that's the
I've been
case,
seeing people set people with condoms and pull out the trash and become pregnant, all type of stuff or whatever.
bro,
Things
that,
can,
that can
boy.
happen with anything though. There's
Yeah,
fucking shady, shisty motherfuckers everywhere. Like we have a whole thing of, you know what I
exactly.
mean?
Yeah,
I mean, I get
exactly.
you.
But I
I
think
agree,
I
but
think like I said, I'm trying to grow out this believe all women thing because I grew in that since I was born, and we actually see that that
okay.
it ain't always like that. There's always two sides to everything. And I
What
think
I'm
we trying
saying
to bring
is,
that back again. We're trying to bring that back again and continue to feed their victimhood and all this stuff, and we'll never get anywhere.
all I'm
We
saying
just
is
will.
believe all proof. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying believe all proof. Okay. I'm not going to put it past someone if a man said to you, If a man came out and was like, "Yo, I was
Some
assaulted,"
dudes can't even get no buns, let alone.
but I'm just saying we should believe them too until they're proven otherwise. I'm saying that. I'm saying to be
Nah, I
fair,
don't trust no man.
we should. That is the law. It's supposed to be, innocent until proven guilty, right? That is supposed to be what it's supposed to be. But I get you. It
Naive.
has changed and shit is fucked up. But
I
if we
can't
do,
believe
if we claim that we believe in being truthful and we believe in being righteous and all that good stuff, then what we have to do now is take that path, right? We gotta have to be fair across the board. So I'm
Yeah,
just
I'm a
saying.
receipt person. I'm a receipt person. I stopped trying to be naive because I used to be like that, but I ain't about to believe until proven. Like you really got to prove yourself before I believe anything. That's the opposite with me.
But that's the thing, right? If you tell me that something happened to you, I'm gonna okay. If this happened, now give me the story. Give me okay. We're gonna have to. You're gonna have to show you have burden of proof, right? Just like, but what we see is happening is that it's not necessarily somebody saying it's a burden of proof. It's saying I don't believe you. I don't think it happened to you. You're lying. Now prove it to me. That's a whole different standpoint than saying, okay, I'm here to listen to you, but give me the proof. You see what I'm saying? When you already come from a point of bias,
Of course, right? Because I'm
that's
about
what
to.
I'm
That's what
saying.
I was just about to say. If
Yeah,
you have a
yeah, yeah.
son that did that, you gonna believe your son did it, or you gonna believe the woman?
I'm gonna attack it the same way, and that's what I'm saying. I think that's what we need to do because I'm going to also take into consideration the type of people they are, right? Like we all know our kids. You know if your son is a fucking asshole or not, even if you don't want to admit it. Like we would know, you know what I mean? And if some allegation come and you're gonna be like, hell no, that don't sound like him. You're gonna be biased. I get it. And when we have some people that we love, we obviously gonna have some biasness to it. I understand that. But as a public official or people that are dealing with this shit, they don't have that luxury of being biased. Or they shouldn't. You know what I mean? So if that's the case, everything should be tried in the same way, in my opinion. Now I know that's not how it is, but that's something that we got to work on. And I'm saying is, with that being said, when a woman comes in and says, I am being assaulted, or whatever the case is, if your first response to that is, yeah, you probably lying, you are now going to investigate that with a bias, which it happens a lot. If you just the same way when a man walks into the room and says he's being assaulted or being abused, right? Most men are going to look at him like, oh, bro, you tripping. Man, you soft. Or we do the same thing to men. So I'm not saying that this is just, oh, to help women or just, no, I'm saying that this society with how we deal with shit is fucked up. And we need to really take an honest look at it. Because if a man came in here and complained about him being, his woman is abusing him, we're going to laugh at him in most cases. And then we get on these panels and we say that we're mad and we upset because men don't have any places to go. But yet we contribute to doing that by, you know, criticizing dudes who do complain about it. And I'm not saying that all of us do it, but it happens enough to the point where a lot of men don't even report when they're actually being abused, right? And we know that's true too. So what I'm saying is all of this shit plays a part in it. And if we are going to dissect it, let's dissect it all. That's all.
Good thing Johnny Depp ain't go through that.
There's definitely a lot to dissect because there's a lot of nuances. I ain't gonna hold you. Like when it, you made a great point though. Like it meant like it's definitely cultural nuances to be aware of. Like ways though, like certain things that happen to men and boys, people don't care about. And truthfully, certain things that happen to black and brown women, people don't care about. You know, so I think to like you said, if you to go that deep, it's going to pull the covers not off the people that's just in the bottom. It's going to pull the veil, lift the veil off the people that's at the top. So you know, and in that ladder, that hierarchy, it's gonna be a lot of downfall. It's gonna be a lot of fall guys. So you know, I get what Kev is saying too when he say, it's more details than just the details. And I get what you're saying by saying, you know, don't be biased. That's definitely sticky, sensitive grounds. Did y'all see Dark Waters? You seen Dark Waters? It just came. I think it just came out on Netflix. Y'all seen that yet?
Oh, I got a lot of stuff I gotta watch.
Bro, that's one of them same stories. The DuPonts, he poisoned the water in Virginia, and a
Mm.
dude found it because a dude, basically an old lawyer. This man Cal started dying for real. I ain't gonna get too deep into it, but it was one of them type of situations. And you know how many fall guys they put that was in the mix, how they played with the numbers, they played with the statistics, and so it's definitely one of them things where as though it's a hierarchy when it comes to that stuff. So, people be having the police in their pocket, people be having the scientists in their pocket. You get what I'm saying? Like, so that's definitely that's a sensitive situation when it comes to like assay and I get
Yeah.
where you're coming from.
I'm just tired. I mean, because it's getting to a point that's everybody's go to. They mixing in, they making it not fair for the ones that's actually going through it.
Facts.
And it's like, dog, that's how they even cancel every. I literally made a video about that too. Like, dog, when they gonna stop using that as a talking point? Just like when dudes keep using it's in my nature as a talking point. It's just
Wow.
like, dang, we'll never get anywhere. We gonna keep using these things to shut somebody's mouth because we don't have a mind of our own, or we want to be naive, or we want to just believe everything was being said. And I had to learn that a while ago to stop doing that. Because I'm
Yeah.
like, no, that's how a lot of us get hurt. That's how a lot of our families turn on us because they don't want to look at things from both sides. You know what I'm saying? They just automatically, okay, you know what? I got it. I got to think it. I think it's true. But I just realized when this stuff started getting closer and closer, and
Yeah.
me put myself in a lot of people's shoes, like, dang, wonder if I was a person. Because
You know, you
it
just
could have
did.
been me, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
nobody trying to take my side. They want to take that side because it sounds
Yeah.
more serious on their end. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
that ain't fair. That ain't fair at all.
It's real shit. That's bro. I ain't gonna. That's bro. That it's. I get exactly what you're saying now, bro. Bro, that's so solid what you just said, bro. It's like that saying of everybody say what they would do until it's them, bro. That's one of the biggest factors of being righteous or fighting a good
Hmm.
fight. You get me? To where as though like you'll do something right, but then when a person, man, we gonna get you fired. Then what you gonna do? You get what I'm
Hmm.
saying? When I get
Hmm.
somebody throw cocktail through your window, then what you gonna do? Right? When your own community turn on you because it looks, you feel me? The person then shifted the personality because they know their trauma points. Now what you
Hmm.
gonna do? The same people you fighting for, they didn't turn that back on you. So now, it definitely get like that. It
Hmm.
definitely get like that. And I take a different level of training to deal with that. I ain't gonna hold you. Take a whole
Yeah.
because your own family be like, what you doing? You fighting for somebody that don't even care about you. You feel me? Like you ain't Jesus. Like that's a real thing out here, bro. I'm going through that right now. That's a real thing though.
Dang.
So
Yeah.
I get you, bro. I get you. You gotta be willing to lose all of
I
that.
think a lot of that
Yeah,
stuff
I
just
feel you
messing
on
it
that.
up though. And I just talked to so many. I caught so many in that lie. I mean, it's freaking crazy. But it's just like, hey, it is what it is. It's just like living and learning. That's how I look at it.
Yep.
Living and learning, trying to put myself in a lot of people's shoes on both ends. That's
See,
all I do.
But see, what I
Trying to.
what I, what I've learned, or what I've seen, like you know, I'm half a decade. I mean, I'm half a century on this place, right? I've been all around the world. I didn't had, you know what I mean. I didn't had more than I should care to even talk about as far as women. I've never had these problems. Never in my life have I been disrespected by women like these dudes are claiming that women are, right? So if I live
Because you
vicariously, if I
light
said
skin.
to
So
myself,
no,
but if I said to myself that if I use myself as, if I'm not looking outside of myself, I'm gonna be like, yo, women don't disrespect you, right? That would be my truth. But I also know that that's not necessarily real, right? Just because my experience is one way does never mean that other men are not going through that. So I've never discredited that. The part that I'm saying that I feel is cap is, for one, it's the intentions of a lot of this shit. And I'm talking about online. Okay. I'm specifically talking about this app. Okay. Because people don't really think that they have a consequence. So they will damn near say anything to get attention on this motherfucker. So when I hear a woman say, I'd rather be stung by a scorpion 988 times and blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to sit there and take that serious. I'm going to ask, why would you say that? And then I'm going to have that conversation about that. I don't give a fuck about what she said because I already know that's a fucking flashpoint. So when I was talking about the bear and all this, everybody want to get up there and dissect the bear. I'm like, yo, y'all missing the whole point. Why y'all butthurt about a bear? You should be asking, why would you even make such a preposterous claim? Maybe that's the issue that we need to talk about. But nobody wants to do that. We want to stick with the low hanging fruit. And so that's the reason why I brought up those statistics, because those are the low hanging fruit. Everybody wants to automatically run to that when we say anything about these issues, you know what I mean? And they automatically go to the hot points. And then it's like, yo, you missing the whole point, because the point is, why are we worrying about this small number when we have bigger shit in our community that we really need to, fix, right? Bigger things in this society that need to happen, but we
I
still
get you.
worried about twerking and fucking eyelashes. It's like the
Right.
shit is ridiculous. It's like we want to focus on these small talking points that's going to give us the most amount of viewers, as opposed to talking
Yeah.
about the real shit that's going to be probably boring, but that's the stuff that we need to talk about. We would rather talk about the hot points. And that's the
Mm.
only reason that I brought up those numbers, because I do understand what you're saying, Kev. You know what I mean? And I do get exactly what you meant by what you were saying. But I was just trying to say that, it's just we get caught up in that because that's the easy conversation. Let's get to the hard conversation. And that hard conversation usually has shit that we don't want to know about ourselves. Because if we start talking about, remember earlier, when we start talking about the underage people, if we really start talking about underage people and stuff like that, then we gotta start bringing in our grandmamas. We got to start talking about our uncles. Now we got to start talking about our family. Now this shit is getting uncomfortable. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so that's why I was saying, when we don't, we try to get away from these conversations and stick to the low hanging fruit. And I think that's a problem in itself. But I could be wrong. I mean, y'all tell me if I'm tripping.
I think you're right. I think you said the answer within the question. I think you said like the people who take points that's like vague. The brother God of information said it first. He said ketchup and mustard arguments. Those I genuinely know to be true. That those people who do that, they are meant. They're not creative, right? And they don't feel the need to, you get what I'm saying, dig deep into nothing. They trying to find people that think that black and white, right? So they can get their coins, they can get their viewers, they can get their little tribe. And from what I know to be true, most of them tribes they fall off. They fall off quick. They fall off real quick. And if they fall off real quick, it's because they start acting like the same people they say they don't agree with. So as soon as they get some motion, you want to see them either they even and if it's outside agenda, I see like the conscious, like my ethnic background, my nationality. I see a lot of that. But when it comes like to relationships, you got a few people, but I don't think from my perspective that 1,000 people is. I don't think 1,000 people is a lot of people. I think it's about, or I don't think that mean that person is that effective. I think it's more so about what do you do with the people you got, and are you growing, right? Are you growing and meeting your growth points? So if you at 10, you get to 20 people next month, you get to 30, 40, you could be adding more value to those 40 people than them 500 people who show up every day just to echo points and just, emotional bully. So yeah, I think you answered the question with that. Maybe them people who just want to argue and find people who want to agree, argue with you. If you disagree, they're gonna mute you. If you got a different perspective, they probably block you. You get what I'm saying? And you'll be surprised of who occur at one way when you're in a panel, and then you go to another panel, like, damn, you wasn't even acting like that when we was in this last panel. Now you got into this gender panel. Now you're a whole different, So I feel you. Definitely feel you.
All right. So, Master,
Peace, what's up,
I
Roy?
want you. I want you to look up in your 11th edition
Mm-hmm.
the word, these three words in this
Okay.
order:
Mm-hmm.
parent,
Okay. She cracked open too. This is a big one. Parent, parent. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Pet partner. Parent. This is a parent. Okay. So it's okay. So just parent by itself.
Read all of it if you have to, but
There's a lot of them, bro.
well,
There's a lot.
start off with parent itself. The two-part hyphenated word,
Okay.
pair and rent.
Okay. All right. Boom. All right. So, okay. So parent. All right. So the one they got here, all right, here, but boom. So they got the lawful father or mother of someone. In ordinary usage, the term denotes more than responsibility for conception and birth. The term commonly includes one, either the natural father or the natural mother of a child. Two, either the adoptive father or the adoptive mother of a child. Three, a child's putative blood parent who has expressly acknowledged paternity. And four, an individual or agency, damn, whose status as guardian has been established by judicial decree. In law, parental status based on any criterion may be terminated by judicial decree. In other words, a person ceases to be a legal parent if that person's status as a parent has been terminated in the legal proceeding. Damn. Also,
Okay.
terms.
Now read persons.
Persons. Persons, okay. And after that parent, it got so many different layers to parents. It's crazy.
Yeah, I
Person.
know. Like I've had everything up to the 14th edition,
Yeah. Yeah.
but there's a reason why I'm asking for these words.
Okay. Per capita, person. Okay, I didn't even know we had per capita in here. That makes sense. All right, persons. Persons or person?
You can do person first and then persons,
All right.
because it'll have the same connotation.
Yeah. Okay. Person. Persona, person, artificial person, personal object. Okay, let me see. Salient, persecutor, persecution.
The artificial person.
Okay, artificial person.
Read that
Okay.
one specifically then.
Okay. All right. Boom. Oh, so they got. All right. So look. So we got. All right. We got. So damn. You got. Okay. Shit. All right. Artificial person. An entity such as a corporation created by law and given certain legal rights and duties of human being, a being, real or imaginary, who for the purpose of legal reasonings is treated more or less as a human being. An entity is a person for purposes of the due process and equal protection clauses, but is not a citizen for purposes of the privileges and immunities clauses in Article 5 and 2 and in the 14th Amendment, also termed conventional person, fictitious person, juristic person, judicial person, and legal person and moral person, legal entity.
Now read human.
Now human? Okay.
Human.
ABCD. They got embryo, F, human. Okay. Boom.
I'm looking for the specific one that says humans or sea creatures or sea monsters.
All right, here we go. Boom. All right, H2I T. Human. Okay, human trafficking, human will, 100. All right. Let me see. Okay. All right. So human. Boom. Hue and cry. Okay, hold up. Human, huffering, hudgery, huey. Hulk, humanitarian. Damn, bro. This one ain't pop up. Humanly co-intent. Hold up. Yeah, but that one ain't. Human rights. Human. Yep, that one ain't pop up, bro. They might have switched.
They removed it. It was in the 4th and the 5th, and I think they removed it in the 6th. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, they moved. They skipped that and went to humanitarian.
Right.
Motivated by him. So they skipped. They took it out.
Okay. So the point that I'm going to use those specific words because what we're talking about is law.
Yeah.
When you look at numbers and statistics and facts, they come out of law words specifically. Okay. So yeah, I just had him. Right. I had him read those specific words for a reason. Okay. And one of them said in the 14th Amendment, which the 14th Amendment gave us privileges, not rights. And that is in the Black Laws Dictionary and Bouvier's dictionary. These stats and statistics that we are currently arguing over or not arguing over are all misrepresented in certain ways because the numbers are skewed by the people that are doing them. Okay? So when you include all men into those statistics, facts, and figures, that means that you're talking about all men. But when you line it up to a specific nationality or lack thereof, as so-called black people, we are not classified as living beings under the law. So we're not even in the same ballpark when you start talking about us with these numbers, because they're classifying us as not even human. 3/5 compromise, 1 drop rule. Okay? So when you start talking about these figures, you have to understand they don't look at us as human under the law. So we have to go back and read the legal definitions of these words to apply them to who they actually apply to. And that's the biggest problem that I have with people. The numbers are always going to look better to some and worse to others. Okay, I use the Central Park 5 as a representation because those young men spent how many years in prison and they were innocent? I can pull a laundry list of names. So when you look at a study and it says, oh, it's for this year, no, you got to include all years, every year that it has been recorded. And then you have to go and plug in what it applies to, because we are not classified as human. We are not classified as living. We are classified as chattel slave property. So therefore, what happens to us and what we do to each other has no legal relevancy unless the state or the corporation known as the federal government steps in and chastises us. Because Angola is a prison down in Louisiana, and it's got a horrible reputation for incarcerating black men for crimes they didn't commit. A lot of them SA or grape. So those numbers are skewed too.
Hey, bro,
So
I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Real quick. Hey, Brody, on the Dark Waters movie on the show, they named the people, bro, some R word. It was like it was something crazy, bro, like relatables. And he was like, "What does that mean?" He was like, "I don't know." And this is the person who signed off on it. He said that mean humans. He said y'all. He said you put that word right there. That's the humans of people. And he was just looking crazy, like, "Dang, I'm gonna find that word, bro." But that's what you're saying is real. I ain't gonna hold you. That's how
I
they
get what
feel.
you're saying. Listen, I understand what you're saying, right? With the numbers that I was giving you, it was for all time. It was for every single person in prison. I lumped everybody in prison for what they have is listed for inmates. That means the ones that were guilty, the ones that weren't guilty, all of that. I said if we took the number of every person that's in prison in the United States, right, that would only be, I don't know, it's not even 4% of the population. I think it's something like 2 point something. You can get the exact word. I don't remember the exact number, but that's what I'm saying. So I was using that as the metric, because if you really want to get down to the numbers and actually deduce what was, it probably would be lower, because I was including just the raw numbers of prison inmates, period. So what I'm saying to you is that even with every single person in prison, if they were in there for a false allegation, okay, 100% of the prisoners was in there for false validation or false accusation, it would be 4% of the population. So then I ask you now, that leaves 96% of the population that's not being accused. So you tell me, is that a problem that warrants every man to be frightened? That's all I was saying. See, I wasn't
No,
saying
no, no.
that it don't
I get
happen.
what you're
You
saying on
get me?
that
Yeah,
part.
yeah, yeah. That's what I meant by, because I agree with you, man. Like people are using these numbers wrong.
Yeah, you
You know what
saying
I mean?
contextual argument. That's what your cousin's speaking to. He's saying if we're gonna use the argument, that's what I'm getting from what you're saying. You said
Yeah,
if we're
Yeah,
gonna
just
yeah,
I'm
use
just
the
saying,
numbers,
exactly.
yeah, that's all. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
contextualize
I
it with
get
the
you.
numbers
Yeah, because
opposed
I
to
feel
just
exactly what you're saying, brother. Yeah, I'm with you.
simple. You good?
We all on the same page, and that's why me and cousin, when we have conversations, Like the
That's
man
stupid.
comes articulating himself in a very, very forceful and righteous way, and most people don't want to hear it or understand it. There's a couple other men that I roll in circles with, that me and cousin roll with, and that Kev roll with, that we have these conversations on TikTok, off TikTok, and when we start breaking it down using legalese, because most people are using them in a
Yeah.
ignorant, belligerent way, because they don't know that the words that we're speaking, the legal connotation has serious ramifications for us, because we are not classified in our proper
Yeah.
classification. So it forces us to have to be subservient to
Yeah.
certain things in law or color thereof, because we are not standing in private or in public stating our claim as human beings, stating our claim as the natural living man
Yeah.
and or woman, and we are not being able to hold these fictitious corporations that are in our name, because we do not know how. So when we get put into those positions, most people are not understanding that they're the problem
Yeah.
therein. So, like, I speak on the 13th Amendment a lot, and a lot of people don't even know that the 13th Amendment had 23 parts. If you were to go and read the actual 13th Amendment, all the parts that aren't being used, that would take us from a non-living status to a living status, and it would give us back our rights as human, not mankind, because that is a whole separate word in play
Yeah,
in
that's a different
itself.
word. Yeah, that's totally
Right,
different.
right. Because kind of man is what it
That's what it
actually
means.
means.
Yeah.
Right? So,
Hey, Ham, can I show you this real quick? Can I show you this real quick?
run it.
In this Look, context, this the DuPont dude right here. Human beings. Watch this. He's straight hitting with the. You know what this means? And that's the dude who signed off on the joint. Or C8, as it's called, has potentially life-threatening effects on human health? I'm not familiar with the exact studies we may have in our files. Then I'll take you through them. Exhibit 1. Finesse them too, though. You were just handed Exhibit 9. You see the date, March 13th, 1979. Yes. You see the DuPont logo at the top. Yes. You see this word here highlighted? Yes. Would you read it for me, please? Receptors. Do you know what that word refers to? Receptors? In this context, I do not. It means human beings. DuPont refers to the men and women that your company exposed to C8 as receptors. And in these receptors, your scientists found, quote, significantly higher incidence of allergic, endocrine, and metabolic disorders, end quote, as well as, quote, excess risk of developing liver disease. Oh, you right, Brody. Oh, that shit real, bro. And I ain't laughing at the pit. That's not funny. I ain't laughing because it's funny. That shit real, though. I ain't gonna hold you like. And they made that from the stickless. That was from the pan. They made that from the pan. Don't you know the pans you cook your food with? That was making them $1 billion a year. So they just kept it. They started dumping all the excess chemicals inside the water for real. And it made everybody sick. And they knew. And they named the people receptors. Real shit. Shit real. It's real out here, baby.
The formula for Teflon is literally.
Yup, that's what it is. Yup.
Yeah, it is literally found in all water sources on the planet. Okay? I've studied that case thoroughly. Like, there's a lot of cases that I've studied throughout my life, just because the fact that I know certain things, and when I speak on them, again, I sound absolutely crazy, because most people are not in their day-to-day understanding what's going on, why they get sick so easy, what the environmental impact and factors are on their life. You know what I'm saying? Teflon's one of them. Phytoestrogen is another one that is destroying men.
Soy.
Well, yeah, okay, so we'll get to the soy in a second, but the phytoestrogen is plastic. All forms of plastic. that you drink out of or store your food in or you touch on a daily basis produces estrogen and it puts it into the human body. It doesn't affect women like it affects us. It affects us, makes us sterile, right?
Emotional.
It gives us
Emotional.
gynecomastia. It
Right.
basically is turning us into women. I think they said by 2035 there will be no men on the planet that can have children
Yeah.
because of it, right? And then that goes into the Teflon. The Teflon is another thing that is damaging our neuroreceptors.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yo. Yeah. All for the money.
right
Yeah.
now it ain't just the money. It's all a part of a bigger scheme of things.
Yeah.
And
It's always numbers.
this borders into what people call conspiracy theory. But if the facts are stated in plain English, not legalese, in plain English, and everybody knows that it is happening, but nobody is doing anything about it because they feel that they do not have a voice. The voice comes from us being able to remove ourselves from their system, restore ourselves to the natural system that we were given, which is common law, not admiralty law. Okay, because we're under three jurisdictions right now. We're under admiralty law, which is the law of the sea. And if you don't believe me,
I'm not under
you
that.
can look it up.
Hmm.
You're under canon law, or the law of fodder, right? Which would be the law of war. And then you're under a third jurisdictional law, which is maritime business law. Okay? When these corporations do business, it's under another branch of maritime law because they are exchanging goods and services
Under your name.
for under your name in the form of any currency that they choose, whether it be a fictitious currency or an actual currency like gold, silver, copper, anything that can be backed that is not a
Yep.
fiat currency,
On your
right?
birth
A
ticket. Yep.
fiat currency, right? But a fiat currency is backed by non-tangible things or a resource that will degrade. Okay, all of this to say that for everybody that's listening and that's on the panel, 99% of the time when I say something, I'm using law. I'm not using commonplace words in a sentence to make it sound good. I'm using legal definitions, phrases, and terms because that is what we are under. And these three law systems are what are messing our lives up. We can argue about semantics all day. All the laws of the Bible are common law. That's why when I make the argument for people that say, oh, they get married by the state. Oh, so that means you're putting yourself from common law, which is the natural order of life, under a jurisdictional authority under maritime law. Okay, so you just willingly signed your physical being over, and you put a debt on the woman
Yeah, they
because
changed
that debt,
the license. They just took that's not
right,
in the law. They changed that.
right.
License
Now,
to be get
if you go
permission to do
look up
something wrong.
what a marriage license is, it is a mortgage. A mortgage is a dead bill,
Yeah,
right?
like a morgue.
And that's why I keep telling people you don't know what you're talking about. And people act like I'm literally crazy when I say that. I said common law is the law of God. That is the law of the land. That is the law of nature. That is the law that you should stand by, under, and for,
Yeah,
and
somebody
public
got
and
to
in
teach you.
private.
Somebody
Right.
got to teach you,
And
bro. This is a process.
right.
Yeah, it's a
But
process.
there's a whole purpose of why I'm saying this. Because when, like I said, that marriage license is now a debt and a bond on the woman when she is for her to produce children, produce heirs. And they're not her heirs, they're the male's heirs. That's where all the money trickles from, is the male,
Yeah,
the man that gave his seed,
man, child. Yeah,
quote unquote, because people don't want to use that phrase, but it has a legal connotation, to give forth a new life that the woman carries in her womb, which is classified as the vessel, the water, the birthing water. That is where we make birth from. A ship that comes in and out of port, it makes birth. That's why those words are similar. And a lot of people, again, because they feel like they think they know versus what they actually know are two different things. That's why when I say these things, I wish I had any of my Black Law's dictionaries or my Bouvier's dictionaries and all the other forms of legal definitions that I usually have, because I have a grandmother that's a lawyer on top of multiple other things. So
Shit, good, bro. I feel like like this milk is sometimes like you say, I don't know when you started your journey. However, like a lot of that got to do with psychological devastation. Like when you hit, some people get that. Like you go through a journey. It's like 7 degrees of acceptance. You go through the rage. You go through all of that. So I know that to be true. That everybody journey different. And what I've learned is that we qualify who we learn from. So you get me. I think what you said. You shared a lot. And it's heavy points in truth. One got to go on that journey to itself. You feel me? Because it can become very irritating. It can be everybody gonna have a different experience to what they hear, because it's not something you hear every day. That's just even if it's true or not. If I told you, look, your birth certificate got $3 million on it, they'd be looking at me like, boy, you crazy. You slang, you from Baltimore. You using the word T, Baltimore whole time. It's people that's really in the know, but people qualify who they learn from. So I think I think it was a good build. I think it made a lot of sense, and it connected
Well,
everything we
see,
were talking about.
that 3 mil that you're talking about, that's only on the state level. Because the county level, it's a couple
You gotta
hundred.
get
It's a couple.
more, bro.
Right. It's a couple 100,000, and then when you go to the federal level, it's a couple 100 million, and then when you hit the
It's levels.
international,
It's
the
levels.
world level, it's 6 billion plus. Okay, and that's something that people don't know. But when I say that again, people, because they do not know, they say that, oh, that doesn't make any sense,
No, that
or
makes sense.
that
That
that's
makes
that's a
sense.
conspiracy theory.
We just gotta
But at the
qualify
end of the
ourselves.
day,
Mhm.
right? But at the end of the day, like I said, there are things that I have been saying my entire life, and for all the naysayers, the people that have went and tried to prove me wrong, just based off of the verbiage that I'm using, the actual physical definition of the origin of the words that I'm using, and the Semitic languages that I'm using. When they come back and tell me I was right, I was like, I don't want to be right. I want you to understand what you've been dealt and what you've been lied about, because it all falls into one thing. If they say it to you and hide it in your face and have it in plain sight, they can get away with it, because they gave you the information and you chose not to educate yourself because you feel, and I use the word feel, that you know more than the next person. And I use the word person for a reason. And the sad part is this. There are 3 things that our people should be doing right now. Unifying. That's the first thing. Correcting our statuses. That's the second thing. And then shutting it all down. And I mean everything. Every last thing in this country should become a standstill. But nobody in our group wants to do it for a long enough time to make a change. They did it with Budweiser, right? Everybody got mad and they boycotted Budweiser. Budweiser lost hundreds of millions of dollars. But that is the problem. You're more worried about your pocket that you have nothing in than worrying about the pocket that was left for you under your ancestors. Because every man, woman, and child on the planet that is of indigenous blood, that has melanin in their skin, has an estate and a heritage and money, titles and deeds, land in their name, passed down to them by their ancestors. As long as you are a living, breathing person, you have an estate and you are an heir to it. but yet we're going to argue over simple things. The simplest thing that I can tell you is, for as much as y'all like to say that I'm crazy and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and Kev, you keep making that point. It's in a book. Yeah, it's in a fucking book. But are you going to read that book if somebody sits it in front of you?
Nope.
Right. I got a book sitting in my house right now that I had back when I was a little kid. It's written different now, but it has to do with medicines that you find in plants that they're using to make pharmaceuticals out of. Dandelion root. That's for your heart. But they make a medicine out of it, and then they sell it to you for mocked up about a million times the actual price. You can go out in your yard and pull dandelions out the ground and take and chop up the roots, boil them and make something and drink it. Guess what? Your heart starts working better. But again, I say, we're arguing over the wrong things. All these talking points, yeah, they're hot triggers, as Cousin said, but are they the triggers we're supposed to be talking about? Or are they the triggers that are going to get you this fake fiat currency in your pocket? I'll leave it at that.
All right, y'all, man. I'm about to call it. I'm sleepy. I may stretch out or something. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'll try to get out this chair. It's uncomfortable.
You've been in that chair for how many hours, bro?
Boy.
Man, look, I just got off work. I got off work.
Oh, you just got off. No wonder you got all that energy.
45 minutes ago. I mean, shit, I was at work talking to y'all. Y'all heard all that noise.
How many hours you do?
Huh?
How many hours you do?
10 and a half. I'm usually between 10 and 18 hours every time I go to work.
Uh-huh. Oh, shoot. But yeah, I'm gonna catch y'all, man. I will catch you guys, cause I don't know if you up and God and Line, the Joker. I know you about to be sleeping, bro.
I stay up. If you see my picture, I'm up.
All right, exactly.
Right, bars. Oh, and
no Diddy.
Right.
You see my picture?
Bars.
Like, whoa.
Now,
mastermind,
cousin,
man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it like this: for all of our intellect, for everything that we know, what are we doing with it? What are we actually doing with this?
Well, first of all, I'll tell you, I don't know shit in the grand scheme. That's number one. Number two, what I do know is that all I can do is share it. And hopefully there will be people who will pick it up. And for those who want to pick it up, they can get on the train and run. Because in real life, we have to act on it. We have to be what we talk about. And so, you know, if we're being what we talk about, then those who see it, they might join. Those who hear it, they might join. And that's about all I can do, because we can't make anybody do anything. So all I would say is I'm just basically living my legacy right now. And if I said it, then that must be what it is. And I got to try to live it. So that would be my answer to that.
I feel it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hobo, you still got me on Discord, I believe. Hit me up. Because I want to talk to you about what you were saying in the comments about men being sterile. There are things that you know that you've told me a couple years ago. I want to have that conversation. if that's okay with you, fool. Hobo might have fell asleep on us. Dang.
Oh, she out of there.
Get out of there.
She ain't
Gone,
fell
gone.
asleep in my box in a while. No
She went
Diddy.
Right,
down.
gone, gone.
No Diddy. No Diddy.
She took an
She
L to the
Sean.
Light Skin Coalition. That's what that is.
Right.
She
Hey,
gave
look,
us an
she Sean
L.
John'd it out.
She gave us an L right now. She ain't representing right.
Got the L like Drake.
Man, look.
Ooh.
Look, I'm gonna say it like this. I don't care what anybody got going on. Kendrick and Drake need to go ahead and sit down because Chris Brown over here flaming everybody, and he only needed one track.
Chris Brown that'll be his last time he try to go against Kendrick.
Well, I'm just saying, Chris Brown flamed the entire scene, and he only needed one diss track. They need 6 or 7. Come on.
Hey, he a light skinned singing nigga. Like, what you want to do? I'm not even a rapper. I'm a singer. I just flame y'all. Like, come on.
Right. Like
what you gonna do? But you
he
gonna out
said he
dance
might
him?
even sing. He said he might even sing about it.
Look,
Don't let that go over your head, though.
and he looking like what you want to do. You want to get in his gloves? We can throw hands too. How you want to do it? Like he didn't came the most sensitive out of all. Then came with the heat. Talking about
Said
and we can get in these hands
early
and
in the
we can get these
morning.
hands.
He
Like
said, "Run that fade, son. Give me
exactly.
them ones."
Are you guys talking
Yeah.
about Chris Brown?
Nah, we're just doing anecdotal craziness right now at this point.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, we are, but we talking about all these diss tracks that are coming out. This man put out one diss track and he flamed everybody without even having to really flame everybody. If you knew everything that was in that song and why he said it the way he said it, he wasn't just going after one person. He hit the whole community and nobody even realized it.
Interesting.
You know what's crazy to me though? It's like we've gotten to a position where the only thing that you have relevant to say as a rapper anymore is to just fight each other. Like, is it that y'all just don't have nothing else to say, or I mean, this is what we're resorting to get some kind of relevance? That's crazy.
I was just talking to my boyfriend. Like, I respect men that will fight it out before they shoot it out. Because I feel like that's what you're supposed to do as a man. Like, you don't got to take another man's life to get respect or even to gain some type of clarity and understanding. Sometimes I just got to box it out and be like, all right, it's over.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
used to do
well,
that back in my
Right.
days.
I hate to say it, but I think me and Cousin can agree that we're our generations. We the last ones that actually will go out and shoot
That's
the
what I was saying.
ones.
No, don't get me wrong. It's still people out here.
Yeah.
Like I can like testify like my boyfriend because that's the only man I be around. He never
Right.
ever talks about like, oh, I'll pop him, I'll do this. It's like, okay, I'm about to snuff this man. I'm about to put this, I'm about to uppercut this dude. It's never ever in a unaliving or, he's never been that type of mindseted person. So I'm glad we still do have young people out here that can really just go out, scrap it out, and 2 fingers in the air, bye.
Well, okay, so I got a question.
Of course.
How old is he?
25. I'm 23.
Okay, so he on the tail end of them 90s babies.
Yeah, he died what? 98. What is that? I'm a 2001 baby, so before 2000, I have to do math.
Right.
Sorry, but yeah, he's in the 90s.
Well, when I heard that, I just thought about like a little crib jingles and stuff when she said that.
You wrong for that. He said I
To
sound
hear
like a
anything in
jingle.
2000.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. He's so funny.
Caught me
Wrong
off
for that.
guard. I feel like I'm about to walk around with a cane in a minute.
What you, an 80s baby?
No, I'm
Damn
actually
right, I'm an
90s.
80s
I'm
baby.
started in the 90s.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Listen, there is nothing wrong with that. The thing is, and this is like so random. This is just my opinion. I feel like our generation just needs to like all the people that are in position of power were born in the 30s, 40s, 50s. We need to get them up out of there. So don't be upset. You know, when we get to our point in time, we're gonna change the world and do what we got to do for each other. Period.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this: y'all ain't ready for the older Gen Xers, let alone me as a young Gen Xer coming in and doing what we do. We're feral. We like that type of stuff. We get down with it. The street
No,
lights is what raised us.
I'm saying even like in the government perspective, like sooner or later, all them people gonna get old and out, you know, get outdated. And then our generation, you know, the people in the 70s, the 80s, and sooner or later the 90s will get old, and then you guys will be the next people in command to tell us, you know, make the laws. Well, not the law. Well, technically, government, you know, all that type of stuff. We'll be in control of the world, basically. Just give it some time.
See, the problem is that they've been outdated,
Yeah, I
but
agree.
Way outdated.
I agree.
nobody learned anything because the new generations are too busy telling us what they know, and they haven't learned the old ways so that they can take those old ways, unseat these old motherfuckers, and then implement the new ways. What we want to do is, no, I don't want to go back and learn that. I want to just do it the new way. But what you know is you got to get the game, learn the game, play the game, and then master the game. But everybody want to bypass the first part. They just want to get to the game. And it's like, yo, if the young generation with all the technology that we have, with all of the reach, with all of the outlook, if they would just actually take a real interest in what's going on, they could overrun. You know what I mean? Just learn the basics, and then once you get in there, you change it. But nobody wanted to learn the basics, and I think that's the biggest problem. We want to bypass all the basics. And this
Well,
thing like this with
see,
everything.
because that's why I was saying what I was saying when I asked him to use the Black Laws Dictionary to make a point. You know what I mean? Those are the basics. Literally, the absolute basics. If you can't understand those, it's a problem.
What are the
Because
basics?
all
Because maybe we were taught something different. And like,
right.
what do you mean by that?
Okay, so the
Question.
basics. These are the three basics that I was taught as a young man
Okay.
growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Law, connotation of law. All this is within one thing out of the three.
Okay.
History,
Okay.
which is you can't have law without history. You can't have history without law. They're the left foot and the right foot. Okay? Second thing, I was taught to understand that go back to the origin of every single word in the world. Understand that word specifically in the context of where it came from. Not where it is today, not how it's used today, but in its original context and root. Okay? The last thing I was taught that nothing is given, but everything is earned. Those
Okay,
are
I got a
basic
question.
principles.
Because I think I got one of the basics. Like one of the things I was taught when I was younger is, and I kind of changed it as I got older. And just ask me if you guys, answer me if you guys agree or not. So, you know how they say respect isn't given, it's earned.
Right.
I feel like respect is there, and respect is lost, and then it has to be earned again. How do you feel about that?
I mean, there's an old adage, out of the mouths of babes.
Mm-hmm.
A child will say something that is absolutely 100% true and will shock an elder. And the elder will take it one of two ways. They'll either understand and respect it, or they'll deny it in delusion. So that's the cognitive dissonance of what you're talking about. The respect is there because it was said and it's true, but the delusion won't allow them to admit it.
Or even in the mindset of, say I just walk up to you, hey, how you doing? And you say something crazy out your mouth. I don't have to respect you after that because I approached you with respect. That was the first thing that came out my mouth. So, like you said, well, technically, just like you said, you can either respectfully respond or be deluded and be disrespectful. And now the respect is gone. Now you have to earn my respect back because you have lost my respect. I have lost respect for you. Does that make sense?
Right.
Okay.
I would say then. Oh,
I think that what we got to understand is that nobody gives a fuck about our respect.
right.
And I hate to say it rude that way, but I don't care if somebody respects me or not unless they mean something to me, right? So like a perfect stranger, I don't respect you. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Like real talk.
No,
So,
no, 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 no,
but,
not like that.
but, I,
Like,
but
okay, say you working. Your
no,
your
no, but
your job to respect you as a human being and pay you and give you a break and let you eat and let you feel me be a person. They shouldn't overwork you. They shouldn't underpay you. That's not respectful. So in a sense, the respect is there until it is lost. Cause
Uh,
you wouldn't disrespect a job that pays you well.
well, but see, that's the thing, right? That's not respect. That's just that would be being efficient.
basic human
You see what I'm
decency. That's what
saying?
it says.
So, like, if you want to be an efficient career, like in a job sense, because a job is not, it's not tangible. When we talk about respect, respect is something that is you have to observe to have, right? So when you say to like when you gave the example, I came with you in a respectable manner, and then you did not observe respect in return. So what does that happen? Your respect diminishes, right? So what these are observable things, right? Now, that being said, that means that different people have different ideas of what respect is.
Just about
So
to say that.
you may think I was being disrespectful, but where I come from, that was respect. So if you went to China or you went to Japan and you
Mm-hmm.
smiled and waved, that's disrespectful. But where
that's
we come
true.
from, that's showing respect,
It's
right?
showing
Their
respect, right?
respect is to put their eyes down. You get me? Well, we might throw that as just, so I'm just saying that as a like we depending on where we're from, we look at respect differently, right? So I would say that what we have to do is start realizing that people don't owe us anything. And
Right.
once we start to understand that most of the world is actually rude if we by our standards. If you go to other countries, they think Americans are like fake because we always smile and hi, how you doing? All that bullshit. They don't do that in most of the world. If you go, like they seem rude. If you travel, you'll know. Like you'll be like, God damn, these motherfuckers is rude.
That's true because
But
we
to
consider staring
them,
as rude and they stare a lot.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. But to them, that's respectable. You get me? That's
yeah.
showing respect in their eyes. So it's that's a good question though, because it's interesting depending on how you wanna look at it.
Yeah, I wanted to say mine. I think. Yeah. Well, basically, he took half my answer. So I don't talk a junk. But I was gonna say it's subjective first, and then I'll say respect is so first it's subjective. Then I'm also say it's expected to. Um, earn stuff. Now that's just I don't know. I feel like that's just an ego thing. People be saying it all the time, but I don't notice though. But because it's like if it's earned, that mean then they say disrespect is earned. No, they just choices. You choose to do it or not. I don't think it's earned. You don't have to do nothing special. You choose to. I mean, you can try to whatever they want to say. You can do 100 things, and if you choose not to respect that person, just your choice. So I don't know about being earned uh or owed to you or something because you can something that you feel disrespected. You could choose to do that too. So you could choose to be disrespectful at the beginning. You don't have to be earned. Every person different though. That's all I'm saying. And every person look at respect different. Some people say if you burp, that's a compliment. If you burp, that's disrespectful. I don't know. It just like I said, that's why I make it so subjective though. But it's just each person, and then like I could tell a lot based off how people answer this question, where they stand at. Because I've been hearing this junk on the app so much, and I'm like, okay,
I
uh,
respect it.
You chose to, right?
That's a fact.
Or did
Mhm.
I earn that?
I like it. I
Sorry,
like
sorry.
it, Picasso. You did earn it. But how y'all doing this evening, though?
I'm blessed always, man.
It's almost 5 in the morning for me.
You live on the East Coast or the West Coast?
East Coast.
I figured because it's like 4:33 over here.
That's
Yeah, it's
funny.
5 over here, man. It's about that time.
Yep.
Where are
But
you
man,
from,
Well,
cousin? You sound like you from somewhere where the buildings are just so tall and everything is shiny,
who?
I'm from
like
California.
Chicago or something.
No, California.
See, I was close. You need to say like Michigan.
hmm Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I'm from Cali,
Kev.
Sunshine State, so they say.
Can I speak on the prompt?
What you got?
So I'm just gonna start from the beginning. So, why is single mom a TikTok trigger word? Excuse me, chiefing out here. So I feel like single mom can be as offensive as calling a man a deadbeat dad because you don't know what position she was put to be a single mom, and you don't know what position he was put in to be a deadbeat father in your eyes, because that's what we just go off by what we see and what we just, if you see a picture of a mom and her son, automatically you assume, oh, she's a single mom. Or a man has a child and he's never taken pictures with his child, oh, he's a deadbeat. But nobody really knows the truth. We just go by perspective. So I guess that's why it might be like offensive, because it's like you don't know why I'm a single mom, or you don't know why I'm a single father, or you don't know why I can't see my son. So I feel like just saying just mom and dad, like I'm just a mom. Like, why I gotta be single? Because in a sense, like, I'm not with my son's father, but I have a boyfriend, and I've been with my boyfriend for almost 2 years. It'll be 2 years in August. And I would be considered a single mom because I'm not with the biological father, but I'm not a single mom because I have support. So, like, it's kind of like, it's kind of like a punch in the stomach. Like, not really a punch in the stomach, but like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, how other people might feel. I don't really care, Like, once I get married, you can't call me you feel me? Like, so, but a wife. So that might be why people might get triggered about that word, because you don't know the history behind it. What are true and false things that are said about single moms today? That a lot of single moms have their child's father on child support. My dad had 10 kids and nobody child supported him. And he is a God-blessed man, because that would have been a heck of a lot of money coming out his check. So that's one thing that's probably not true. I would say that single moms are bitter. Not all single moms are bitter. I've seen a lot of single mothers who, you feel me, had lost their child's father in some way, shape, or form. That happens a lot, actually. Like, all the people that you see, like, all the Black men that we lose on, like, a daily basis, or even a monthly, weekly, yearly basis, those sometimes are people's fathers. Like, nobody thinks about that. So, people don't believe it sometimes. Like, oh, well, his father passed away. Like, oh, that's what a lot of women say. Yeah, because a lot of women lose their baby fathers. That's just a fact. I can't think of any more off the top of my head.
Heck, they put in his food.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
No, I'm talking. I'm like, dang, what they putting in the food?
I don't
Just
think it's
passing away like that.
Oh.
I got some special dinner for you.
I'm dead. Is change the reason it didn't work, or did they ignore red flags? I think ignoring red flags is a big problem in our community, because especially our community, because I can't speak on nobody. I don't know nothing about the Hispanic community. I don't, even though my father is Dominican, I don't really know their side, like, you know, deeper into their culture and heritage. I just know my African American side. And what I see a lot of is like a lot of like I want to say ignoring, like, okay, I'm gonna speak on both parts because I'm a feminist, but I'm not feminist that's like, yeah, I'm gonna get on everybody, so it don't matter. So like on a woman's part, I feel like you know, just not being respectful sometimes. Sometimes I could come out of being disrespectful to my man, then I have to put myself back in my place like, yo, you're not supposed to talk to him like this. Like, this is your man. Like, this ain't just no nigga on the street. Like, you gotta show some, you feel me, some class. Like, you can't talk to him like this. So, but I've seen a lot of women yell at black men, and I'm not gonna hold you like I haven't. You feel me? I've seen a lot of black men abuse black women. I've seen a lot of black women abuse black men, you know, and I feel like struggle love is a weird thing that we're in. By Imperial. And I don't know. I feel like I'm just chatting for real. Like I kind of wanted a response, like a little, but I can't do nothing yet. I must be in the
I
right
think you
room.
on point. I think I got a
Okay.
couple pushbacks when you get done.
Okay. You feel me? I feel like I'm trying to think. I don't know. I've been trying to maintain like a level healthy relationship. So I kind of like, you know, I'm teaching myself how to, you know, not repeat generational trauma. Like, you feel me? Should women raise their standards since it's her body, her choice? Oh my God. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking.
That's meant for you to think.
I don't think, well, what do you mean by raising your standards? Because in a sense, so I feel like, sure, because when I was 18, I used to have a thing for, you know, the little, you could call them Pookies and Ray Rays, the hood
Uh-oh.
dudes. You know, every girl, you know, went through that phase of probably being with a bad dude or whatever you want to call them, you know, and then you learn from that and then you don't make that mistake again. No, it's like, well, I just started dating. So like, I feel like, and a lot of like the Pookies and Ray Rays, they're just like always out and about in everybody's face. So they're most likely gonna be in my face before, you know, the dude that just be chilling in the house. I gotta go find him. Like I gotta go run into him one day. And that's how I ran into my man today. I had to go find him. But you know, I understood like I don't like the way he's treating me. I don't like how aggressive he is. I don't like this. But if I went back to that man or that type of man, that would mean I'm just picking bad men. I'm not even trying to do better. So in a sense, it's good to learn from your mistakes and choose better since, you know, I guess it's your choice. I guess it's my life. I didn't want a hood dude. That wasn't my scene. I realized I'm not a hood chick. I probably thought I was a hood chick, and that's the problem. But when it was time for like serious stuff, I had to go to church. Like that's how I knew this wasn't for me. Like I was still living with my mama. Like I couldn't answer no jail call. I'm in sanctuary. Like this ain't my life. I can't do this. So I'm like, I know what type of man I do want. Like I know what I could, you know, tolerate and understand and respect. So I went out looking for that type of dude. And, you know, everybody got, you know, type of taste and stuff. My taste is black men. I don't care what color you is, but as long as you're black. And I was blessed. But what advice would you give kids to prevent making the same mistakes? Stop telling young boys will be boys and girls should have a standard. Because at the end of the day, the girls are what the boys are chasing. I've always felt this way since I was a kid. Like I never understood why my dad always like hypersexualized my brother. And then when it came to me talking about what you supposed to do, you know, as a woman, it was crickets. Like, he ain't know what to say because y'all over sexualize women. You don't want it to happen to your daughter, but you want your son to do it to women. That doesn't make sense. That's just a
Right.
repeating cycle of a generational curse of young pregnancies. And like, you just gotta, we have to teach young boys control, period. I understand men are physical and women are mental, emotional, you feel me? But men have mastered the skill of the emotional part to, you know, decipher and figure out what can make a woman pop to get into what they want. So we have to teach men the master of control, because I also feel like since y'all technically, by whatever you want to say, are leaders, and whatever y'all do, women gonna follow, and whatever women do, children gonna follow. It's just a repeating cycle. So once y'all master the controlness at a young age, and y'all don't over sexualize or hyper sexualize young men to thinking they supposed to be doing this and doing this, no, you should also be a virgin at your wedding day. I don't care. I would not tell my son, oh, you now I would teach my son what it is, but I will also teach him the consequences. Like, I would teach him the lesson that he will have to face throughout his entire life if he does make this mistake. So after that, it's him being a man and deciding for himself if he wants to listen to what his parents, mom, dad, whoever, grandma told him, or if he wants to see if his mistakes catch up to him. So it's either listen or don't listen, period. But definitely stop over sexualizing these young boys. My little brother is 16 and he's still a virgin. I'm so happy. And I told him, he don't got no girlfriend, nothing. I'm like, yo, just wait until you get married, bro. I promise you, you're gonna feel so much better. Like, it's not about how many girls you run through. It's about how you value a woman. And why would you, as a runner througher, a man who run through women who don't value women, how will you value a woman one day if you never have? You never have. You never learned control. You never knew how to stop. So how could you ever value a woman? But okay, that's it.
Okay. Okay. I think the only one. So what was the first one you had said about the?
Oh, the single mom.
Yeah, I think that's the only one I had pushback
Like
on.
6 times. You said what?
And that's the only one I had kind of pushback on. You saying the reason why, because the reason why because they never asked the reason why. So you said it's like a bad name, or you feel like it's a.
I wouldn't. So basically, just like the whole respect thing, like, it's based on your perspective. Like, it's you. That's just how I feel like people feel. So, like, you know, in my opinion, I don't like when white people call us blacks. That is offensive. Even though they don't think it's offensive, in my opinion, that's offensive. I don't know why. I'm a person before I'm a black. So, like, we gotta, so instead, like, I'm a mom before I'm a single mom, I guess, in a sense. Like, like, why do I have to have that single part? Like, why does that have to, like, why can't you just say, oh, she's a mom? She's somebody's mama. Like, I don't classify, like, when somebody asks me, like, nobody says, oh, are you a single mom? You just say, yeah. Like, why is that? You feel me? Like, it's kind of weird. It's like saying, I don't know. I can't really get into it as deep as I'm trying
I think
to.
I get you.
Yeah, it's kind of like,
Then like they say, are you a married mom or something like that? So I get you.
yeah,
Mother.
like if you are a married woman, oh, are you a housewife or a work wife? Like, why does that matter?
Yeah,
Like,
I get you.
yeah, are you trying to like put a label on me? Like, I'm a person before I'm anybody, so who cares? But that's it. Mwah. Love you. No pushback? Come on, I like to fight.
I think you. I could tell you that's what you was looking for.
Uh-huh.
I think that was it? Let's see. Felt like it was I guess I get you a little bit on that though, 'cause I try to think about something on
You on that game.
that too. Yeah, half and
Mm-mm.
half. Yeah, yeah.
Knowing y'all cannot listen playing that game.
You already know it.
I know. I definitely
Um,
know.
what is it? Let's see. So you got that. What the heck was that? Okay. So and then you said about advice. So I felt you on the advice thing too, 'cause how you said that they tell the woman to standards and get a man, said man to be man. I feel that one too.
Respect. Thank you.
Let's see. What did you say on this one? Should a woman raise their standards? You said you probably didn't get that one.
Huh?
The standards one. You said should a woman raise their standards? Like you said you ain't get that one.
Yeah, cause like I don't know, like when it comes to like financial gain, I don't know, like I don't really step into that topic because like I don't like talking about stuff like that. Like I don't
I
know, I just
do.
don't.
I do.
Oh, what's up? I
No,
mean, we
you're
could, but
saying
I just don't like it because I know
the
how in
standards.
depth I could get into it. Like you know, that's why.
Yeah, that's what I feel. The last time I talked about this in the room was at like 300. That's why I put it up there. I'm gonna do this topic again. I'll probably do it on Thursday. I might do it Thursday.
Like, say
But
if a woman. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
no, I was about to say but I do believe because they say it's my body, my choice, right? And then the man has no control about the situation, and then also for the protection of them, that they should raise their standards. You know what I'm saying? Not make it so easy for a man to get inside, something like that. Because it's like at the end of the day, you're gonna be left with the kid, and he have a choice. If he don't want to be in the kid's life, and he's gonna be stuck for the most part. You know, usually the mother be stuck with the kid if they give it up for adoption, but it's gonna be the mother for the most part.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All
So
right, all
yeah,
right, I get it.
yeah. I would say since they have all that control, I think they should be the one because of I guess for the protection of them that maybe a couple I love yous you got to wait on that because some people just fall for that so quick like oh okay that's cool man I'm ready to have a baby. Some of them is like oh they ain't them blew that back out so well so I'm ready for a baby. It's just like I think they got to raise that look at their intentions and think about the future. What I learned is that I learned a lot of women love the now, right? They don't think about the future. They say hindsight versus foresight type situation. So they look like, okay, this is what I want to do and I want to hurry up and get into it. But they don't, they get into it, but they don't never think about how it's going to play out too. Like, dang, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I know it's cute and everybody like rushing, but sure, you gotta always think about, and then I get it. Let's say YOLO type life. Yeah, I only live once. Say, tomorrow's not promised. Might as well hurry up and get to it. But then that's also where that ties into the red flags. So some people are willing to ignore red flags or don't or can't even recognize it because they don't even see the red flags within themselves. Oh my goodness, where does fat boys come from?
I agree.
Uh, but yeah, for the most part, yeah.
I thought that my body, her choice, whatever thing. I thought that was about babies the whole time.
It
But
is.
oh, okay, so I just feel like this is my body, and I consented my body to this one person. Like you feel me? That's true. That is true. And the thing about it is I'm not no Christian, but I was raised in a Christian household, so I've only been spiritual for like maybe 2 years that I met my boyfriend, and I've been a Christian for almost 20 years. I'm 23, so yeah, that makes sense. So the Bible says that you give a woman one thing is hers and she gives you back and multiplies it. So once you give a woman your sperm is hers until she gives you it back in multiplication. So
Whoa.
I feel like men should definitely, that's another thing we got to work on is choosing love over lust, because that lust will get you in a
Yeah.
situation and
Make
now
you think you're in love.
yeah, or no, like really
You're
having
you're
like
you're a
side
young wise woman. I hear you. I hear you.
pieces.
A young wise.
White's
Okay.
crazy.
Wise.
But
I hear
like
it.
picking like you getting side chicks and stuff and now they pregnant.
Oh man.
Now you mad, but you didn't have to do that. Like that was a choice. You picked lust over just picking one woman that you knew would be a good mother. Now you got women who, and that's another thing. Some people aren't even meant to be parents. These
Yeah.
people in this world is crazy. Like what? Not everybody is meant to be a parent, and I wish people would stop trying to like signify that type of like, or trying to like insinuate that people should just, oh, you should be having kids. This girl got like 3 mental health issues. She don't need to be nobody mama at all.
Hmm.
So she could pass that down. Are you crazy? No. We got another crazy person. No. She don't, we got
Shit,
one. That's enough.
shit, everybody out here crazy now. Shit.
Not him
I ain't
waking up
crazy.
out of nowhere.
Yeah, he just woke up from the dead.
Bro done got his name called 400 times.
Man,
You
you be
know
calling my
that
name,
I
bro.
heard.
God.
Shit, shit.
I
Lisa,
woke him
Lisa
up
had
because I was
Lisa.
speaking facts.
At
At
least I
least you
had that
played
shit
it off. I
good.
like how you blended in though. We gonna let that rock. I've been
Man,
up
man, they
whole
say.
time.
But I've been up, mother been here the whole time, man. I was listening, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Go to bed. Damn, I forgot what I was talking about. But no, yeah, like nah, but
I am a single mom. I am a single mom.
Nah, but she made a good point. That's what I was saying earlier, man. Is man, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful when you out here shooting that seed, man.
like in
Or
reality, I shouldn't be alive right now. Like only person who should be alive is my oldest brother. He's like 30. I have 10 siblings. I'm like number 5. I should not
Damn.
be here. I'm just saying, like, at least not by that person. But this was fun. I'm about to go to sleep.
all right, me myself.
I'm about to follow you though, because I don't think I got you on here.
Thank you. Oh
Have a good
yeah,
morning.
this ain't my main page. I'm just
This
banana at the moment, but hey, we gonna rock with it.
this
You can
not your
follow
main
that page
page.
too at the bottom too. That the Joker page. See, I'll follow you back.
Where's Hobo? Where Hobo? She sleep.
Hmm. I don't know. It's like half and half. It seemed like she woke up and fell asleep and woke up and fell asleep. She haven't fell asleep in the box in a while over here.
My cousin's gone.
Yeah, he got up out of here too. It was funny because I literally was about to go to sleep before them. They want to. Now they acting like they left first. I'm like, I was gone first.
Man,
That's like what that
I
person that.
what you be
Huh?
doing to keep yourself up, man? You be over there playing the game, don't you?
That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, bro, you over there playing the game, bro. That game, only thing to keep a nigga up is playing the game, bro.
Mm-hmm. Know it. Yeah, know it.
What you be playing?
Right now, I'm on my. I got the PS5 upstairs. I use my Xbox downstairs. That's the one I'm playing the multiplayer games, like Tekken and all that, and Mortal Kombat and Duty. And up here, I play one-player games when I'm on live. I'm playing Final Fantasy right now. Oh my, they cheating. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Dang, this dude unalive me. I almost messed up.
I ain't been on, I ain't been on my shit in a while. I ain't got the new joint, but man, I think I might need to go cop something, man. I used to be in the 2K hard.
Mm-hmm. She said, "What a freak." Dude over here whipping stuff. Oh God. I gotta find out.
Trying to debate if I get something. I don't know. Shit, I might switch it up and get a PlayStation. Shit, I ain't never really had a PlayStation since they had the PlayStation 2. I always had Xbox.
Yeah, it's the best system in the world, man. PlayStation, all that. Even though I be on Xbox all the time, but yeah. What did I? All right, we're gonna do this bonus round. And the bonus rounds help me get that going.
Somebody had commenting. She said self control is wisdom. It is offensive to be called a single. Paternity test should be stamped at any child's birth, married or not married.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The fancy car, the woman in the
I
carrier.
I would have. She said it's offensive to be called a single mom.
I, I guess I get it when she kind of broke it down because it's like, why you can't just call them a mother, or you gotta say single, even though it could be true. Because I don't never hear, and I was thinking about the other thing. I don't never hear nobody. Well, you're a married mom, or you're, I just can't be a mom. I think I could see why they try to make it to be like a slur or something like that. So I guess
Right.
I get,
It's like
guess I get.
the only time you
Because I
refer
was
to a
about to be like,
single
well, ain't
mom
you
is
single
when
and ain't you a mom? I know people won't say that though, but it's just like when I think about it, like, well, I just can't be a mother without that. I guess I get it now, but I'm still gonna post it again. I don't care. I'm gonna see somebody else gonna ask that. That's the whole point. I be trying to learn why people think certain ways. You know, why it's like that.
yeah, I think man, I think this I think cause you know they always talk about don't no dude want to be with a single mom, and I tell you this, bro, like if a dude love a woman enough, bro, he'll fucking get involved in that shit, dude. Even if it's I've been thinking about it. I'm like, 'cause my buddy right now, he with a joint, and man, she got 2 kids, and man, he really rock with the girl, bro. He got his money right, he got his bag right. He's like, man, when your money right, bro, and you really love with a girl, man, you don't give a shit about that, bro. Most of us dudes, bro, we just trying to, despite they may think we dangerous, but a lot of us good dudes out here, man, we just really trying to find us a solid woman, man. You find you a solid woman, she may have been with a dude before, but man, she didn't done the work. She didn't learn the lesson. Maybe she got a kid, or she maybe got 1 kid, 2 kids. But man, if she love you, bro, and treat you right, man, it's a lot of dudes out here, man, that'll still get involved in that, man. I think they say that like, I don't know, dude, ever want to be. It's not ideal, but at the same time, if a man feel like that a woman he really rocking with her, a dude would definitely get with a woman, bro, if she got kids.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was thinking about that. So if you can get
Yeah,
you a
bro.
super respectable woman that on point, very feminine, and all that stuff, they can get a chance. Over a single woman that's masculine in the mud and just selfish and all that other stuff. I think that's kind of rare.
Yeah,
All right. I think I'm about to call it now, man, so I can give me a fresh start tomorrow.
yeah. I gotta get up here in probably about 4 hours, anyways. All right, buddy. I can catch up with you tomorrow, man.
For sure, man.
All right, bro. Get you some rest, man. Have a good night, dude.
All right, yep.
All right, peace.